All
Hi.
right. We are live for the first annual High Vibe Storytellers Summit. How amazing does it feel to finally be able to say that, Emily? My gosh.
Oh, I'm so excited to finally be able to say that. It's been so fun getting to prepare for this. And so that the fact that it's finally here and we get to like actually talk and show up is the best.
Wow, we already have some comments. Everybody is saying good morning. It is good to see you all as well. Hello, Chantal. Hey, Dan Montrose. Gee, I don't know him much, but I bet he's really cool. Queen V, it is an honor to see you, milady. Meg H, Dan's very excited for this. I bet he is. For anybody watching, Dan is my husband, and he is awesome. Alyssa, it is so good to see you. Jolene, good morning. So you guys, you're making my day already. This is fantastic. So great to see you guys. So we're going to let everybody jump on for a couple minutes. And while we're waiting, Emily, should we just kind of let them know what we're doing, like what to expect, all the good stuff that's coming?
Absolutely. So KristaLyn and I had this idea a while ago that we really wanted to showcase high vibration stories and storytellers and professionals from the publishing and other parts of the industry, I guess, to really help people understand what high vibration storytelling is and the place that it has in our current market and current world, and also how important it is for us to consume high vibration entertainment. And so that's kind of what gave birth to this Storyteller Summit, that and the fact that we already knew a whole bunch of incredible people that are doing a whole bunch of really incredible things in the industry with this type of stuff. So inviting the amazing roster of speakers that we have for you today was really fun as well.
Yeah, and it all, of course, came together with such ease and flow, which high vibe community people really have heard that phrase a lot. But we've been able to prove and experience over the last few months that that's a real thing. And that's something that we want to share with people, that even in the publishing industry, you can find amazing people to be friends with. You can find an amazing community. You can find amazing connections and opportunities. And today we're going to be able to display some of those as visual, real world proof that goodness and amazingness are easy to find.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this summit is for you if you're remotely interested in books and you're interested in high vibe anything. If you've ever wanted to write a book, you're going to find a lot of benefit in this. If you just are looking for a recommendation for some incredible people and stories that you might want to check out, you're going to find all of that today with the amazing people we have talking. Plus a bunch of different tips, a bunch of different fun freebies that are coming up. And KristaLyn and I are holding a pitch fest for our program, the Forgotten Storytellers, kind of at the end of this too. So we have a lot of amazing stuff coming up for you today. And it's going to be really beneficial. So I think everyone's going to find something really cool to get out of this.
Yeah, so I would love to know in the comments if anybody here is excited about pitching at the end of the what is this? The summit?
At the end of the thing that we're doing.
We look forward to hearing from. And by the way, Aspen, it's great to see you. Good morning. It's so awesome that you guys are here.
Yes. Absolutely. It's so fun. So I also wanted to touch, if you guys are confused a little bit about what exactly high vibe storytelling is, we also wanted to kind of kick off our summit today by kind of talking about what that concept even is before we dive into everything else. Because it's a very new concept, specifically in the book world. Like you may have heard it in like the spiritual, metaphysical, psychic-y world. Absolutely. Or even just with like little, posts on Instagrams that say like good vibes or whatever that is. But high vibration storytelling and high vibration entertainment in general is actually something incredibly specific and really beneficial. So do you have stuff to add to that? Just like dive
I actually do. I'm going to be diving into my little talk in a couple minutes here. And I give the sort of a bit of the science, but also the way to relate to it in real life, how to understand high vibe fiction, not only just as a concept, but as an application. And how cool, everybody's been talking about 5D, right? I, as an astrologer, was really excited about the great conjunction that happened on the winter solstice. And that is a thing. Like there is this energy that we're coming into where things are coming into new priorities, new structures, expansion in a new way. And high vibe fiction has a great place in that. And what I wonder, what I theorize is that this 5D thing that we hear a lot about is actually a combination of spiritual being more noticeable and being more, again, applicable in our everyday lives. And high vibe storytelling absolutely is part of the magic that allows that to happen, because you are bringing in more conceptual themes into your everyday life, into everyday practice, and it affects your everyday world in such a positive way if you're using it consciously. And that goes for so many things. Now we get to be aware of it. So I will definitely be talking more about that in my speech. I'm going to hold myself back right now.
I'm so excited for that too. And it's really fun that you can offer the astrological perspective on it as well, since even like I'm not an astrologer at all. So I love every time you talk about it and you're like, there's stars involved and it's so much bigger than just this little book in your hands. So much bigger than we even really anticipate, because we're going to such a big place as a society and transitioning right now. And as you guys watch this, you guys are probably going to be surprised when you hear people talk about high vibration fiction. You've probably already been exposed to some and not really even noticed what it was doing, because a lot of times reading high vibration fiction just feels like catharsis. It just feels like you've let something go and all of a sudden you feel really healed. It's the idea that there's a book that you just can't get out of your mind and it keeps healing your life. And anytime you need comfort, you go back to it for whatever reason. That's kind of some of the basis of these high vibration things, is at the end of it, you feel changed and evolved as a person and activated more on a deeper level. So I'm really excited to hear more about that in your talk as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, I'm sure, as you know, it's a passion, because we're both here for exactly that reason. So Gracie, hello. It is so good that you're excited. High vibe was a new concept to you, but it makes so much sense. Well, I'm glad we're already doing it some justice with explaining it. So we're about 6 minutes into the broadcast. And so many of you have already jumped on. That's fantastic. I love seeing where you guys are from. If you want to put that in the comments and we can give you a shout out, which is always super fun. I love connecting with people on a more direct level. So let us know where you're from. Let us know if you've received the emails, what talk you're excited about hearing about today. Like, what subjects are you excited to see covered? And we'll be able to reassure you that you're in for a treat.
Also, every attendee at the end of this is going to get a special gift of our high vibration fiction, basically recommendations, and a list with all of the links to the speaker and all of their books and speakers and all of their books, as well as other ones that we've curated kind of specifically for you guys. So that you guys have something to start reading and diving into around high vibration fiction by the end of this, which is really, really exciting. I also thought it would be really fun to do an energy clearing for everybody really quick, just to make sure we hold some sacred space around the summit. Sound good to you?
Sounds great. But I do want to shout out to our PA-based person. I am also in Pennsylvania. If you look out my window, there are many trees. So I'm sure you can relate to that. Hello, Pennsylvania, man. Penn's Woods. It's what we have. It's what we're known for. So hello, Minnesota. Hello to Minnesotas. You guys could be great friends. Nebraska, Argentina, SoCal. We have Idaho, Massachusetts. So thank you guys. Washington State. All right. And with that, I have, and a Wisconsinite. Don't want to leave that out.
And a Wisconsinite.
Yeah. Well, the proud cheese loving state. And they also have the Packers, right? So, oh my gosh, I probably just insulted my husband, who's a big Packers fan, but I'm pretty sure because they have the cheeseheads, that's the Packers. So Green Bay, Wisconsin. Yeah. So I've got my Labradorite in hand already. Emily, would you like to do an Emily clearing? An Emily clearing?
Yeah, I'll do an Emily clearing. No problem. So everyone, it just takes about like less than 30 seconds. So just take a couple deep breaths. And even if you're watching this after the fact on YouTube and you're catching back up, you'll still get the energy clearing too. So just so you know, time and space is really weird in energy world. So, all right, everybody. So just take a couple deep breaths and I'll clear this space and get it nice and ready. Perfect. Okay. Oh, I'm so excited. The energy in here is so cool. It is so cool. I'm so ready.
Amazing people. So, what do you think? Do you want to start with our first talk? We'll start it at 12:10, and that way we can move right along.
Yeah, I think we absolutely should. So KristaLyn is actually our first talk, and I'm so excited to hear what she has to say. So for those of you who don't know any sort of background on KristaLyn, just a brief tiny brag about how fantastic she is. She is an internationally best-selling author of more than 10 different books, as well as a holistic coach. And she was mentored by Marianne Williamson, which is just incredible in and of itself. She writes high vibration fiction, obviously, and it's always designed to birth fandoms. And she has some really fun books coming out this year that I'm so excited for. She actively combines both astrology and metaphysics with 2 decades of independent and traditional publishing experience to help readers and writers find emotional healing through the joy of entertainment and divine timing. KristaLyn, we genuinely can't wait. So take it away.
That was so extraordinarily well done. Thank you very much for the amazing introduction. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to pop my screen up on your screen so you can see my little slideshow that I've got going on. What I want to talk about today really is writing with divine timing. It's using astrology to strengthen and bless your story. So this seems to be kind of a newer concept that's emerging, but astrology is very much about using the divine timing of the energy that we're in, kind of like you would with weather. When you're thinking, is it cold outside? I'll wear a jacket. The same thing goes with the general vibe of the day. And that's where I like to bring in astrology. It can help us time things appropriately. Like you're not going to throw a street festival in the winter, at least not with heat lamps and hot cocoa. And so you can also do the same thing with your timing the events of your life like we did with this one. Is it any coincidence that we are starting at this hour on a 22 day after certain things have happened in January 2021? And by things, I mean aspects and transits. No, it is not. We did that intentionally. And you can see that you all are here and it's the right time for us to meet you. So that's part of how it works. Now we're going to talk about how we can apply this to writing, to releasing your books, to doing all of these things in an effort to align with timing that connects you with the right people and enables you to help people more. So in line with our theme about books and writing, I want to learn a new word together, and that is called Weltschmerz. And I really do have to look this up because I still to this day, I've used this in several presentations. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right, but Weltschmerz is the word that means world pain. And it's a depression that you feel when the world is the world as it is doesn't reflect what you think the world should be. So the solution to that is to build the world as you think it should be. And we have an ability to really start doing that. Many of you may have been hearing since Christmas about the age of Aquarius, which is a really good song. And when you listen to the lyrics, it does have astrology in there. It's pretty neat. I have a TikTok video where I dissect it just a little bit. Are we in the age of Aquarius? Unfortunately, actually not unfortunately, we are not yet in what is considered the astrological age of Aquarius. But we are in a period where Aquarius is going to be a very prominent energy. The energy of Aquarius is a thing right now. And with the Great Conjunction, which was the combination of Saturn and Jupiter, you can actually see them here at 0 degrees, and these watery signs, that's Aquarius. So they joined in the 0 degree infinite potential of Aquarius, starting another 20-year cycle of new things, establishing a new system and a new way of doing things, but also starting a 200-year cycle of moving from earth values of structures and building and industry into air values of technology, connection, humanitarianism, and intellectual communication. One of the ways that we communicate with each other is through storytelling. And if you think about it, almost every way we connect with each other is a form of storytelling. So this is going to help you not just with writing a book, but with sharing your story, be it in a social media post, sharing it in a conversation with someone else, or just getting a message out there that you want people to really be able to connect with. Storytelling is a tale as old as time, and it is something that really helps us in every way that we connect with each other, which is so Aquarius. So we'll talk a little bit about that as we go through this presentation. And there will be a little bit of time at the end of this presentation for Q&A. So go ahead and drop your questions in the comments. I'll get to a couple of those when I finish this presentation. So the age of Aquarius, not where we are right now, but still applicable. We are actually technically, bonus, in the age of Pisces. This is the age we would want to be in. Pisces is all about deep intuition, healing, psychic ability, all of that stuff. Doing healing from emotional and in-depth psychological trauma, that kind of stuff. That's where we're at right now. And it's no coincidence then that this whole concept of high vibe storytelling is coming to be. This is a great quote from someone who did a lot of research on a little person you may have heard of named Carl Jung. And in her book, Jung on Astrology, she says the archetypes of myth and astrology are, quote, much easier to connect with in story form. This is where so many of our archetypes come from. Even in your Myers-Briggs, those archetypes are based on research done by Jung, who was influenced by the archetypes of astrology and by astrology as a practice. It was really cool. There are several books out there on this. So let's talk about astrology in application for your writing. One of the things I want to focus a lot on today is how to start applying astrology right here, right now, to whatever it is you're doing having to do with your writing. So you'll have that as a takeaway. But when it comes to writing your stories, there are several ways that astrology can be helpful. And in fact, 2 of our speakers today have benefited from this already. So maybe they'll bring it up. But you can use astrology to help create your characters. If you know a couple traits about your character, the chart will give you a whole picture. This image, in fact, is Harry Potter's birth chart. We actually have that because you cannot stop a fandom when they have decided that they want to know more about their characters, right? And that is another huge theme of high vibe storytelling. You can use astrology in your world building because you can see what's going to happen in society, what kind of world this person is growing up in. There are houses and pieces of the chart that really lend itself to that as well. You can use it in your writing process because the planets aren't just on your birth chart. They are moving in the sky all the time. They will be where they're going to be every day reliably. So you can know when, for instance, Mercury is going to go retrograde, and you can plan according to that. And it's actually very useful. We hear so many bad things about Mercury retrograde, but if you are someone who is always waiting for the right time to commit to editing or revising your book, Mercury retrograde has got your back. It is a perfect time for that. And in fact, revision and editing is a great way to make use of Mercury retrograde in any area of your life, revising and editing whatever's going on in your life. And it will show up because there are particular themes for you that will come up during each retrograde to be addressed, to be edited so that you can move forward with a much more polished draft. So you can also do it with publishing, using astrology to release your book and time your marketing and time your messaging with divine timing. I even helped a client this week decide when she should begin querying her story to set herself up for the time for her divine timing that would create a contract and the best time for her to be able to, in her life, in her process, and in the process of whoever it is that is going to work with her, it will align so much more fluidly and with a lot more ease than just trying to force it at the time when it's not quite right. I think a lot of us, myself included, have experienced times where you're just trying to force something. And even though you want it, it's not the right time for it to happen. We can find that right time for publishing and marketing and all the things using astrology. It's such a helpful tool. It's not a crutch. It's not something you want to attach to. And I also have an argument saying that if you don't use astrology, or if you do something regardless of the astrology, you are practicing a form of surrender and detachment, which is also great. But in these cases, astrology is extremely useful. So speaking about the right times for stories, and speaking of Harry Potter, it's an amazing story. It launched into fandoms. It did so much for multiple generations of people to connect them to reading, to connect them to stories, to really bring a relevance to fantasy again. And is that because J.K. Rowling is a skilled writer? I'm sure it is, but there are other factors at play. And one of them is that the time was right for the world to welcome this story in this format. Now, here are the release dates of Harry Potter. I did it in London, United Kingdom, because that's where she's from and I want to respect that. But when it came into the United States, that's when it really caught fire. So I figured that was the time to look at that divine timing and see what factors were at play that really helped put some wind beneath the wings of the Harry Potter franchise. And with that, I see several things that I've circled on here. I don't want to touch on them too much because it does get into a little bit of jargon. And if you do a reading or look at a chart, you'll be able to understand these pretty well. Mercury, which is this guy up here, rules writing, messaging, communication. And it's in Leo, being seen in the 10th house of, again, reputation and being seen. It's got a lot of other things going for it as well, including the North Node, which is life direction and life purpose being there. And so this is a huge benefit to the Harry Potter franchise. We also have Jupiter in Pisces. Jupiter rules Pisces, and I want you to keep this in mind because this is going to come back at the end of my presentation, and it's going to be really exciting when you see how this plays into that. So right in the release of Harry Potter in the UK, Jupiter was in the same sign it's currently in, of Aquarius. Still pretty good, but Jupiter in Pisces is at home. This is where it belongs. It owns this space. So it's also very important. And then Chiron comes into play as well, simply because Chiron speaks to healing. It speaks to what we are looking for to fill any voids that we are feeling. And Chiron in this case is in Scorpio in the first house, really reaching out to connect on a deep level to find that thing to fill whatever void we need. And in this case, it was stories. How beautiful that we can use stories as a healing tool and a healing technique. So I just wanted to quickly cover a couple reasons that will help you feel comfortable trusting my knowledge and trusting these slides that you're about to see. So I will tell you a little bit about myself. I was a Disney cast member. I have worked with Marianne Williamson. She is a delight. And I have published books before, and that is my first Barnes & Noble book signing, which will forever live in a special place in my heart. And so my name is KristaLyn A. Vetovich. As Emily did the amazing justice up in the beginning, I have a lot of experience with writing, but also with intuitive coaching and with astrology, metaphysical techniques, and the publishing industry. So I have a lot of skills that go into blending into this. And again, you can tell the timing is right because so does Emily, and we found each other at just the right time. So this is the time for these things to be emerging. You are in the right place. You are part of this as well. These are just a few of my credentials, which are really fun, but really, there's a lot on here, but we don't need to go into it because I just want to connect with you guys on an energetic level. So it's super fun. Here are some of my books that are already published. You can find them in bookstores. You can find them in local coffee shops. And we're going to hear more about how that works in our next talk by a wonderful man named John, who's going to share with you how libraries and bookstores and things work when it comes to books. So let's get back to understanding vibes. How do books really blend with vibes and with astrology? So first, let's understand what vibes are. I'm sorry to bum you out first thing, but I promise it gets better. Let's understand low vibes. There's one of the laws of the universe is the law of momentum, and that is also the law of duality. So when we look at one thing, we know the other exists. So if we're going to look at low vibes, trust me when I say I will deliver on the equal and the opposite in just a moment. To understand low vibes, you can think of the things that we want to heal in people, that we want to heal in ourselves. And that is things like anxiety, fear, depression, and dis-ease. When you look at this sad face, it makes you feel kind of bummed, right? But now for the payoff. High vibes. When you look at that face, it makes you feel something a little bit better and a little bit more comfortable, like joy, love, comfort, safety, which leads to health. It makes you smile. Happy people do happy things and lead happy lives. And that's what we want to help people get back to. That's that whole law of momentum. If someone's stuck in this, we want to help guide them on the journey back to this. And that is where the High Vibe Hero's Journey comes in. This is a book that I was able to write, but that Emily also has the same idea of, and it outlines the structure of writing a story with all the plot points and all the amazing things, but it also talks about during those plot points, what is the hero going through in their unconscious development? What is being reflected in the world around them that shows their journey of healing? And how can you utilize those plot points to actually help your reader relate to the hero and go through that healing process along with them? That is the High Vibe Hero's Journey. So the High Vibe Hero's Journey, of course, was written for high vibe fiction. And when it comes to high vibe fiction, you might wonder, like, what qualifies as high vibe fiction? We talked about this a little bit at the beginning of the summit, but let's go into it a little bit more and give you some examples of how to really be able to know, in the same way that if you watch The Santa Claus every Christmas, Scott Calvin will go around and say, nice, naughty, nice. And he just knows. It's a feeling. Right? So in this case, we can identify the high vibe stories as compared to stories that are possibly lower vibe in the same way. So we do that because we have this innate ability to just feel things out. You see on TikTok and in comments now of things passing or not passing the vibe check. I love that. I think that is fantastic because it acknowledges something that we've always known about, but we haven't really consciously utilized. And if anything is high vibe, it is consciously tapping into your vibe check. And one of the ways you do that is through what is called the theta brainwave. This is the brainwave you use when you're sleeping and dreaming, when you're under hypnosis, when you're meditating, but also when you're visualizing a story. Now you can see a little preview of how this relates to books and storytelling. This is the brainwave of zoning out. So when you're watching television, when you're listening to music, when you're reading, dreaming, or creating, you use this brainwave. And this is where your brain says, okay, what I'm taking in right now, this is what I'm going to believe as truth. You are in this brainwave for the first 7 years of your life, almost exclusively. And that is when you establish your core beliefs that then set the tone for your experiences for the rest of your life. But you can tap into that like we do in therapies and in stories and in different forms of entertainment to help rewrite that, reframe that in a safe and conscious space. So when I look at an astrology chart and I try to find where this theta brainwave plays in and where we can make conscious efforts to help with it, I do see things in the 3rd, 5th, 8th, 9th, 11th, and 12th houses. Honestly, your entire chart can show you so much about the way your mind works and how to make the most of that potential. And it can do that for your book. It can do that for your world. It can do that for your characters as well. So talking about unconscious entertainment, using that theta brainwave in your entertainment, let's talk about that collective conscious, which is becoming an even bigger thing now that we're coming into the values of the Aquarian era, not necessarily the age of Aquarius, but that Aquarian era. So thinking about that, how do we track the collective conscious? I've found that you can really track where the collective conscious is based on social media, via trends, via hashtags, via whatever shows up on your For You page or on your timeline. You can see how the collective conscious is feeling that day or what's piquing the interest. That's where we're all at. It's something we're sharing together and being exposed to together. In astrology, we look at transits for this. And I will tell you, very often, almost 100% of the time, those line up. So this is how we can actually tap into where the collective conscious is. This is going to help for understanding your market in writing. So the collective conscious is the market you are writing to, the market you are appealing to. The beautiful news is that as part of that collective conscious, you are already tapped into what is in the market and what people will be in the market for. So that one fear that I know many of us as writers have of writing to market is something that is a little bit more of a natural gift you have than you may be giving yourself credit for. So conscious entertainment consumption is the thing that I know Emily and everyone as part of the summit are very excited to be helping people begin to do. It's choosing a book because you know it's going to take you where you want to be. We do this all the time with nonfiction, and now we can bring it into fiction as well. What if you contributed to what is trending? What if you decided what's popular because you gave your attention to that positive thing? What if you found someone who was making what you know is a high vibe story or a high vibe product or something that's going to help a lot of people, and you take their message and share it, and they do the same for you? Then we slowly shift the collective conscious, and you can take control of this by choosing what movie you go to see, by choosing, again, what posts you decide to share, what things you decide to recommend. You can take control of your own consciousness by knowing what you have playing in the background. Again, that background noise gets into the unconscious. So you can actually adapt your whole lifestyle to lead to a high vibe mindset by being more conscious in your consumption of entertainment. That is one of the massive benefits of high vibe storytelling. We decide where the collective conscious goes by starting with our own and by sharing that solution. So how do you identify something that is high vibe? You know this already. I am here to validate for you that you already know how this works. So you do that by following the fandoms. Now, if you can in the comments, I would love for you guys to share some fandoms you have. Many of you will be able to identify these icons and these emblems without me even telling you what they are. You can probably connect that these are the kingdoms of Avatar: The Last Airbender, which again, I'm guessing I don't even need to spell that one out for those of you out there who are part of that fandom. You may know that these are lightsabers from I almost said Lord of the Rings. Oh, I was going to upset some people there. Sorry, from Star Wars. This is for Harry Potter. Disney, this is Lord of the Rings. And my personal favorite, it's not a book and it didn't begin as a book, but it is definitely high vibe in my case. The Legend of Zelda. Yes, video games are also storytelling. So let's talk about creating high vibe conscious entertainment. This is so exciting, right? Because now you get it. You understand what this is. You've gone from the beginning to now, and you've kind of have ideas in the back of your head, I'm sure, of, oh, I've recognized this. I can relate to this. You absolutely can. Now, as someone who is interested in creating this content of fiction that fixes people, let's talk about what you can do on the daily to start doing this with a more conscious effort. So let's talk about the high vibe hero's journey in practice. What does it look like to save the world? Well, let's begin with, where are you? You are the hero of your own story. So where are you on your journey from a beginning to a resolution? So in astrology for writers, you can actually find out where you are and you walk yourself to that resolution. You've already gone through several cycles in your life by this point, I'm sure, where you have overcome something, and that hindsight allows you to see how you overcame it. And man, if only I could share with someone who was where I started that this was the solution, it would make their journey so much easier. But you also know that possibly at the beginning of your journey, you weren't ready to hear the actual solution. I know I've been there so many times in my life. And with hindsight, in situations like whatever you went through personally in 2020, because everyone went through something so unique and individual, don't you wish you knew, or at least had some kind of tool to walk with you hand in hand, that mentor character that we love to adore in books like Dumbledore, like Gandalf? Think of your favorite mentor character. Again, feel free to put your favorite mentor character in the comments. Who do you look up to in your imagination? So for understanding astrology as a mentor character in your life and how it can help you become the mentor character in someone else's life, here are some amazing tools that you can use starting today, where you can check into these and see what the timing is doing, where you are at in your hero's journey. So you can check your natal chart. It is God's stamp of approval on who you are meant to be, what you are meant to experience, and the potentials you have to express that to its greatest potential, to its highest and best. You can understand the planets and their movements through transits. Knowing when Mercury retrograde is going to help you plan your writing process accordingly. Knowing what each signs and what each house represents is going to combine into what I like to call astrological mad libs, where you plug in the planet, the sign, and the house, and it creates a story, so to speak, that helps you understand what's going on. And in fact, a little bit later in our summit, I will be using these fun astrology dice, one of planets, one of signs, and one of houses, and we'll be able to practice that astrological Mad Libs a little bit to give you an idea of how you can use that, especially if you follow astrologers like myself on social media, how to apply it to your life. So you can do this with so many tools. And in the Forgotten Storytellers, it's something we talk about. I know I can't stop myself from talking about it on social media a lot of the time. So we would be happy to share more with you about that online and even after this summit as we go forward. So let's talk about planets. planets, the ones that I would look out for the most are Mercury, your natal Mercury, and also the transiting Mercury. Your natal Mercury is your comfort zone. It's how you communicate. And where Mercury is in the sky is going to let you know whether the temperature outside, so to speak, is comfortable for you, or whether you want to prepare with an umbrella or a jacket or something like that, metaphorically, to understand what the transits are and how they're going to affect you personally. Retrogrades. Mercury retrograde, I like to say it does this thing where it makes words hard. We are not currently in a Mercury retrograde, but one is actually coming up on January 30th through February 21st. We will also have one on May 29th through June 22nd, and then again, September 27th through October 23rd. Feel free to take a snapshot of these dates so that you can be aware if you're feeling like things are a little glitchy, it's because you are taking time to edit and revise whatever is glitching in your life. And if that is your story, this is the perfect time to be doing that. You actually are moving with perfect timing because you caught it, you became aware of it, and now you are consciously aligned with it. Another planet or planetary body that I like to look at is Chiron. That was one, and I'll point it out on the chart a little bit later. That was the one I showed in the beginning that helps to identify the theme of your story, because it tells you what you're healing at that time and what we as a collective, as a world, are going through emotionally in that time as well. And then when we look at signs, this is the way that the planet expresses itself. There we go. My husband runs a coffee shop, so I'm very used to saying the word espresso as well. So when you look at your signs, if you look at your natal Mercury sign, where Mercury is on your chart, personally, mine is in Taurus. Yours is going to be in a unique place near your sun on the chart. And I will show you again what Mercury looks like on the chart. So if you have yours handy, you'll be able to find it. And then you want to see where, in which sign Mercury is transiting so that you can go ahead and you can go ahead and see if that jives well, because you can actually find through lines on the chart whether or not they get along, whether the Mercury today gets along with your natal Mercury, and how you can use that to your benefit. The Mercury ruled signs in a natal chart are Gemini, which is really great. It's an air sign, so it's very good at concept and ideas and information. And also Virgo is ruled by Mercury. That is really good at bringing things into creation, concept, and creating a process, communicating the steps of something. So if you have Mercury in any of those signs, you get a little extra oomph of talent when it comes to Mercury things. And if you don't, as for example, I do not, don't worry. You still have amazing things that you can do with your Mercury. And then we talk about the houses. The main houses that I like to look at, again, are the 5th house, which is creativity. So if you find on your chart where your 5th house is, it'll have a little 5 in the pie slice. That's your inspiration and your expression. The 7th house is of contracts. So I like to look at this when I'm wondering about the possibility of agents, publishers, editors, the people who will be on your team that you will be committed to work alongside. That's going to be really great in your process as well. The 10th and 11th houses are amazing for helping you identify your ideal reader. It will be really great for identifying marketing possibilities, different conferences that are great for you to go to, and also for building your platform, another huge factor in being a writer. And then, of course, we have the 3rd house, which is communication and writing, and is ruled by Mercury itself. And that is all about writing, your style, the message that you want to share, and how you learn things and take in information as well. All right, and so now we come back to a chart here. So again, I've got some circles around the things that I'd like to bring up. This is Mercury, and you'll see it's never too far away from the sun, so you'll always be able to find it. This is Chiron. It looks like a little key. It is the key to your success in emotional healing. And then we also have Jupiter and Saturn down here. What I want to point out is that Jupiter, coming up in May of this year, goes back to its ruling sign of Pisces, which means the time is right yet again for fantasy, for stories to burst forth in the collective conscious, but also in the market and in the media. People are going to be looking for this. We are looking for a lot of healing in a very direct and driven way. And Mercury up here is near the moon, near the North Node, where we're all headed, and in its ruling sign of Gemini. So the time is right. You are in the right place, of course, at the right time. You have perfect timing. And now we are going to be able to go forward together as the forgotten storytellers, or the storytellers that have remembered that now is our time, and using stories to create high vibe fiction and high vibe storytelling to help heal people, fiction that fixes you, this is something that can work. It is the right time for this message. So you literally cannot mess this up. This is the best advice I ever got from my dad. You can't mess this up. Whatever you are delivering, whatever message you're sharing, that is your inspired message, your divine message, and your work will teach you. Whether you're a plotter or you're a pantser or a combination of the two, your work is going to teach you. And that is another thing that we love to talk about in the High Vibe Heroes journey, about how you're plotting out the story, but also healing yourself as you're helping others to heal. It is definitely a beautiful exchange of energy. So with that, I want to thank you guys for having this time with me on this conversation. And I can go and look at some of the questions we've got going on. And look at that fun little banner, Emily. Thank you. All right. So let's see. Fictional, oh, Uncle Iro is a fiction mentor. That's perfect. Yes, you read Harry Potter to your grandgirls every night. That's amazing. And you remember when you discovered book 3? Yeah, so look at all the stuff we've got going on. And it looks like our timing is, again, absolutely perfect, because now is the time when we are going to be able to transition to our next talk. So let me just go up and make sure that there are no major questions to look at. I love that you guys were responding. Thank you so much. All right, cool. So I'm going to go ahead and take my screen off here. There we go. And now it is my honor to be able to introduce to you an amazing individual whom I had the blessing of meeting just last year. His name is John Shableski, and John is a founder of the Reading with Pictures and is a nationally recognized expert in the development of graphic novels category in the publishing industry. So if you are interested in graphic novels, definitely sound out in the comments. This is amazing. So his scope of expertise includes the study of industry trends and market development for retail, public library, and classroom application of graphic novels. And after 15 years in radio and cable television industries, John entered the library and publishing world when he joined Brodart Company in their books division. John has also produced award shows and conventions such as the Wildcat Comic-Con for PCT, Penn State. And John has served as an advisory board member for the Book Expo America. I'm sure a lot of us have heard of that, as a jury member for Comic-Con International's Eisner Awards, and he's currently serving as a jury member for Penn State University's Lynn Award Graphic Novel Prize. So you guys, give it up for our amazing John Shableski and his talk about libraries in the book industry. John, thank you so much for being here. Take it away.
My pleasure. Thank you so much, KristaLyn. I really appreciate it. And Emily, you as well for putting this together. I also want to add to that a lot of what I learned in this process of following the development of the graphic novel category applies to books in general. There's a process and there is a way to create relationships that help you get your book into the hands of the world. So I'm going to, thank you. I'm going to take you on a bit of a path here and help a lot of people appreciate things about your libraries, and this also includes your local booksellers as to what they really do. Too often people walk past their library building or haven't been in or really don't see the inner workings as now you're going to see, and the roles that these folks play in how they make this a better place. Yes, libraries, public libraries are critical to everyone. There's so many services they provide, so many things. They help people become citizens. They help people discover business. They help people discover themselves. And that's one of my favorite pictures right there. A friend of mine, Christian Zabriskie, during Hurricane Sandy, the aftermath of Sandy, his library built communications hubs for the community that the fire departments, the police, and actually local citizens needed desperately. On top of that, having reading times for children who were waiting for any kind of help. Their families were looking for a place to reside. So there's so much more that these libraries provide that we don't really appreciate. And they're not transactional relationships. These are lifelong relationships that you have. But what do libraries do for business? How do they provide business, and how do they account for their existence in your community? Circulation is one of the critical elements. Every time a book or a video or a service is checked out of the library, that's checked as what would call a circulation. And the more services they provide, the greater those numbers are. The bigger those numbers are, the better chances they have for getting funding sources from your local community, your state, and your federal resources. Services provided, such a broad range of services that they have, from literacy efforts to community support, like that last image that you saw. They have author workshops. They have all these wonderful things that you just may not have realized. You just have to walk through the door and say hello. But there is a process here, and understanding that librarian standing in front of you may have a specific role within their building. They are the director, basically the general in charge of operations, the director of operations overall, but she or he has a library degree. The acquisitions librarian is the buyer, the person who makes a lot of decisions for the types of books that go into that building. Reference librarians help you find things. They help with discovery. They point you in the directions of the books, the subject matter that you're looking for. And it runs the gamut. Anything from, you might have a challenge, some sort of legal challenge. They can point you in a direction for the books that help support that. Now you have managers of each department. The children, the teens, and the adult librarians also help coordinate and collaborate all those efforts to serve what you're doing. And yes, Gracie, I agree with you. Yes, libraries are so underutilized. But what's fascinating about that is you have people who are new to your community or this country who come from areas that don't have libraries, but they discover this resource. And it's amazing how much it helps to expedite their process in becoming citizens. How libraries buy books. Time and time again, I will meet authors who are so excited, and I understand this. You have this joy for this child you have created, and you want to share it. Well, in the library's world, there is a process for that. There are key elements here that go to each book that you need to apply for that. It needs to have an ISBN. In order for that book to find itself in their database, that ISBN, it's a 13-digit code that gets applied to every individual book. They need that. Cataloging is the information about your book, the summary, your bio, the subject matter that book falls under. Those are all these key elements of cataloging that need to be applied. And if your book has been reviewed, whether it's the local paper, it's a local website, regional website, national website, those things help that librarian make that decision on where they place that. It's also helpful for you to know if your library does this local author program. They have, most libraries have a local author space that they reserve for you. But knowing how that process works is really very important. Creating your partnership with your local library, just remember they are very, very, even though you may be walking into some sort of session or presentation, oftentimes those things take 6, 8, 12 months in advance of planning and scheduling. So just bear that in mind when you begin these conversations with this librarian who is now your friend, is what's that schedule like? How do those things come together? And you can offer, some sort of support as an author. Every library is different. Every library, every bookstore has its own personality. It's good that you go in and study and get a feel for how that library functions before you make that approach. It helps, I refer to it often as a language. It helps if you understand the language that is being spoken by your library team and how they meet the needs of your community before you, begin your quest to have your book shelved in that library. The most important thing you can do, and as silly as it sounds, is get a library card. That's going to be one of the first things they may ask you is, so show me your library card, because that's proof that you actually appreciate what this space is about. Introduce yourself. This is a picture of a librarian at the reference desk, and just introduce yourself as an author and say, tell them what you're looking to do. Who in the building would you want to talk to? and they will provide you guidance for that. They'll share with you the right person. Sometimes it's a person in a different department who just has a passion for local authors and local storytellers. That helps create this relationship that's not transactional. They know that you're invested in making this thing happen. And of course, once again, that final point that I'll reiterate, please, 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 it's a simple thing. Get a library card. Yeah, this is another fantastic picture of a library team who are operating in response to a local disaster. They're handing out coats. This one, I believe, is just after a tornado had touched down. They were working on solving these crises. So libraries become that hub. And as you see that bottom line there, booksellers, it's the same conversation. You walk in, you find the time to approach them and have this conversation about what you want to accomplish, and then figure out what their schedule is and get a sense of who they are so that you can move forward and have this great relationship. Bookstores and libraries like to support their local authors. But if you understand the language they speak when you go in and you understand the approach needed, you're going to endear yourself very, very well to them. Oh, and a key point. There's this company called Amazon. You just don't bring it up when you walk in. They assume you're selling your book on Amazon, and that's fine. But you know, this relationship that you're creating between the library and between the bookseller is based on you being able to provide those books directly to them or work with them. But to reference even Barnes & Noble is a bit of a faux pas. And I'm trying to think, what's the next one here? Oh, wow, I kind of flew on this one. And so we've got a little bit of time for conversation, but I do want to say thank you to KristaLyn and Emily for putting this together. I think this is such a wonderful, wonderful event. If you have any questions and you'd like to ask them now, feel free, because I can see the chat. Or you can also reach me. That's my email there if you want to do a quick screen grab. Please do not hesitate to post on there. And if you have questions about regular book publishing, as we'd like to kid ourselves in the graphic novel world, or you want to talk about graphic novels as well, that's my email contact. You can also tag me through Twitter, but do not hesitate. I'm happy to help you find your steps onto the path of getting your book published and into the hands of the people who need it.
Wow, thank you so much. Yeah, as we're waiting for some comments to come through, let me just come in and say, wow, that was so great to hear. Who knew that libraries were so involved? And of course you do, but it's so important to share that awareness of libraries. So many people thought before that libraries were kind of on a decline, but you are proving and showing that it's really important to support them for more reasons than just being able to borrow books. So
there's some of the most amazing human beings, like that first picture with Christian. Yeah. And reading to those kids. He and a friend of his, another librarian colleague, had developed these Wi-Fi hotspots that they were taking into the subway systems so that people could get access. And they were surprised at how many homeless people had cell phones that just needed to have that Wi-Fi access. And when it came time for Hurricane Sandy to hit, they were first responders. They brought those hubs into those communities and were just amazing. So there's so much more there.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I love to, and I know this isn't exactly what was in your presentation, but just like a side note, because you are so in the graphic novel world, I feel like right now that is another huge part of high vibration storytelling that's really kicking off, is this expansion in graphic novels and the role that they're playing, not only in like libraries, but also just in like becoming more available, and it's bigger than comic books. So it's kind of transitioning into like a more high vibration function as well.
You know, and one of the things that's really amazing for this, and it's going to tie into a conversation with one of the other presenters coming up, is that the ability to show expression and emotion in those faces, and as articulate as we can be as writers to explain those feelings, to show what it looks like when somebody is crestfallen the moment they've discovered they're not part of this group of friends that they thought they had, or that just overflow of joy. It's so powerful, and it engages readers of all abilities. We're discovering how much more Kids on the spectrum are gaining from this experience and being able to read and see these images. But also this ability to show everything you touched on, KristaLyn, in this in the astrological sphere. I'm now going to look back at a bunch of these books to go, okay, all right, now this makes even more. There's things I understand and intuit, but now you've added a whole other layer to that. So thank you. It was really cool.
Thank you for validating my passion.
I really appreciate that you called out the fact that it's really helpful to kids, because as a daughter of a librarian, that's what my mom is a librarian. And so growing up, I always was super involved in books, but so many of my friends were like, oh no, like books or whatever, we have to read them for school. And now as a mom of 3 kids, and one of my kids is neurodivergent, to see how they are so passionate about the different types of books, and graphic novels plays a huge role in that. And that is a huge thing that we're kind of trying to focus on too, is, hey, the more you expose your kids to these high vibration fictions, the easier their world is going to become as well. And the deeper they'll be able to dive into their healing.
Well, the best part of letting a child or a student, whether they are a child or an adult who has just discovered reading, let them read what they want. And that establishes that joy. Without that joy, you don't have that engagement. Let them read what they want. Let them read everything they want. It's when we start prescribing that that's the switch goes off and you've lost that reader.
Yeah, I know so many people who say that they won't read the classics. And I admit that I was among them for a while. I wouldn't read the classics because people told me to. And that made me want to just go to things that felt more fresh and new. But the classics really do have some gems in there. And it's great that we get to revisit that. So especially for what you're saying, let people read what they want. Let them discover the things on their own.
And with the classics, there are now so many traditional houses publishing graphic novel adaptations of those classics. One of the most brilliant ones I've seen recently is To Kill a Mockingbird as a graphic novel. It's beautiful. Laurie Halsey Anderson's Speak was adapted and updated as a graphic novel, and it's incredible.
Wow. That's
yes. Oh, Trish, you're right. Prescribing is the death of joy. Okay, now think about this. When you're in school from K to 9th grade, well, no, all the way through, you are on what I like to call the death march of reading. You're forced to read all these things that you don't really care about. My big one was my freshman year, my lit class. My teacher, Christy Holt, handed me Pride and Prejudice and said, you need to read this. And I was like, I was surfing at the time, didn't care what girls thought. Sorry, that's just who I was at the moment. And I couldn't, there was nothing there. Now I have this huge appreciation because I've gone through some adaptation programs for adapting Austen's work into graphic novels. She's hilarious. She's amazing as a writer. But at that time, I wasn't ready for that. And to go, here, you have to read this. I was like, no, that's all right. Nice try. But yeah, that's, yeah, Vanity Fair. Oh, I'm sorry. Now I'm distracted by this. This is fun. Yeah, Matt, you're right. Classics are connected to our consciousness. And there are so many books that are listed as classics that we've never read. We all say we have. We just remember the crib notes or the movie. Really, Pride and Prejudice was Mr. Darcy and the Hugh, oh God, what is his name? The actor who played, not Hugh Grant, I'm sorry. Colin Firth, yes. Yeah. And so there was one graphic novel adaptation that I was dealing with on Pride and Prejudice, and this librarian came up to me at a conference and she says, I like this book, but that's not what Mr. Darcy looks like. I'm like, okay, you love the book though, right? Yes, but Darcy needs to look like I think he looks. Like, okay, well, we all do that. So
yeah.
Yay for fan art, right? Like very cool.
Well, part of that earlier, part of your presentation about, fan fiction and these ways that we bond with these stories that inspire us to tell more stories. I think that's wonderful. I think you should let kids loose and let that storyteller free If they're going to draw it, if they're going to write it,
Mhm.
don't try to shape it. It's going to find its way. Let them just give them guidance. Teach them how to run with scissors, not that they can't
Mhm.
run with scissors, right?
Yeah, I love that. I also love Aspen mentioned about Shakespeare. I appreciate Shakespeare so much more now, knowing that the Elizabethan worldview actually incorporated astrology as part of its understanding of the world. So when he talks about the spheres and stars, he's actually talking about astrology. Well, now I'm interested.
Right. And he was a playwright, which I've done
Yes.
lecture after lecture at universities where somebody in the room's like, so why would you want to adapt Shakespeare as a graphic novel? Like,
Why
it's a
wouldn't
play.
you?
It's a play.
Yeah, it's a
It's
play.
literally visual storytelling.
Right.
Jupiter actually rules playwriting and theater. Fun
Right.
fact.
That is not surprising, actually, once you know more
Yeah,
about
right?
Shakespeare. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask you about, John, could you talk a little bit about how libraries are adapting to this modern technology age? Because I feel like that is something that people don't necessarily know a ton about. You know, we think of our libraries as places we can go to check out books, but there's a ton of other stuff they're doing, right?
Oh, of course. Well, that's the nature of libraries is adaptation, is providing you with the next thing that you're asking for before you even know you're going to ask for it. And they're not proprietary in what they develop for your local, they share globally. They do these things so that other libraries can survive and serve their communities. So when it comes to internet access or Wi-Fi capabilities or technologies, this is not a new concept. Going back to, and this is one of my favorite things to surprise people with, Valley of the Dolls and popular reading was another thing that a next generation new wave reader came into the library building because they didn't want to try to buy it at their bookstore because their bookstore was the bastion of literature. And so popular reading was available in those libraries. And then, I'm showing my age here, the arrival of VHS really brought in a whole new market to these libraries. And then just ahead of internet access was the beginning arrival of graphic novels in the shape of manga, which is Japanese comics.
Yes.
And those librarians understood that this was bringing brand new readers into the building whose parents couldn't find these kids because they left home to go find graphic novels at their library. And it was this new generation of reader and friend coming into those libraries. As internet service has become more sophisticated and more mobile and more flexible, so too are the librarians who are adapting to make sure that you've got access. Case in point, going back to that first slide with Christian and his crew from Queens, being able to develop these Wi-Fi hotspots and carry them to locations before that became actually a regular technology.
Yeah. Even things like Libby and Overdrive too, where you can now check out ebooks and audiobooks on your device without even having to go to the library. Like those are huge adaptations to the modern time.
And those libraries have apps so that you can access your library account wherever you are around the world by downloading your book through that app. And having those services available actually has fostered a whole new industry. I'm on a project right now where there are, I think, nearly 60 platforms the publishers can use to get their books to library systems.
Wow.
And so, yeah, it is a $19 billion a year business, library world is. So that's, rather considerable. Everything a publisher or a technology company invests into libraries does pay them back. It's their own space program.
Wow.
Books get exposure through libraries. To me, represent what radio stations used to be. They get exposure for your book and help create a fan base for you.
I love that so much, especially this past year when we've all been stuck at home, and libraries had to shut down. The fact that they could still keep operating with these different apps and with these different, the quickness. I was just paying attention because I'm addicted to my public library. So the quickness in which everyone was adapting in the library world to accommodate people in COVID, knowing that they needed books now more than ever, was really, really, really cool to see.
Well, it's a two-purpose thing there. One, they need to make sure they keep their doors open, that you're always available. And so in that process of adaptation again, they figured out what they needed to do to safely provide you with services. They would do curbside drop off for books and delivery for books. And then of course the COVID situation made a lot of library systems and app developers even improve greater amount of service to what you could access, because they understood that, a lot of us have not left our houses or apartments or our environments, and our escape, comes through now this digital leash that we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So kind of random question. What are some of your book recommendations, whether graphic novels or other books? What are some of your faves?
I am a huge fan of Malcolm Gladwell's stuff, Outliers. There's so many, Emily and I were messaging earlier. There are so many things that create these moments. And this stuff doesn't happen by chance. And so Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers and his philosophies help confirm what I've already been suspicious of myself already, is that I know there are things that influence these moments. I like biographies about people who have been change agents. Ben Franklin's one of my heroes. I'm getting near his age, so I want to be able to do as much as he did after 72. And then also this wonderful explosion of this graphic novel category. So many brilliant stories that are told of every kind of genre you can think of. And being a part of this Penn State jury committee, I'm seeing some brilliant books. The Dirk Bector's book on Kent State is this brilliant piece of graphic journalism. Jerry Craft's follow-up to New Kid is Class Act, and Jerry is a brilliant storyteller. I really think he is so much like Twain as a storyteller, in that he can bring up social commentary, punch you in the nose a couple times, give you a hug, make you laugh, but then make you realize here are things we can fix. And being able to show facial expressions and those emotions and that essence of what the author really is trying to show you. I met Salman Rushdie several years ago at a book festival in Miami, and he said, if I could show you these stories, this is how I would tell you stories. I can write millions of words, but if I could draw these pictures for you, that's how I would tell the story. And to me, that was huge.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I know Emily can draw and write at the same time, but I've always wished I could draw, but I can't. I can paint pictures with words, and that's my medium. And thank goodness we have both, and it's awesome.
Oh yes. Can I talk a little bit about Tracy, who's coming up?
Sure. Yeah, I think we have a couple minutes.
So Tracy White, who's one of our speakers today, I met her through her book, How I Made It to 18. And it's this brilliant, almost, it's more memoir, but the way she explains who she was at that time and utilizing the perspectives of her friends to tell this story. We all have this own version of ourselves, and then you have those friends who are very honest with you. It amazes me, and it's still one of my all-time favorite memoir stories to share with you. So I totally, wholeheartedly encourage that you take a look at that.
Yeah, and she is coming up at 2:45 Eastern time today, you guys. So if you want to hear more from Tracy, who's the author of that book that John was just talking about, she will talk.
I think my favorite way of positioning that book is you can survive yourself in spite of yourself.
That is a very fair statement. You can survive yourself in spite of yourself. I think that describes how I made it to 18 too. Being 100% honest. I love with the graphic novel industry, it's kind of, bringing more arts obviously into the book industry other than just cover design, which I just appreciate so much, because there's such incredible art talent working on so many of these different graphic novels, and the opportunities for more of these artists to come in is just so expansive, especially with social media. Like if you spend a couple hours on Twitter, you'll see agents being like, hey, I need someone to illustrate something. Anyone want to pitch me? And it's not this like something that people kind of view as almost, elitist is the wrong word, but something it's like, oh, that's someone who has to have tons and tons of experience. It's like, no, with this huge uptake in the industry, people are just looking for people who are really talented, and it's very exciting.
It really is. And I think what's wonderful, something you pointed out, is the art style of that storyteller really does fit that story. It doesn't have to be what a lot of people have assumed, because you see the superhero capes and tights overwrought artwork, which is, some of it's really amazingly beautiful. The art styles can be very, very simple, like what Tracy does, or there's a great book by David Small called Stitches, and David is world renowned for his children's books that he's illustrated. But Stitches is a very simple but very elegant art style. And one of the things I love about this moment now is you do judge a book by its cover. You open that graphic novel, and the artwork interiors match that cover style.
Yeah.
As you read through, you realize that this really is the best way this story could be represented.
Absolutely, it definitely is. And I love that you called out manga too. So talk about high vibration storytelling, like manga God. And like Japanese manga. Oh my goodness. And my husband is an avid collector. We have more manga than shelves. So I personally have read quite a bit of it, but it is so high vibration, and it's such simple design so often. And still it tells this story that, like, you know, breaks your heart in the first 3 pages. And you're like, how is this happening? And I love that is kind of, we're having a Western response to that at the same time, which is really kind of cool.
You know what's really fascinating about that is the art style you see of manga, the large eyes and all that. That's an echo of Walt Disney. Yeah. Osamu Tezuka, who is really the what they call the godfather of manga, he adapted Treasure Island when he was 17 years old as a manga after watching Steamboat Willie and those early Disney films. So a lot of those characters, the big eyes and all that stuff, really comes from that. And he was 17. That first book sold nearly 500,000 copies on the first print run.
Wow.
And it's also a very important part of why Japanese literacy rates are like 99.5%, because comics are a normal part of their reading experience.
Oh yeah, and they come out so quickly. That blows my mind. It's like, oh, this chapter is out the next week, and it's out the next week. I'm like, how did you write and draft and draw and format it all in a week? Like, how did that happen?
Those artists, they're insane. It's amazing to watch them work constantly. They're just drawing, and they can have a brilliant conversation with you, and they're still just sketching and just pulling. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, like KristaLyn's like, Emily can draw. I'm like, yeah, but not like graphic novel level of drawing. Like, I can draw, but not like that.
Oh, you know what? I'm looking at Mozzie's last response.
Yes.
You know, it's and Mozzie says, I'm someone who sees specific images when I hear certain music. There are so many of these comics creators, and comics being the medium, who are also musicians. So there is a rhythm and a pattern to the way they draw and write. And it's really pretty phenomenal to be able to walk into a gathering at one of the shows and say, all right, we're going to pick up a band. And within moments, you have every musician you can think of that you would want that can play as well as draw and write.
Yeah, it's really incredible.
We actually received several pitches for the Forgotten Storytellers of people who are musicians primarily, but they have this passion to also share a story, and they are coming up with some amazing ideas. So you can definitely see the connection there.
Yeah. Well, John, thank you so much for joining us today. This has been an incredible talk. I'm going to pull your little screen off so we can fully see your face now.
Super illuminating.
My gallery.
Yeah. Absolutely. We were lucky enough to meet John through a panel we were going to have at Comic-Con this past year. Obviously, that got kind of postponed because of COVID and everything. But we kind of have created this own makeshift panel for us here on the summit. So thank you so much for coming on and talking about all your amazing work.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you. You both. And thank you for your work as well. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, guys, be sure you check out his website or check him out on Twitter. He's just
LinkedIn.
Yeah, LinkedIn, all of the places. We did put the link in the comments here, so scroll back up if you need to find that. And thank you again, John.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks,
have a good day. Enjoy the rest of the program, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Wow, he was so fun to talk to. That was amazing.
That was awesome. So fun.
right?
And oh, hey, our next guests are joining right now as well. So that's really cool. All right, there we go.
Guys, we're so excited. This summit is just kicking off. We have so many other amazing speakers that are coming your way over the next couple of hours. So definitely we're just excited to be able to kick off this with you guys. How are you doing, Krista? You good over there?
I am fantastic. I'm doing all the behind the scenes stuff. You guys, if you could see the amount of screens I have for this summit, I feel like Captain Kirk in Star Trek, or, oh, my dad's going to be so disappointed, but I don't know who has the most screens to look at in the Star Trek captain's quarters are up there. So I'm just, we have our two next speakers here. Guys, next up, Emily, I know you get the introduction for this, but I'm so excited. These people are amazing. I've connected with them on Instagram, and I cannot wait to hear what they have to share with us. They have their own podcast. It's super cool. So
yeah, so we actually have a team coming up, which is super fun. So I'm happy to introduce to you Jacqueline DeVore, who is the editor-in-chief of DeVore Editorial, an editing company that provides premium submission-ready editing to prepare writers and their manuscripts for publications. She's a professional editor with 16 years of experience, a writer, and a former psychotherapist, which is really fascinating to me, and I'm very excited about that. And also Angela, who is a writer, reader, and freelance fiction editor specializing in submission-ready manuscript editing. And I believe they both work together at DeVore Editorial, which is really exciting. And she spent her professional life preparing and polishing works of art for the wonderful world of publication. And together they co-host the Editor Life podcast. Guys, give Angela and Jacqueline a huge warm welcome. We are so excited to have them here, and I can't wait to hear what they talk about.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi. Oh my gosh, I love this setup. It's so great to be here with everybody. Thank you so much for inviting us. We're excited.
Yes, if I have any weird sound issues, you guys let us know, because I am having problems with my AirPods playing well with the speaker, or the microphone rather. So if it gets funky, let me know. So I don't want to deafen anyone with weird feedback.
Same. Yes. Please just let us know in the comments and we'll be sure. Oh, it's a bit echoey. Oh, it's ethereal. Here, let me see if I can turn myself down a little bit. All right. Well, we are so excited to be here. Today, we're going to be talking about identifying your ideal editor. Jacqueline, do you want to see if we can pull up our presentation?
Yes, I'm going to see if I can share the screen here with our presentation.
Also, excuse us if we have any mild interruptions. We're both obviously working from home, and my children are home for the day. So if you hear any loud shrieking or anything, just don't worry about it.
Okay, so it's telling me that screen sharing is easiest with two monitors, but that's not a reality right now. So here we go. We're going to do this tab right here. This is such a cool setup, you guys. I'm glad you found this software. Okay.
Awesome.
Can we see that? It's not like the fanciest of slideshows, but
that's all right. We can see that. I can see that on my screen. So you guys let us know if you can't see it on your end. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So this is identifying your ideal editor. So first of all, thank you so much for being here. Welcome. We're going to be talking a lot about the author-editor relationship today, guiding you on how to find your best fit editor and making sure that you know how to find a relationship that works for you, that's both productive and harmonious.
Okay. I will try to keep up with Angela with the button clicking.
Yes, we can go ahead.
Okay.
All right. So a couple of things we're going to be covering is who we are, what we do at DeVore Editorial, how to find your ideal editor, and we're going to go over a little bit about why you need one, when you might be ready for an editor, a few questions to ask yourself, both as you get ready for editing and as you prepare for working with someone professionally, a few general traits of a qualified, great editor, and a few secrets about editors. And of course, at the end, we're going to include a little bonus gift from us. So Jacqueline, why don't you tell them a little bit more about who we are and what we do?
Yes. So as Angela mentioned, we are both moms. So we do understand something about birthing an entity into the world, whether that's a human or a book, or any other kind of piece of writing. We're also fellow writers, which many editors do also identify as writers. But I think sometimes they're afraid to own that, and we are not. We actually think it's an asset that we are fellow writers, fellow word people, because I think it helps us relate better to you as a writer, and we understand what it feels like, because Angela and I have also both been professionally edited. Our work has been professionally edited, so we understand how to bring, empathy and sensitivity into that relationship, because sometimes being edited is scary. So we get it. As a business, I know you heard our little blurb already, but we'll go through it again. So we help who we call serious career writers and writer editors get submission ready. So submission ready means we are the last editorial eyes before you begin your either your independent publishing process or your querying process if you're pursuing traditional publishing. We are also reader advocates, which I think Angela will be talking about that a little bit more later, unless you want to cover that now.
No, we can go over it in a little bit.
Okay.
Perfect. So yeah, that's a little bit about who we are. We, again, want to say thank you to KristaLyn and Emily for their invitation for us to be here. We swear we can edit better than we talk. So we should have said that at the beginning. Despite the fact that we have a podcast.
Angela and I do a podcast together, and we always say, I swear we sound better on paper.
But regardless of that, we're super excited to be here and to help writers navigate the editing and publishing landscapes. If anyone does have any questions during our presentation, write them down, put them in the chat box so that you can remember them. But we will have a little bit of a Q&A at the end. And we're also going to have a free download for you all as part of our bonus via our website, which covers a lot of the information that we're going to be talking about today.
So I want to start with kind of the tough news first. The hardest pill to swallow probably of our presentation is going to be our advice to avoid the temptation to go with the lowest editing rate you can find. And we know that that's hard to hear because low rates are really attractive. Writers don't tend to make a ton of money. We are all on tight budgets. But if you go with the cheapest, or as we like to call freest option, you don't usually get the most professional results. Mm-hmm. So we also want to point out there's a difference between having volunteer readers look at your manuscript and give you feedback, and that's a different process than going through a professional editing. So the professional editor is a paid service, and we'll talk more about that in a moment, but we're all for getting as many people who you are comfortable reading your manuscript as possible.
Yes.
Then once you get through all of that, the volunteer readers, the critique partners, the beta readers, then it's time to talk about whether or not you're ready for editing, the professional editing process. Yes. So Angela, you talk about these cold, hard numbers. I'm not really a numbers person, so I'm going to handle this.
Yeah, if you listen to any episode of our podcast ever, you'll definitely understand that we are not numbers people. But in 2018, there was a survey of more than 8,000 authors, which revealed that 74% of authors who received more than $5,000 in book sales had invested in professional editing before publication. That is a huge number. That is definitely skewed more toward the positive of having your manuscript being both read and well received when it's been through an editing process with a professional.
Yes. All right. So the other fun fact here is that it has been scientifically proven that we cannot see our own typos.
Yes.
And that is also a disclaimer if you find a typo in our presentation. It's just science. So when you're editing your own manuscript, your brain has this built-in handicap, the way that it is wired, because what you are reading on the screen with your manuscript or on the page or whatever is actually at odds with what you knew you meant to say. Mm-hmm. So there's this tension that goes on when you're reading your manuscript. So you will automatically correct what you're reading so that it says what you know it's supposed to say. So that's why you need that third party, that objective third party. And if you're going for the super polished manuscript, then you do want to go with a professional editor before you pursue your official publishing path.
Yes.
So we're going to chat a little bit about finding your ideal editor. It's why you're all here, right? So Angela, do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so before you're signing on with the most affordable editor, you want to make sure that you're not trading off professionalism or other qualities that you desire for that lesser investment. And as soon as I find my notes, I'll say more on that. But the point, let's see. You want to make sure, that trade-off isn't at the expense of that value, regardless if, that shiny low rate. Jacqueline, I'm going to take it for a second. Let's see.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, sorry. So instead of starting with a price tag, so we're going to give you something else to consider. Consider looking at who your ideal editor is. And that may be as simple as actually creating a document that is like a living profile of what you are looking for in a professional to work with. What kind of traits and qualities? And we're going to talk a little bit more about that.
Yes. So here are a couple of questions to consider for identifying your ideal editor. So everyone is going to have different answers to these based on who they are as a person and who they are as a writer as well. Those are, kind of two different things. And where their manuscript is, how they're feeling about their manuscript, what they know their manuscript needs. And then part of what an editor will do is confirm, yes, that is what your manuscript needs, or actually, have you considered this other option? So here are a few questions that you can consider as you begin looking for your ideal editor. And we'll just read through them very quickly, even though we know you all can read. We're going to say them out loud. So what traits, skills, and values are important to you? So Angela and I talk a lot about whether or not our prospective clients are good fits for us as a team. So we have our stated list of values that's in our About section on our website. And we assume that if someone has found us to work with us, that they have looked at that and at least some of those values overlap. And that's why they are drawn to working with us. What kind of editing experience do you desire? And Angela, I think you had a couple of examples for that. Like, do you want it to be really collaborative? Do you want to be looking at the edits in real time? Or do you want to pass off the manuscript like a relay baton?
Yes, exactly. There's a different, how active do you want to be? If you're someone who wants to take a vacation from your manuscript, as we like to call it, while it's being edited, then it'd be a great idea to, for sure, send the full completed manuscript to your editor and then just be like, great, see you in 6 to 8 weeks. There are others who might prefer having a chapter edited at a time. It's completely up to you and whatever works best for you. Now, an editor is going to have an opinion on how they tackle those edits. So for instance, they may be an editor who only accepts the full manuscript, so that they have a holistic view. Those are important questions to ask that hopefully an editor will be able to go over with you in a consultation.
And you know what, some of these questions that we're asking, you might be like, I don't know, I don't really have an opinion. And that's great. That means that you have some flexibility and that you can find, it might be a little bit easier to find your ideal editor because you aren't feeling strongly in one way or the other. So you're more willing to go along with what their set process is.
And it'll help make it easier for you as you're discussing these questions with an editor. Is their answer is it giving me joy, as Emily Gilmore would say? Is it making me feel good, or am I getting a red flag about this answer? A lot of times, if you don't know the answers beforehand, it makes it clearer as you're hearing them for the first time.
Yes. So these are questions that we are presenting to you just so you have some context for knowing the kinds of things that you could be looking for in an editor. And then you may be like, I don't really know, I'm just kind of open. And then you talk to a prospective editor and you're like, oh, that didn't sound very good to me at all. So you're, becoming more educated on what you do and don't want in an editor. And that's pretty cool. So we'll go through these last 3 really quickly here. Are you looking for a specific service? And we will talk more about the differences between an editor and a book coach, the different types of editing. So it gets a little hairy, so we try to make it as simple as possible. But you do probably have a specific service that you need for your manuscript, and whether or not you know what that's called, it's okay as long as you can say kind of, okay, I'm at point A, and after I work with an editor, I would like to be at point B. Do you have a specific goal in mind? And those can be publishing goals. They can be, do you want your book to be on a bestseller list, or do you just want to write a book because you wanted to write a book and you just want it out there? Or did you want to write a book just to share with your family? I mean, everyone has different goals for their books.
Yes, absolutely. Perhaps you feel like your project is a little bit more commercial and you'd like it to make it more literary. Any goal you have, it's important for your editor to know what those goals are so that they can offer you the right transformation.
Yes, and transformation is the key word here. When you are looking for your editor, you want to know pretty clearly what transformation they can provide to you in your manuscript. If they can't answer that question, keep looking.
Yes.
And so that's kind of the same as this last question here. What outcome do you expect? That's what transformation are you seeking, right? Okay. So what does a lower rate actually mean? So it might be easier on the bank account, which always sounds nice. But here are just 2 of the trade-offs that we see a lot. Angela, will you talk about this first one? Because it gives me hives to even think about.
So yes, there are a lot of rates. I'm sure many of you have heard of them. A lot of sites like Upwork and Fiverr. These editors on the sites are competing. Wow. See, I don't see.
Hey, it's a new word. I like it.
Are competing for both sales and clients. And the culture then is fostered as one of competition over community, which is exactly the opposite of the values that we have at DeVore Editorial and that we think all high vibe minded editors should have. So you getting caught in the crossfire of that hustle culture is not going to be of service to either you or your project.
Or the writing community, quite honestly.
Yes. Now, on the other hand, there are going to be lower rates, whether it's on Upwork, Fiverr, or whether you found someone directly on their website or social media. A lot of times a rate can indicate a newer, less experienced editor. And there are obviously pros and cons to that. We all have to start somewhere. We have all had our first client and we had to start somewhere. And a lot of times the way that you do that is by offering a lower rate. The importance here is that you are knowing yourself. You're asking yourself, these questions about your goals, what questions to ask your editor so that you can discover whether or not this is a successful editor in the making and you get to be their first client. Or if this is someone who is just dipping their toe in the water for the first time and maybe they're not quite ready to take on a full project yet.
And you don't want to be halfway through your editing project to find out.
No, you need to do your due diligence beforehand and ask all of these questions. And you want to go into an editing relationship feeling 100% comfortable with your decision.
Because it is a big investment. Whether you go with someone who has a lower rate, it's still a big investment of your time, your energy, your creative effort. I mean, there are investments even outside of monetary that really have to be considered with the editing relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me.
So now that we have you feeling nervous about editing.
Now it's time to make you feel better.
Yes, we would love to make you feel better about editing. And if you are feeling nervous about editing, if you've never worked with an editor before and you're just like, oh, it sounds really scary and there are all these things to consider. What if I pick the wrong one? I mean, there are so many things that you could choose to worry about, which is why we're trying to give you these tools so that you can hopefully find your ideal editor. The number one reason we hear outside of it's a big investment for why people don't pursue professional editing is fear. They're afraid that their manuscript will be torn apart. And we're not going to lie to you all. Those editors are out there. We know some of those editors. They exist. And what's funny is that they do have an ideal client. There are people out there, writers who are out there who are just like, okay, here's my manuscript, just tear it up. Just mark it. And that's what they want. And I think that's what's so cool is that there is an editor for every writer and a writer for every editor. So, but I have a feeling if you're a part of this summit, you're probably not really into the kind of editor who would just tear apart your manuscript. I don't think that's your approach to the creative process. I could be wrong, so I'm just making an assumption here, but what we do want to say is that a good editor helps you clarify your message and not change it. Whatever their approach to editing might be, it is never their job to change your message.
Yes, if they're asking you to change your message, that's a red flag. But instead, what they should be doing is maybe revising your wording in order to more effectively communicate your message, which is why that clarification is so important. We want to clarify, not change. And one of the traits we'll talk about when we talk about traits of a good editor is that they seek to understand your message before assuming to change it. So we'll talk about that soon. Okay, so Angela, do you want to tell us this first kind of practical hurdle for identifying the ideal editor? Yes. So if you are especially new, if this is your first project that you're bringing to an editor, you might not even know or be aware of that there are different forms of editing. So how are you going to know what kind of editing you need? So we're going to briefly go over the different kinds of editing in general. Now, we want to have a disclaimer at the beginning of this and saying that these terms are kind of fluid. There's a lot of discussion and discourse around what the levels of editing actually are and what connotates each. There's a lot of disagreement in the community, but for the purposes of today, we're going to be pulling it directly from the Chicago Manual of Style, which is what we like to call like the editor's Bible for style. So we're going to be breaking it down by developmental editing, manuscript editing, which can also be called copy editing or line editing, and proofreading. So developmental editing is more directly shaping the content of your work. So this is like very early stages of the writing process. It works with, it identifies the way your story should be presented and so on. A lot of times developmental editing may involve a total rewrite or reorganizing your work if it needs it, before the manuscript editing even begins. Think of this as an evaluation of like your themes, characterization, setting, voice, tone, and structure. These are big picture edits that if you were to attend to them after your small edits, you'd find yourself making a lot of duplicate changes or unnecessary changes because, oops, I found this major plot hole and now I have to rewrite 7 chapters, but I already edited them and now this is a huge pain. That's usually why developmental editing comes first if you determine that you need it, if you're having issues with fleshing out your characters' motivations or the structure of your chapters, that kind of thing. Manuscript editing, or copy editing and line editing, requires attention to every word and punctuation mark in the manuscript. And it requires a thorough knowledge of, we just mentioned it, like the Chicago Manual of Style, for example. It also requires an ability to make logical, defensible decisions, which breaks down into two different areas. As you're going to see, manuscript editing has mechanical editing, and then there's substantive editing. Mechanical is your run-of-the-mill grammar, hyphenation, punctuation, that kind of thing. All of the rules related to capitalization, spelling, that kind of thing. And it does also attend to like grammar, syntax, and word usage. Now, substantive editing is going a little bit deeper into the copy editing process, and it deals with like the organization and presentation of your existing content. So it involves rewriting at the sentence level, for example, in order to, as we said before, clarify that message. It helps to eliminate any ambiguity and really tighten up maybe a section that is a little more loosely written or lacks focus. The last stage of the process would be proofreading. And this is perhaps one of the terms that is most wildly disputed, because oftentimes proofreading means something different in traditional publishing than it does for self-publishing, or an author thinks, oh, I only have a few errors, I just need proofreading. A lot of times, Jacqueline can attest to this, that we will get a request for an author that says, that they require proofreading when what they really need is copy editing. And that's of no fault of their own. A lot of times, like, these terms are vague, it's jargon, and we actually try not to use these kinds of terms in our own marketing because it's confusing. And it is our job to figure out what your manuscript needs and to give it to you. It's not your job to figure out what you need, but it's a good idea to have these kind of guidelines.
And there's an analogy that I always use. So it's when I take my car to the mechanic, it's a really good thing that they don't bring out their toolbox and put it in front of me and go, okay, what do I need to use to fix your car? Because I'd be like, I don't know. That one. I would panic and I would just point at something and be like, please use that, sir. And then they would be like, I don't, you sure that's it? And I'll just be like, yeah, I don't know. You're the professional. This is your job. So I imagine it's very similar. Like, I know how to drive a car, right? I don't know how to fix it. Just like you might know how to write a manuscript, but doesn't mean you know how to edit it or which tools you need to use. So that's, this is one of my big messages to the editing community. And we've talked about this on our podcast too. I always use that example when I am coaching other editors, and everyone laughs, but I mean, it's true. I would cry if someone was like, which tool do I need to use to fix your car? I'd be like,
run away.
I'd
run away. I'll get a new car. It's fine.
I'll just buy a new one. It's fine. I don't need that one anymore. Just burn it. Bye. So with that in mind, I'm sure that, it might not be that extreme, but I think it is we try to keep that in mind when we are presenting our services to prospective clients. We try not to overload the jargon. And so if someone is overloading you with jargon, one of your prospective or potential editors, it means they're either really new or really experienced. And like they just, it's really hard to tell. So I think, you have a right as a writer, as a potential client for this editor, to be like, okay, so you said developmental editing. What does that mean to you? Because the truth is every editor uses these terms slightly differently. So, if someone says, okay, we're going to do a copy edit, you're totally within your right to just go, can you please define for me what copy editing is in your business?
Yes.
Because copy editing looks different for every editor. And I don't want you to feel pressure to just be like, yeah, I know exactly what that means because I looked it up, because you don't know how that person is using it, as how that particular editor is using it. So Don't be afraid to ask questions.
And it also helps you establish whether that editor is going to be good at managing your expectations and communicating clearly with you. Because if they can't communicate what they're going to be doing to your manuscripts to your satisfaction, that's a red flag.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So in our last example here is just proofreading. What you need to know about proofreading is that essentially proofreading is correcting errors only. At an in-house publisher, for example, proofreading is often done on PDFs or what we call page proofs or galley proofs, meaning that the manuscript has already been fully edited and it is locked. You are not changing anything about characters, theme, setting. Nope, you don't get to mess with that sentence. It's done. We are just looking for errors that would look bad when it's printed out and on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
That is
stray typos,
Yep.
backwards quotation marks. I don't know how those get in there, but they do. Strange, like weird formatting, like a whole line is in a like italics and it's not supposed to be, stuff like that.
Yes. So that's just a general breakdown. But we really do encourage you not to hire an editor only based on the level of editing. But keep in mind their values, their experience, their professionalism, and that transformation that they're offering you. Because a skilled editor can view your work and determine what you need without employing jargon.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So let's talk about the difference between a book coach and an editor. So full disclosure, Angela and I are not your book coach.
No,
we are not
your book coach. Hashtag not your book coach.
Not our zone of genius by any stretch. You don't want us to be your book coach. And here's what we mean by that, okay? So you have book coaches, you have editors, you have agents, and you have publishers. Let's talk a little bit about the role of each of those. We don't want to bore you, but we just want to provide you with a little bit of an overview because people will be throwing these titles around and you're just going to be like, yeah, sure. Okay, can you tell me that? It's like in actual people terms now. So we're going to try to tell you in actual people terms what these are or who these people are and what they do.
So a book coach gets involved early to help an author with big picture issues like finding their voice, connecting with their audience, working through beliefs and fears maybe, and setting writing goals. So they help authors gain clarity about who their ideal readers are, what their goals are, and what the impact or purpose of their book is. So helping really hone that message and figuring out how it's going to transform people, teams, companies, the world, whatever you're writing for.
Mm-hmm. And they do, the good ones anyway, will work with you on mindset. So if you're feeling stuck, they do a little bit of, it's, the coaching mindset is all about getting you unstuck. So that's a good way to remember that if you are feeling stuck and you just need help finishing your book, like you just need to get it written, that's what a book coach will help you do.
Yes.
So let's talk about what editors do. And so this is Angela and I live for this. So we're really excited to tell you about what we do. Actually, we were really excited when we were invited to the summit because it's like, you want us to talk about editing? Yes, we would love to talk about editing. So here's our chance. So we have some bullet points here on what editors do. We help with organization, flow of information. We love pulling out our usage guides and making sure that specific word is the exact right word for what you are trying to say.
I have them all sitting on my pretty shelf right here.
Yes. And we do. We like, our books are in a special place for both of us. We're like, our editing books. And we're so excited for any excuse to pull them out and use them. So punctuation, Angela and I actually created a comma masterclass, like a whole class just around using commas. And pro tip, if you are trying to do some self-editing to prepare to work with a professional editor, say you're shopping around for editors but you want to do something with your hands to stay busy with your manuscript, you can do an editing pass just focusing on correct commas. And you will save yourself time and money on an editor, because as the type of editing that we do, for the type of editing we do, we are mostly moving commas around. I'd say that's like 80% of our editing is checking commas. So we'll check commas, and we know the difference between a hyphen, an in dash, and an em dash. Like, that's literally our job. We also really love em dashes. And so we'll help you with grammar. And now I don't want you to read that and think, an editor is just going to make me sound like a school teacher in my manuscript. So when we say grammar, we actually mean, does your grammar fit your story? So it doesn't mean is it absolutely textbook correct, but if it is breaking rules, is it breaking rules in the right way? Mm-hmm. Specifically in dialogue. You want to make sure the dialogue and the grammar and the syntax of a character matches who that character is. And if you're kind of a free-spirited writer, you're not going to have really tense, super correct prose. You're going to make a few exceptions so that your voice as the author can be fully experienced by the reader. But what we will advocate for is, will the reader understand where and how you're making those changes or taking creative liberties? So when we say grammar, we're not like going to make everything correct. We're going to make sure that it is how you want it to sound and how your ideal reader will understand it. So we also help recognize gaps in logic and story. So Angela and I do, we find some really interesting things in manuscripts. And I mean, down to the point that I think we were in the margins doing comments on a manuscript. I think this was last year. And it was something about...
I know what you're going to say.
Are we talking about are we really going to share this story? Okay, so
we are.
I mean, we got down to like, okay, is it a red thatched roof or is it a tile roof? And so like at one point I had written that it was shingles, and then at another point it was shakes. And so we're like, well, which one is it? Is it shingles or shakes? And he was using it to be sort of interchanged. And we're like, well, no, like shake is a very specific type of shingle. And so if you're going to say shingle first, you can't then go in and say shakes because the reader has already pictured whatever shingle they've imagined. And he's like, you guys really, like, you read very closely. And we're like, that's literally our job. So that's an example, just one example of, where we try to make sure that everything is a smooth read for your ideal reader. Now, is your ideal reader going to stop and be like, wait, it said shingles, now it says shakes? Probably not. But they are going to have to take a little extra effort to like update their picture in their minds, and it'll pull them out of the story a little bit. And so we're always advocating for keeping your reader in the story. Mm-hmm. And even if it means, getting nitpicky about shingles and shakes. So tightening prose, that's removing redundancies and making sure that the way that the sentence construction is on the page is the best fit for the story. We will ask questions, lots of questions to clarify concepts. It's a lot of like, hey, I'm reading it as this. Is that what you meant? Or sometimes it's, hey, I think I understand what you're saying. I think what you're saying is this. However, your ideal reader might interpret it as this other thing over here. So we're always presenting different perspectives and interpretations because you as the writer, you wrote it on the page, you're like, that's what it means. And like you understand it so intimately. So we say that editors are sort of translators. We're trying to help you translate your story in your mind onto the page for your ideal reader. Luckily, it's all still in English, but it's like the nuance of how you present it. So we also help find creative solutions. So one of the traits of a good editor we're going to talk about is that a good editor will present solutions, not just problems. Yes. So we might tell you why something isn't working, as it is on the page, but we're never just going to be like, this isn't working, or this is awkward, and then just sort of leave you hanging. We'll be like, hey, I'm a little confused here. Here are some other ways you could recast the sentence if you mean this, or if you mean that, then this is another way to do it. And then we always say in your own words, because they are your words, and anything that we filtered through our minds are going to be in our words as your editors. So we want to make sure you're not just taking our prescription, that you're also making sure that it's honoring your voice.
Yes.
Okay, got really excited. Now let's go on and talk about something else. Angela, this is your jam.
This is my jam as the query coach at Devore Editorial. But I will go briefly through this, since I'd have a whole presentation on literary agents, but it's not today. So literary agents are also known as authors' representatives. So they are different from editors in almost every way. So they serve as intermediaries between you, the writer, and between potential employers, such as publishers, television producers, foreign rights executives, that kind of thing. So in addition to finding work for their clients, agents also may negotiate contracts, pursue publicity and marketing for you, and advise you throughout your career. Where do you see your career going? What are your goals, and how can they help you succeed in them? It's important to note here that some agents may have editorial experience, and many of them take a hands-on approach with your submission. But it is a common misconception that all agents are editorially minded. Many do not have editing experience. So it's highly advantageous for you to have your manuscript professionally edited before you start querying. The number one reasons that I hear writers being rejected for their manuscripts is there are either too many typos, their characters aren't fleshed out, or the agent isn't connecting with the voice. Those are all three things that can be rectified during a professional edit. It's also important to note that in fiction, agents will only take a look at the manuscript once it's been completed. In other words, you can't be in your first draft or have half of it completed. That's for nonfiction only, and it can be represented based on a nonfiction proposal. So that's important to note. All right.
Okay, we have a 5-minute warning. So
hey, we got this.
Told you we can get carried away with this stuff. So
our next slide is about what publishers do. And I think we all know basically what publishers do. They offer in-house editing, distribute, print your book, sell it. Done.
Shortest version ever. Okay.
Yes.
So here are a couple of questions, and for understanding things that you want. And these are things that your editor, at least if they're a good editor, are probably going to ask you. What are your publishing goals? What is your budget? What's your deadline? And how collaborative do you want the process to be? And Angela, this is in our little freebie, right? So
yes, at the end,
don't worry about furiously scribbling this down or anything.
And if anyone would like us to send them this presentation, we can do that as well.
Yeah, just let us know. We'll have it available. So general traits of a quality editor: professional, skillful and experienced, able to communicate clearly and respectfully, manages expectations and clearly defines the working relationship. And this one's really important. Is a champion for your manuscript. You want your editor to love your manuscript. Probably not as much as you do, because no one can love your manuscript as much as you do. No one can hate your manuscript as much as you do either. So, but you do want to make sure that your editor is a champion for your manuscript and is genuinely invested, and that you're not just one of many projects in a pipeline. So you also want to make sure that you're looking for editors who seek to understand your creative goals and your vision. So that means that they're always seeking to understand, even in their queries, in your notes, in your margins. They're querying you rather than telling you who you are and what your manuscript is. They're saying, hey, am I understanding this correctly? Or if I'm understanding this correctly, X, Y, Z. So they're always exploring and trying to understand rather than prescribing before understanding. So a good editor is going to advocate for your ideal reader's experience. And we could have done a whole presentation on just your ideal reader, If you all have any questions about Ideal Reader, Angela and I do have more materials on that, so please feel free to reach out to us. A good editor is going to understand publishing and industry standards. That means they're not just going to be like editing to the Associated Press style when it's not the standard. You want to make sure they're using Chicago Manual of Style. They, again, present solutions, not just problems, and they can clearly share why they made an edit. Like, they can defend their edits, not that they have to be defensive, but that they understand why they did something. And
that they can clearly communicate to you why they made that change.
Yes. So 5 secrets about editors, really quickly, Angela, take it away.
Yeah, so quickly, 5 secrets about editors to make you feel better about this whole editing process. Editors are people too, and we are not perfect. You should see the text messages we send to one another. And for some reason, we always feel like we have to correct them, but we know that we're not perfect and that typos happen. It's a good thing we have what Jacqueline likes to call coin-operated eyes.
Yes, it's true. So we have people who are like, I'm afraid, I'm always nervous when I email you that you're judging my email. I'm like, I promise you I'm not. Like, again,
No.
We're moms, we're writers, we're editors. Like, we turn the editing eyes off unless we're actively editing. So yes.
And speaking of us being writers, editors need editors. So we're both writers, and each of us request the professional eyes of our colleagues whenever it comes to our own writing, because as we said, you are always going to be blind to your own errors. And at that, with our work and with everyone's, we have to look things up too. That's why we have these big fancy books on our shelves. So the rules of grammar are extensive, they're ever changing, and they are numerous. So don't beat yourself up for not knowing the ins and outs of grammar and syntax. That's our job. There are certain grammar rules that even we roll our eyes out, because honestly, who really cares about the difference between who and whom, that and which, continual and continuous? Of course, the answer is somebody, but the answer is definitely not everybody. So don't swear off writing if you can't remember whether you need to use lay or lie, because chances are we're going to have to look it up too.
We made a special chart just for ourselves to reference. And if you want that chart, we will be happy to send it to you. It was our most popular tweet on Twitter, was our lay lie chart.
And then our last secret is that we want you to succeed. And it's not really a secret, but it's still true that we absolutely are here to advocate not only for your reader, but for you, for your story, for your message. That is always going to be the high vibe minded editor's first and primary goal.
Always. Yes, your success.
Yes. So Jacqueline, why don't you tell them about our bonus offer, and then we'll open it up for questions and answers.
Okay, so our gift to you is actually our gift to anyone who visits devoreeditorial.com. It's the Submission Ready Playbook. So if you go to devoreeditorial.com, you'll get a little pop-up that says, hey, would you like this Submission Ready Playbook? So what that is, the answer should probably be a resounding yes if you're sitting in on this and listening to this. We cover your publishing paths, like your different publishing options, what you should consider outsourcing for your publishing team if you are self-publishing. And secret, it's all of it. It's like the actual writing. And then the questions to help you determine who your ideal reader, agent, publisher, and editor are. So we also have a checklist to help you figure out who your ideal editor is, what you're looking for, kind of like a recasting of this presentation. So again, that's devoreeditorial.com. And if we don't cover your question today, here are our email addresses. Go ahead and email us both, copy us both on any emails that you send. And we are open for questions if we have time.
So that was amazing. Thank you guys so much for sharing such a wealth of important information that so many writers value. We loved every minute of it. One question I do have for you guys before we move on to our next amazing speaker is, what is a high vibe book that you would recommend to our viewers today?
Ooh, okay. So I'm not going to say that it's a high vibe book. It's actually kind of a grumpy book, but in an endearing way.
That's high vibe.
Dreyer's English by Benjamin Dreyer.
Yes.
He is, he's Twitter famous, and definitely it's an entertaining enough book that even if you're not an editor, even if you're not a writer, it's entertaining.
Perfect.
Yes, and then there's another one that Jacqueline recommended to me, actually, and that's Making a Literary Life by KristaLyn A. I think that would be another great resource for everyone.
Thank you guys so much. It was absolutely wonderful getting to hear all of your wisdom and hearing all of your guidance for future authors and current authors as far as editing goes. So thank you so much again. And we did include the link to your guys' podcast in the comment box over here so that everyone can go check that out.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Welcome.
You
Have a
too.
good day.
Have a great rest of your time.
Awesome. They were great.
Yes, that was amazing. This has been such a great day so far, and it is continuing. We have so much more to show you. Next, we actually have an award-winning writer, teacher, and designer who lives in Vancouver, Canada. This is Gabrielle oh, you're going to have to correct me. I have to do this to people all the time with my last name, Vetovich. Prendergast. Amazing name. Nobody's going to forget it now. And Gabrielle writes picture books and middle grade and YA contemporary and historical fiction as Gabrielle Prendergast. And her science fiction and fantasy is published under G.S. Prendergast. And she has won the Mont Miller Award, the Westchester Fiction Award, and the BC Book Prize, as well as being nominated for nominated and shortlisted for numerous other honors. She is incredible. I cannot wait for you to meet her. Allow us to introduce Gabrielle Prendergast. I love it.
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry about
that.
Now I know how everyone feels pronouncing my name.
Yeah, I get it's. Can you guys can hear me? I hope I didn't test my mic.
No, you're
No,
good.
you're perfect.
Good. I'm just closing some documents. Word decided to just close on me and then reopen everything. Oh, I didn't mean to close that.
Gotta love when it does that.
Yeah.
It happens to us all.
So,
Technology can't keep up.
so then I mean, it's my fault because I have literally 1,000 windows open. So
Hashtag writer life.
I know,
Right?
right? I was going to say the same thing. I was like, that's actually very high vibe in and of itself.
Yeah.
I think because my brain goes to 70,000 things at the same time. So it's just like all over the place. For those of you guys who are watching, please feel free to comment how you're doing, how you're loving it so far, all of that sort of stuff as we get all ready and set to go here.
did you guys lose me?
No,
No,
you're right here.
Oh, okay. So I've lost my. Oh, there you are. I don't know. Adobe Flash Player decided to open a window and hide you.
Okay. No worries.
So now I'm just going to open my PowerPoint. I'm sorry about this. There we go.
No worries.
Okay. Now I am ready.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Like literally, I was just like, I'm just going to close something, and then everything went bonkers.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
So are we ready to start or?
Yeah, we'd love. Do you have your screen ready to share? There's a button at the bottom of your screen down here. It says share screen, and then you'll be able to pick what you want to share.
Okay, let me see if I can get this working. I have my two screens. Okay, that's not working. Let's just try this. Let's try this. So I'm talking about becoming a successful author. And it's always really kind of, I feel like that's, said with a small amount of irony. Sometimes I like to tell people as a joke, I'm a successful Canadian author, which is different than being a successful author. But success is in the eye of the beholder, I guess. Okay, so share screen. Okay, sharing screen. So let's just try that. Okay, I'm just going to go over here for a second. Why isn't this working?
Are you using multiple monitors?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Screen sharing was canceled. Okay, hold on. I'm going to do something else here. There we go. Okay, just make that big. All right, let's try that again. Share screen.
It should come up with a couple options of
I
like
see.
a
Got you.
tab and
Okay.
perfect.
Got you. All right.
There we go.
All right, here we go.
There. So you can see
There it
my screen. I'm just
Yay.
going to go through because when I went to slideshow mode, the whole thing went haywire. So I'm just going to keep it like this, so you guys can see the little side. So becoming a successful author. So the joke that I always tell people, when I start giving a discussion of this nature, because some people think, oh, I can never be an author, or, they have a feeling that like authors need to have certain qualities. And I think anybody can be an author, but you do need to have certain qualities, but they're qualities that you can kind of get for yourself. And the first quality is courage. It's not talent, it's courage, because writing is not for the faint of heart, or at least having the profession of being a writer is not for the faint of heart. It's the first step that you need to take courage-wise is let yourself write badly, because whatever you write, the first thing is going to be bad. And probably the second thing, and all the way, I still write bad stuff all the time. And if I stopped writing every time I wrote something bad, I would never write anything. So you need to give yourself permission to write badly, and you need to be brave enough to face when the stuff that you've written is bad. So that's the first thing that you need to do with courage. The second thing is, and this seems obvious, but you'd be surprised, you need to let people read your work. So I've been in given workshops where, early when I started teaching writing years and years and years ago, I would be in workshops and people would say, oh, I'm too shy to share my work. And I'd be like, you can't do this. This is a workshop. You have to share your work with your classmates. So now when I give workshops, I warn people at the beginning, like if you can't share your work with your classmates, then you can't do this workshop. But I still meet writers a lot. People tell me, I tell them I'm a writer, and they go, oh, I've written books and stuff. And I go, oh, that's great. Like, are they published? And they go, no, I've never showed them to anybody. You've written a whole book and you've never showed it to anybody? Like, that's fantastic and weird. So that takes a lot of courage, showing people your work. And that's really, I think, one of the big obstacles that keeps people out of the publishing business, is not having the courage to just take that first step. So you have to show people, you have to get their feedback. And I always put on my list here as a joke, not your mom. Because your mom, unless she's my mom, because when my mom reads something of mine that she doesn't like, she tells me that she doesn't like it. So you have to make sure that you get somebody who's going to give you honest feedback. You can pay professionals to do that. You can pay editors or beta readers or proofreaders, all that kind of stuff. You can also barter. I barter because I do cover design. I don't do it very much anymore, but back in the day I did cover design. So I bartered with a lot of people to get their feedback on my work by giving them cover design. So those were actual authors, indie authors. And you should show it to sensitivity readers, especially if you're writing about sensitive topics, or you're writing about identities that you don't share, or even if you're writing about identities that you do share. If you're African American or something like that, and you write a story on African American themes, you might want to get some other African Americans to read it, just to make sure that you don't have your own blind spots, whatever. So sensitivity readers they're for everybody, really. And then the next step of courage is that you have to actually get out there and start the process of querying and sending your work to agents, not just for their impressions, but for their consideration to represent and eventually publish. So that's you can see there's a lot of things under courage. Courage is, I think, the most important quality that a writer needs for success. The next one is a thick skin. So again, writing is not for the faint of heart. Publishing is not for the faint of heart. There's going to be a lot of rejection, and there's going to be a lot of criticism, and it's not going to be, if you want to be a professional and actually get your work published, you can't just ignore that criticism. That's the thing about it. You have to take it on board. And so that's, you have to be prepared for that, to accept criticism and, you know, internalize it. It's personal, right? Because you've written this book. So when people say, this isn't working for me or whatever, it's very personal. So you have to be able to accept, to take that. And that can be hard. I have left edit meetings in tears more than once, particularly in screenwriting. It's not quite as bad in novel writing, but in screenwriting, it's terrible. But yeah, you do develop a thick skin eventually. You're going to be rejected a lot. And when I say a lot, what you imagine to be a lot is about 10% of what it actually is. You'll get rejected. I still get rejected. I have just published my 11th book, I think, traditionally published. I still get rejected. And sometimes I meet writers and aspiring writers, and they say, oh, well, you know, I wrote this book and I sent it out and I got 10 rejections, so I'm just going to give up. And I'm like, 10 whole rejections? Wow. No, hundreds and hundreds of rejections. And you have to keep going. You're going to get bad reviews. Every writer gets bad reviews. I don't read them. I go to Goodreads and I you know, you can filter them. And so I filter them. Like, I was like, I only want to see the 5-star reviews. I don't want to see the 1-star reviews. After a book's been out for a few years, sometimes I go back and I look at the 1-star reviews, and they are hilarious. So, but that's me. Some people can't read any reviews, whether they're good or bad. You have to be prepared to fail over and over and over again, because you will. The first book you write probably won't be very good. The second book you write probably won't be very good. And much of the time, they're not going to be successful. You're going to try to get them sold, and they won't sell, and that's the way it's going to go. And you need to know when to give up. So even though I've said, yes, you're going to get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rejections, eventually you do get to a point where you're like, this book's not working. So you have to stop at that point. And every writer has a bottom drawer book. I have multiple bottom drawer books where you just write the book and you're like, it's not working. Nobody likes it. You just put it in the bottom drawer and you start something else. So, yeah, so that's the second thing that you need, is a thick skin. The third thing you need is patience. Oh, things take so long in the publishing business. So long. It's at least 2 years from having your book accepted by a publisher to publication, for starters. And often, once you're, you know, let's start at the beginning. You send your book out for queries to an agent, and that agent could get back to you in a minute. I've had agents get back to me like that. And they sometimes don't get back to you for a year. I've had agents get back to me. They got back to me, and the book was already published. And I was like, no, it's too late. You missed your chance. So that takes a long time. You first of all need to wait once you've finished your manuscript. And I'm talking about here at the end. So you've written your first draft. You need to set it aside and wait. Don't start redrafting it straight away. Set it aside and wait. Get some feedback. That's going to take people time to read your book. So that takes forever. And you'll be like, are you reading it? And wanting to know what they think. And like, you'll be looking at every tweet. They say, is that some cryptic thing about my book? Yeah, you need to be able to wait for that. So it all takes a long time. So you need a lot of patience. You need a lot of patience. And you need to have patience with yourself too. Set the book aside. And then when you get feedback, set that aside too. Don't respond to feedback straight away, because every time, this is what happens to me. Every time I get an edit letter, I look at the edit letter and I go, no, this is, and I just twitch. Everything's just like wrong. She doesn't understand me. She doesn't understand my book. And I set it aside. And then 2 weeks later, I'm like, oh, I guess I just have to start doing some of this. And I get to the first comment and I go, well, okay, yeah, she's right about that. And then I go to the next one. I was, well, yeah, okay, she's probably right about that too. She's right about it all. If you have a good editor, which I have had very good editors, yeah, they're always right in the end. You'll write things. I do this all the time. You'll write things and you think, this doesn't really work, but hopefully nobody will notice. They always notice. So the next thing that you need is perseverance. You have to stick with it. This is the thing about being a successful author. Don't let people tell you, if that's your dream to be a published author, don't let people tell you, oh, it's 1 in a million. It's, you know, your chances. It's not about chance. It's about not giving up. If you don't give up, you will become a successful author. And, you know, yes, not all authors make millions of dollars. I don't make millions of dollars. But if you want to have a book published, I was just saying to the girls when we talked a couple of days ago, you would never say to somebody who wants to be a doctor, oh, that's just a pipe dream. It's 1 in a million. No, it's not. It takes 10 years, but if you stick with it, at the end of it, you will be a doctor. Right? Getting a book published is the same thing, and it might take 10 years. It could take longer than that, but it's the same thing. So I don't know why people would say that this is a pipe dream. It won't happen to you. You have to stick with it. So if you persevere, you will one day get a book published in one way or another. But you have to persevere because you probably won't sell your first book. People talk about, excuse me. People talk about debut books. Well, this debut author, the debut author is publishing, the book has come out and it's this big deal. That's probably not that author's first book. And it might not be their second book. Many of my colleagues, their debut novel is their 5th book or even 10th book. So you probably won't sell your first book. I didn't sell my first book. So you'll be rejected a lot. I've talked about that before, and I'm going to show you a slide next that will give you an idea of how much you're going to be rejected. But the important thing with perseverance is to never assume the reason that you're rejected. Like if you get rejected, don't assume the book is bad or I'm bad. Or even if the book is bad, that doesn't mean that you're a bad writer. It just means that this is the book. You didn't write your best book. And never, ever assume that nobody wants a book about X. People will tell you that. They'll say, oh, this isn't in fashion now, or this is the trend now, and this isn't the trend, and nobody wants a book about that, and nobody wants a book about that. Never listen to people about things like that. There's a lot of talk in the publishing industry, for example, about racism, about how racist the publishing industry is. And I'm certainly not going to deny that there is a problem with racism in the publishing industry. But what the message I don't want to get across to people of color or ethnic minorities or religious minorities or whatever, I don't want them to take that message and internalize it as nobody wants a book about X, because that's defeating their journey before they've even started. So never think that, right? It might look like that. And when people tell you it's really hard for this type of person to get their book published, that may or may not be true, but it's hard for every person to get their book published. And every person who has had their book published had a hard time getting their book published. So never think of there's no such thing as an obstacle to get an unconquerable obstacle to getting your book published. I think it is harder for certain types of stories and certain types of writers, certainly. But it's not that no one wants a book about X. People always want, the publishing industry is always going to want new and different things. So keep if this person doesn't want to put the book about X, then go to the next person. And try multiple avenues. So you can first, if you want to be traditionally published, your first step is to query agents. And because the agents are going to be the conduit for you to get into the big publishing companies. If that doesn't work, you can query direct to some publishing companies, smaller publishing companies. So one of my publishers who publishes a lot of my books here in Canada, I work with them directly, not even through my agent. And I've always done that. You can enter contests. So there's some contests. I think, you know, Amazon used to have one. I'm not really up with what the contests are now, but there's some contests out there. Be careful with entering contests. Do your due diligence. Figure out who they are. Be wary of entering contests that have an entry fee unless that contest also includes feedback. So if you have a contest that has a $50 entry fee, but you get 3 pages of feedback from a published author or an agent or an editor, that's worth it. That's actually a pretty good deal. So, but also be wary of the terms of that contract, of the contest, because sometimes contests are like, if you win, we get to publish your book and you get $50. And you're like, no, those aren't very good terms. So, so be wary of that. Take part in pitch events and online events or at conferences. There's all kinds of things. Like when you go to conferences, sometimes they'll have a pitch day where all the agents are lined up and you can go and pitch your work. Pitch events on Twitter do really well. And I think there's some of them listed in the materials that I'm going to give you, but you can, there's DV Pit, which is for diverse authors, Pitch Mad, Pit Mad, and then there's like SF Pit, which is specifically for science fiction and things like that. There's a whole bunch of them. So I think if you just Google writing pitch events, Twitter pitch events, you'll find them. And then I don't mean to put this last, as in last but not least, or it is last but not least, but indie publishing is also an option. And it's kind of, I put it last because it's sort of a whole separate thing. I don't think that authors should be like, well, I failed at traditional publishing, so I guess I'll indie publish. That's not how you make the decision to indie publish. You make the decision to indie publish based on what you want out of the whole process and what type of book that you've written and what type of writer that you are and how much control you want over the process and all kinds of stuff. There's all kinds of other reasons why you would decide to indie publish. Okay, so just sticking with perseverance, I want you guys to mentally prepare yourself for the next slide. So these are all my rejection letters. And bear in mind that most of my rejections have been by email. So these are all the rejection letters that I received in print, but probably about 95% of the rejections I have received by email. So this is about 5% of the rejections I've received in my career. And it's enough to carpet my entire office, as you can see. It's a lot. You'll get rejected a lot. You know, it's a very disheartening job, more than maybe any other job. I don't know why I do it, to be honest, but there it is. You do get rejected a lot. So yeah, most of these are pretty old because I've been at this a lot. So back in the 90s and in the early 2000s, you would send people stuff in print and they would send you a rejection back. But now that's all done by email. So none of you will get printed rejections probably, which is a shame because, you know, you can use them to wallpaper your office or something like that. So the final thing that you personally need is to be a successful author is at least 2 manuscripts. So a lot of you are going, no, right now because you've only written 1 book. Sure, you can definitely query your first book. Most people don't sell their first books. Most people's first book is not publishable. That's the reality of it. But there are people out there who sold their first book. I believe that Twilight might have been Stephanie Meyer's first book. So you never know. But for an ordinary person who's hasn't had a spell cast on them by magicians or whatever, you should have 2 manuscripts. The more manuscripts that you have, the better. They should be different genres, but in the same category or sort of closely related, but not necessarily the same. So like if you wrote adult science fiction, then you might have an adult thriller or mystery. So kind of still genre, you know, or even an adult fantasy. Because some agents don't represent science fiction, or they're not as comfortable with science fiction as they are with other stuff. So, or if you're writing for children, then you might have a middle grade fantasy and a middle grade contemporary, or a young adult historical and a young adult contemporary, or something like that. And the reason you do that is because if one of your books is good, but it's not the right fit for that agent or that editor, then they're going to say to you, and people have said this to me many times, I really like this. I really like your writing. I think you're really talented, but this isn't quite right for me. And there can be any kind of reasons. They have something similar on their books already. They're about to release something similar. They just don't really get with science fiction or whatever. Lots of different reasons. They will say, what else do you have? And you're going to feel like a real idiot if you don't have something else, because that's a missed opportunity. So you definitely should have more than one manuscript if you can. And basically how you do that is, in that time, going back to the first slide, or one of the early slides about patience, when you send that manuscript out to be read by your mom, or not your mom, or an editor, or a sensitivity reader, or a beta reader, or somebody that you've hired, or a friend, or whatever, while that's out there, you start your next novel. I know, that's terrifying, but that's what you have to do. So start your next novel, and by the time you've had a lot of that feedback, you should be quite well into your next novel. So finish it, basically, and have at least 2 manuscripts. You should only pitch one thing at a time, though. So if you have 2 manuscripts, choose one and focus on pitching that one, and just choose the one that you think fits the market best, similar to other stuff that's doing well, or that you think is the best. And I already said that thing about already starting, and it obviously while you're querying, which is a big job, querying, start another manuscript, because you don't want to be querying all day long. So I think I'm going until 11:40, or I guess it's 2:40 your time, or a bit longer. But I have a few things. This is just a review. Courage, a thick skin, patience, perseverance, and 2 polished manuscripts. You'll notice what's not on this list is talent. I know that seems weird, but I don't think you actually need talent. I think you need perseverance and courage more. I think you can learn talent. You can learn how to write a book. Writing a book is no different than building a bookshelf. You can't build a bookshelf if you don't know anything about carpentry. But if you learn something about carpentry, you can build a bookshelf. And I think writing a book is the same. If you learn about writing a book, you can write a book. But it takes a lot. I have a master's degree, a Master of Fine Arts in creative writing. A lot of my colleagues do. Many of them have an undergrad degree in creative writing. And those who don't have spent years and years learning from books and from websites and from online courses and from just practicing, just writing and writing and writing, and of course reading. So, but you can definitely do it. If you don't think that you have talent, you can learn talent. So that's why talent's not on the list. So just a few things. I'm just going to quickly go through, if you have, because we've got a few minutes, if you have a manuscript finished, what you need with that manuscript in order to send it out into the world. So the first thing that you need is a polished manuscript. We've already talked a little bit about how to get it polished. You need a 1 or 2 page synopsis. Not every editor or agent will ask for this, but some of them do. And if they ask for it and you haven't done it, you will want to jump off a bridge. Because honestly, writing a 2-page synopsis of a 100,000-word novel is harder than writing the novel itself. It will drive you crazy. So figure out how to do this. Your synopsis is always written in present tense and in third person. Doesn't matter what tense or person that your book is written in. And the writing style should match the manuscript. So if it's a funny book, then the synopsis should be funny. If it's a serious book, then the synopsis should be serious. If it's very literary, then, you know, you can use the more literary style in your synopsis. If it's very punchy and like mainstream and, you know, airport fiction, then you use that style in your synopsis. But you always write in present tense and third person. Writing it will actually, I believe when I teach people how to write a book too, I also tell them to write a synopsis, because writing the synopsis will help you your editing process. So so there's that. And okay, well, the next thing that you need is a 1 or 2 paragraph synopsis. And this is also a good part of your editing and writing process. I usually write this before I've written the book. Sometimes I'll write the first few chapters and then I'll write this. And then sometimes I'll write like half the book and then I'll revise this. But this 2 paragraph sort of synopsis pitch is a very important and useful way of crystallizing what your book is really about and who it's about and what the themes are. So this is a very much akin to what we call flap copy in the industry, which is what it says in the inside of a book. So I'm just going to grab a book here. Here we go. So here, flap copy. So if you're wondering how to write that, just go to your books, go to a bookstore, go to a library, and read the flap copy on books. So it's on the paperback, it's on the back of books. And it's also what you see on the back of DVDs. So it's 1 or 2 paragraphs, a maximum about 250 words. Also written in third person and present tense, always. Doesn't matter the tense that your book is in. And try to answer the question of who does what, where, why, especially why, that's very important, with whom, and who tries to stop them. So you can practice doing that with whatever, Star Wars: A New Hope, or Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, or whatever, something that you're very familiar with, Cinderella, Hamlet, you know, anything that you're very familiar with. Try to write that and turn it into kind of a 2 paragraph thing. And that's what you need. So, focus on the protagonist. If there's more than one protagonist, that can be a little bit tricky, but it's not impossible. And focus on and avoid character soup. So thank you for the 5-minute warning. You don't want to put all the characters in. Normally, when I do it, I only give a name to the protagonists. So if you look at my books online, you know, because this flap copy will end up being the description on Amazon and Goodreads and everything too. So if you look at my book, Zero Repeat Forever and Cold Falling White online, you will find that I only name a few characters. Like I think I just name the protagonists. So if there is a kind of a boyfriend or something who's really not part of the story, so it's not a love story, then I would just say her boyfriend rather than give the name. Because you don't want to have like 15 character names in these 2 paragraphs. So, and then you need a 1-line pitch. And that's kind of like, you can use that on Twitter pitch contests. You can use that we used to call them elevator pitches back in my day. And that was because they would say, oh, if you happen to find yourself in an elevator with Steven Spielberg, you can tell him what your book is about before the elevator reaches his floor. Of course, that never happens. And if it did, Steven Spielberg doesn't want random people pitching things in elevators, but that's why it was called an elevator pitch. Sometimes it's also called a TV Guide synopsis. So back when we had TV Guide, you'd open it up to see what was on and it would give you a little blurb about it. And just like the little blurbs, usually 1 sentence on Netflix, same thing. These days you can do a little bit of it's this meets that. That's a very simple way of doing it. I used to pitch Zero Repeat Forever as Twilight meets Terminator. And that sort of got the message across. That was kind of a joke, but it's still fairly accurate. But actually, my publisher pitches it as The Fifth Wave meets Beauty and the Beast, which I guess is also accurate. But you have to be specific. Don't say creatures fight a lord. I once saw that was Lord of the Rings was on television, and that was the TV Guide synopsis for Lord of the Rings, Creatures Fight a Lord, which is also the synopsis of pretty much every fantasy movie and book ever made. And you can see here that this is actually my 1-sentence pitch for Zero Repeat Forever at the end here. A cybernetic armored soldier develops a dangerous obsession for a human girl. And that's what I used in the next thing that you need, which is a query letter. So a query letter is a combination of your 1-sentence pitch, your 2-paragraph pitch, which is left open. You don't tell them the end because it's supposed to entice you to read it, just like flap copy would. And it matches the tone of the book, all that stuff. You should personalize them for each agent. So I would usually say, oh, I met you at this conference, or I read an interview with you online where you said you were looking for fantasy, and so I thought you might be interested in this. That just shows the agent that you've done your homework. You know who they are. Sometimes I would say, you represent this writer that I really admire, and my book has some similar themes to that, so you might be interested for that reason. Include comps. Comps are the books that your book is comparable to. That's what comps means, comps. And they shouldn't be Harry Potter, Twilight, Star Wars, things like that, right? You're looking for successful books, but not like, you know, this is as good as Shakespeare. We're not doing that. So, the comps can be one of the most difficult things, but that's something that you can ask your beta readers and sensitivity readers and editors and friends. What does this remind you of, right? But you should do a lot of reading yourself, so it shouldn't be that difficult for you. You should know what is comparable in terms of tone, in terms of characters, and in terms of plot. So it doesn't even need to be the same genre necessarily. So like I compared Zero Repeat Forever to Twilight, with Zero Repeat Forever is science fiction and Twilight is paranormal or urban fantasy. So yeah, but you can still compare them because some of the themes are the same. And then you need a biography. So what do you do? What you know, tell me about you. Why are you writing? And if you don't have any credits, that's fine. But part of your whole process of trying to become a successful author should be trying to get credits. So write articles for your local newspaper, write articles for blogs, have your own blog, write short stories and submit them to anthologies, submit them to journals, whatever. Anything that you can do to show them that you're a serious writer. The more that credit you have, the more credibility you have, the better you're going to do. And then you're going to send up 10 or 12 of these at a time. See what the reaction is, and then adjust them. And that's pretty much all you need. So I'm going to put this slide up, which I don't know whether you can see that, but that's a link to some supporting materials. But also I think the girls are the ladies, the people are going to make the supporting materials available to you.
Yes.
I want to thank
The
you.
link is in the comments. And yeah, thank you. What an extraordinary amount of helpful information. The practical application and the nuanced tips that people always wonder about, but never really know, like how many pitches or queries should you send out at a time, as you had on your last slide, and having multiple manuscripts ready to go so that you're prepared for the business side. That's really fascinating. So thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
I also liked how you mentioned that it doesn't have to be talent. And later on, when we talk about channeled writing and how to call in your stories and all these sorts of things that are very, very high vibe and very kind of newer concepts as far as the industry goes. I love that you already called that out, because it's true. Anyone can truly write and anyone can learn how to do this, which is really exciting.
It's a skill. It's not magical. It's not like being born a muggle or a wizard. Yeah. It's just a skill that you learn. And I think some people do have natural skill at it, definitely. And I've met writers that I was very jealous of because I was like, damn, that was good. But if I've also met writers who've really struggled, and you can see them learning and getting better, just like with any other skill.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we have two quick questions for you as we wrap up your amazing speech. One, I love the question from Lindsay here about rewriting the same book idea as a different manuscript, new and better. If you've gotten to the point where you've sort of figured out one idea doesn't work and you want to rewrite it in a little bit of a different way, do you think that's a way to go? And then second, do you have a high vibe book recommendation for our viewers?
Okay, so to answer the first question, definitely yes. It depends on what kind of writer you are. When I first wrote Zero Repeat Forever, it was more of a dystopian far future thing. So they lived in this dystopian where the aliens had invaded, or these creatures had invaded. I don't even think they were aliens in this version. They had taken over the Earth hundreds of years before. That's where I started the book. But as I wrote, that time got smaller and smaller. So by the time I got to the last few scenes of the book, it was only, I think, 5 years before. And then I wrote the whole thing, and I realized, and there was also this whole other aspect to it where there had been this, like the Nox used this kind of virus or something like that to control. It was this whole other thing. There was a whole other element to it. It was more like fantasy, in fact. And so I wrote the first draft. It didn't work. I started it again. And then I started it. I was because, oh yeah, it's 5 years from the invasion now. So then I wrote that. And then that didn't work either. So then I started it again where the invasion literally happens on the first page. And then I was like, okay, now I know where. Well, in fact, the first page is just before the invasion. So now I know where I am. So I certainly think that if you've written a book that has themes and characters and even a plot that you like, but that doesn't fit in the genre that you've written, then yes, rewrite it. Because when I got the idea for Zero Repeat Forever, which came from a dream, I didn't know that it was going to be a science fiction alien invasion story. All I knew was that it was about a girl who gets sort of kidnapped by a man, and she's not really sure whether he's kidnapping her or rescuing her. He's not really sure whether he's imprisoning her or protecting her, right? And for a while I thought it might be kind of a organized crime thing, like he was in the mafia or something like that, and she had a hit on her, and that didn't work. And then it just came to me, it's like, oh no, I want to do this as an alien invasion thing. So yeah, different genres can work. Now, High Vibe books. This is the book that I recommend to everybody because it's so good. You guys have to read The Murderbot Diaries by Martha Wells. These books are so good. I don't have my copy here. I wish I did. I lost it somewhere in my house. I get so excited about them that I leave them all over the house. There's 5 books. The 6th book is coming out in April, and they're so good. And they're really good if you're in a reading slump because they're short. The first 4 of them are novellas, and the 5th one is a full-length novel. And they're so good. And if you like my books, you will like The Murderbot Diaries because Murderbot is like the character in my book grown up and gone to space and become a security guard.
Oh, that's such an intriguing explanation. I can't wait to listen to them some more.
Murderbot is so good. You guys are going to love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the amazing recommendation, for the amazing talk, and for spending your time with us today. We totally appreciate it. You are amazing. You're definitely someone we appreciate having on this summit. It was a beautiful fit. So thank you.
I'm sorry I look a shambles and my office looks a shambles, but that's
again, hashtag yeah.
Hashtag writer life. Exactly, right?
Awesome. Well, next up, we have an incredible graphic novelist, Tracy White. She is going to talk about her amazing work. Her storytelling really reveals the universal emotions that we all share, even though our experiences may differ. Her approach fosters empathy for those who differ from ourselves, answers the question, am I the only one? She is an adjunct professor at NYU and also conducts workshops in libraries and school for tweens, teens, and adults on how to tell their own stories. Her work has appeared online, on air, and in print. Her graphic novel, How I Made It to 18, which is something that John talked about earlier, even to cue it up, and I'm so excited to hear what she has to say about it because it's going to be amazing, has been incorporated into school curriculums and used in mental health facilities as a narrative medicine tool. It is everything high vibe that we talk about, and we are so excited to welcome her on. So Tracy, how are you today?
I'm great. I'm so excited to be here. And thank you so much, KristaLyn and Emily, for having me at the Storyteller Summit. I've learned a lot. I was just listening to Gabrielle and thinking about perseverance. And definitely that is such an important aspect to getting a book out there is just to keep on going. It's a really good suggestion.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, are you going to be sharing your screen at all for a presentation?
I am definitely sharing my screen. So let me.
So there's an icon at the bottom that says share screen, and it should give you an option about what you'd like to share? It could be a tab, a window, or a screen.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just, I knew this was going to happen, and it happened to someone else too. There's something that just popped up saying, "Will you allow StreamYard to see your screen?"
Yeah.
And the only option I have is not now.
Oh, interesting.
Well, that's interesting.
Yes. No. I don't know what to do. Share screen. Screen sharing. Share screen. I'm trying.
No
That's
worries.
fine.
This is very laid back. We're good.
Yeah.
No, I don't know what. So I'm hitting share screen. Your browser has blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access.
Are you? Oh, yeah. You may be using Are you using like Safari or?
You know what? Should I switch to a different? I am using Firefox actually.
Okay. If you just use a different browser to open up your presentation, you can stay with us here for StreamYard, but it'll still let you use that other window.
So I'm actually, the presentation's in a PowerPoint, so I have to share my screen.
Gotcha.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
if you need to jump in and out again, no worries.
Screen icon on your address bar. I'm just looking to see if I can find the screen icon. I'm sorry, everyone. This wouldn't happen if I was speaking in person. I'd see everybody, and I'm not sure what the screen icon is.
We're all adapting to the digital age that we now find ourselves in. It's totally, totally fine. And the other option too is if for some reason you can't get it to share, you can always just use it as a guide, and then we can send it out with our PDF that we're sending everyone afterwards, so they can see the presentation fully.
Yeah, it's just a lot of visuals. It's all visuals. So you know what? How about I come back in on Chrome?
Sure. Totally fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, give it a shot. Okay,
we'll see
no
you in a
worries.
minute.
Let's see how it goes. Bye.
In the meantime, while she pops out, I just want to queue up some of the other speakers we have coming up a little bit later because it's super duper exciting, and I'm so excited to tell you guys about them. Coming up after Tracy, we're going to have a kind of fun Q&A session with Carrie White, who we're going to ask her some questions about publishing and get really comfortable talking with her. She's the CEO of Glasshouse Press. I'm going to do my talk on channeled writing and how you guys can actually do channeled writing exercises to tune into your muses and your spirit guides to give you guidance on your writing. And we have a special activation from the creator of Righteous Comic, Zane Daniel. Plus our Pitch Fest is later today as well. So if you have an idea that you want to write into a book and you want some writing coaching around that that's aligned with your astrological chart as well as your muses, KristaLyn and I run the Forgotten Storytellers, which is that program. So you'll be able to pitch your ideas to us from that spot. So that's kind of what we got coming up, which is really exciting. You're back.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
Let's see.
Please work. Session. Oh, geez. Your entire screen, Google Chrome. Okay.
And yes, to answer the questions over there, you will get a PDF with all of the different book recommendations, even KristaLyn and I's. We already have curated a list of about 10 for you guys. So for all the high vibe book recommendations from our authors, we're going to send out a special gift list for you guys after the summit concludes. So everyone will get that PDF, which will be really exciting.
Shit. Okay, I think there.
Yay!
Here it is. Here, let me cue it up here. And now everybody can see it.
Awesome.
All right, so let me just put it in. So hi, everyone. It's normally I'd say it's really good to see you. And I know that there's a chat window, but actually now I can't see the chat window because all I can see is my screen. So Emily and KristaLyn, maybe if I wanted to refer to the chat, if you can tell me what's happening in there, that would be great. Can you do that? Uh-oh.
Yeah, we can. I can add little comments in that'll let you know.
Because I actually can't. All I see right now is my my screen.
Yeah, no worries. We can pop it in and out for you.
Okay. So hi, everyone. I'm Tracy, and I'm going to talk about storytelling with words and images, something near and dear to my heart. And I've been listening to everyone. I think one of the things that's really important as a storyteller, no matter what type of story you're telling, is to know why you want to tell stories. And I just wonder if anyone, I know there's a chat, if you want to put in, if anyone feels like saying why they want to tell a story, it'd be really great to know. Emily and KristaLyn, if there are any comments, let me know about why someone wants to tell a story. You already said to everybody the reason that I would like to tell them, and I tell them because I want to connect to other people, and I like to connect to other people to kind of answer that question. Not only to answer the question, am I the only one, but because I think we're all connected through universal emotions, and you know, and so that sort of informs any type of story that I'm telling. It's the leitmotif, like what is it that we're all feeling? You know, for example, we're all here at the Storyteller conference because we're interested in stories, but I'm sure if I asked you all, like, who here has told a lie, or who here ever laughed at an uncomfortable moment, we might begin to see that we've all experienced similar emotions, even though the events were different. And that's sort of the reason, that's what I'd like to imbue all my stories with. And then now what I want to focus on in this presentation is is three things: is how to start telling a story, the vocabulary of words and images, and then I'm going to give you an example of a work that I'm currently working on. So starting your story can be really hard. We've heard a lot about how to publish a book and libraries, but how do you start your story? And I know for me, when I get a blank page, it can be very daunting. So, and I have this thing, and what it's called is an I suck monster. And this right here is a scribble monster. And I start every day before I do any writing. I have these scribbles, and then I turn them into monsters. And I do that so that I always have something to do, that I never just face a blank page. And by the way, I never face a blank page anyway, because I like to use lined paper. But I always know that I will have something to do when I sit down. And that's really important, because it can be very daunting, or I find it very daunting to just sit and look at a blank page. So having a scribble monster starts to get me into the flow of being creative. And it's something that I learned from Linda Barry, who's a cartoonist. And I have people scribble into my notebook, or I make the scribbles and then I just turn them into monsters. And that starts to get me going. The next thing I do when I'm trying to work is I listen to music. And I think there was someone a while ago who was talking about music and images. And what I do is I use music. I usually, for any project, there's one song that I'll listen to, and it'll be different if I'm writing or drawing, and I'll listen to it on repeat. And I'll put on my headphones, and there's something like, put on the headphones, and that music starts. It's almost like a hypnosis, and it gets me very focused on writing. And what it does is, so the top of your brain is the part of your brain that's the critical one. It's where that I suck monster lives. And that music just occupies the top of my brain enough to have that I suck monster get busy. And then the ideas that are in the back of my head, literally in the back of your brain, that's where they are, they can come out. And I'm always trying to like figure out how to get that I suck monster busy so that the ideas can come out. And the other thing I do is I use a timer. So if I'm staring at a blank page and I've got 4 hours to work, and that also can freeze me. But if I set a timer and say in 20 minutes, if things aren't going well, I can take a break. Or if things are going well, I still might take a break, or I'll keep going. It also kind of helps me move forward. The next thing that I do, again, this is all about fooling that top of my brain, is I write in longhand, and I use not that pen exactly, but that specific brand of pen. I really like how it works, and maybe some of you have pens or pencils and you like the way they feel. Really like how this one's just a big pen. And I use lined paper with holes in them. And the reason I write in longhand is because if I start on a computer, I don't know about anybody else, but I'll start writing something, and then all of a sudden I won't even finish the word before I've deleted it. I'm like editing as I'm writing, and it doesn't give the ideas room to come out. it's really important to have that room. And so when you write in longhand, you don't delete. I might stop what I'm writing, but I'll keep going. And later when I go back, I might see that there was an idea there, some nascent idea that I actually want to have come out. And so that's why I write in longhand. And then the other thing that I do is if I have a topic that I know I'm going to be writing about, for example, body image, I'll write the words body image on the top of a page. And then I will list 10 memories that I have, because I often write autobiographically. Although autobiographical things can turn into fiction, and I think any fiction always incorporates autobiography in your own experiences. So I make this list, and then I'll look at the list and I'll see which word is giving me the strongest image, and then I'll start writing about that moment. And from that, hopefully a story will come. So I'm writing in longhand, and the next thing that I do, and I have my headphones on. Yeah, I have them up back there. I have my headphones on, and I have my timer, and I'm writing in longhand, and I'll write. And when I'm finished for the day, I don't reread anything. I just stop. The next day, I'll come back, and I still won't really reread it, but what I'll do is maybe 2 pages in, I'll start copying over what I wrote. And this, again, is another way to fool that I suck monster, because I'll have something to do, still not staring at a blank page. I rewrite what I wrote in longhand, and then instead of editing, I add more detail. And I keep adding and adding and adding until those 3 pages become, I think this image that you're looking at, that's maybe about 250 pages. That's what the story became. Is all of a sudden it's 250 pages. And the idea that was in the back of my mind has finally come out. And in fact, it had nothing to do with body image, but body image was a way for me to get started. And it's always, I think, about how do you get started? How do you get into a story? And these are the tools that I use. A lot of them, again, are kind of informed by Linda Barry. I think she's got some wonderful ideas. And if you don't know her, you should look her up. So when I had that big binder, then I finally have the story, and I start rewriting the story, and I'm still doing it in longhand. And then once I have a story that I like, I finally put it on the computer. And then when it's on the computer, as I'm writing in words and images, I start breaking it down. What's going to be the word? What are going to be the words? And what are going to be the images? And all of that then becomes this. I'm a chocoholic. And it's really interesting if you look at this, because I wanted to have a reader have a certain kind of vibe when they looked at this image, and have have a certain feeling. But imagine if you looked at this, and instead of that kind of font, I had bubble letters, where the letters were in pink or purple, or there were images of chocolate kisses or different types of chocolates. The reader would have a very different feeling when they looked at this page. And it's up to the creator to decide, well, what is the feeling that I want someone to get when they're reading this page? And because you're working in words and images, there's a lot of ways that you can create that mood or feeling. So I've talked a little bit about those tools, and I don't know, Emily and KristaLyn, if anyone has some questions about kind of the I suck monster or getting started, happy to answer 1 or 2 right now. And otherwise I can start talking about the toolbox for comics.
So we have a couple people who are, sorry if my sound's weird. We have a couple people who are sharing why they write. They want to tell stories and feelings of catharsis. They want to connect with their parts for healing and help assess themselves, and all these wonderful high vibe reasons.
Yeah, they're wonderful reasons, and it definitely is. I think everyone writes for different reasons, but at the end of the day, it is probably a lot about connection, and there is certainly a lot of healing that goes on with writing, no matter what type of writing it is, if it's autobiographical, or if it's writing about something else. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about the story that needs to be told comes out. You just have to be able to give it room. So the next thing I wanted to talk about is the basic toolbox for comics. So when you're using comics, of course, you have a totally different vocabulary than just text. You have images and how you use them and colors. And in a way, you can think about a panel as a fully formed idea, as a paragraph that you can take apart and analyze. One of the things that's really ubiquitous about comics are the word balloons and the tails. Those are the little things that come down. And I wanted you all to look at this page. It's from a comic called Asterisk Polyp. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Because when you look at it, just the visuals give you a lot of information. If you see the person on the left who's talking, his word balloon is very angular. And he's very angular. And when you think about angles, that gives you an insight into the personality of a person. And if you look at the person on the right, their word balloon is very round, and the way she's drawn is very round. And for sure, the creator thought a lot about this. And when you look at the next panel, so the top panel on the right, now the word balloons have moved a little closer together, and the tails are moving closer together. And as the page progresses, the tails become intertwined, and the word balloons begin to merge. And you don't even need to know what they're saying to understand that throughout the course of this conversation, these people are making a connection. And it's all done visually. It's really a great example of the power of what you can do with a comic, because as the creator, you've done that visually, and then you can add this other layer of information, which are words, and to help your narrative. Another thing that you can do, because I was talking about panels and ideas, is the shape of the panels and the spacing between the panels. This is another page from that same book, and I wanted everyone to just see the top. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 5 panels, all very close together, of someone opening wine. And you don't need 5 panels. It could have just been the wine being poured in a glass, or it could have been someone opening the wine and then the wine getting poured. But the reason that the creator decided to do that is they wanted to highlight this moment. And they wanted, and what you see is, well, oh, this must be very important to the character opening the wine. It's so important that the creator has highlighted it by doing these images. And you can see that the guy is, very pompous, and it's important to him about the whole show of opening the wine. And so you've broken it down into all these panels. And then when you see the panels in the middle, they're sort of long, and that is a way of stretching time. If the panels were shorter, you'd read it as a slower moment. So he's taking his time, and he looks so pompous, sniffing his wine glass. And it's just another tool that you can use, is not just the shape of the panel, but the space between the panels. And another example of this is right here. This is a comic called The Arrival by Sean Tan. And it takes place in the early 1900s, mid 1900s, I guess. Yeah. And you can tell, so he's also trying to slow down time. And you can see through the spaces between each panel that there's room to breathe. And so it slows everything down. And again, he didn't need to do each of these panels, but he's doing them to emphasize the monotony of working in a factory. And then the other thing he's done, which is another tool for comics, is your choice of color. And he's used sepia because he's trying to recreate this feeling of an old moment. So you have you have the word balloons and the tails, the shapes of the panels, how close together, how far apart they are, and color. And this is from a comic called, I have it right here, The Magic Fish. And I thought it was a really great example because the yellow panels represent the past. The blue panels represent this magical being and this magical story that's going throughout the story. It's sort of a sub-story of the story. And then the red panel on the bottom is the present. And if you notice, there's almost no text here. And yet we've jumped into 3 different time zones just by the use of color. And even the panels, there's nothing special. They're not specially shaped. It's really about the colors. And when you look at it, and because this is a high vibe conference, you can think about like, well, what does color do for you as a person? What do blues make you feel? How do blues make you feel? How do, yellows make you feel? And all those colors, when you're telling a story, and as someone who's making comics, you can think about how those colors are going to help the feelings, are going to underscore the narrative, and also imbue the reader with a feeling. Another tool that you can have as a graphic novelist or comic person is detail. And the more detail you put in, the more it serves as it does 2 things. It serves as a pause for a reader, because all of a sudden you're thinking, wow, let me look at that tree and look at all that bark, and it's so detailed. And it's a way to slow the pacing down, because people tend to, these novels like take 5 years to write and draw, and someone reads it in 20 minutes, which is great, but it's pretty funny. The other thing that you can think about, and something I think about a lot when I'm writing and drawing comics, is that if the person is really detailed, then that's a very specific person. The less detail you have in an image, the more it's an empty vessel, the more the reader can pour themselves into that empty vessel and relate. And it kind of goes back to that idea of connection and shared emotion and universal emotions. So if you have something like that, or you could have stick figures. And the simpler they are, the more you can, I can't remember, I'm sorry. The other one was called The Walking Man. I cannot remember the name of this book, and I can't seem to find it. But the stick figures become more relatable, and you can kind of think about the ubiquitous smiley face. There's 2 eyes and a smile, and everyone in the world can understand that. And it's just a great example of, if you strip away stuff, then everyone can, the more you strip away, the more someone can see themselves in the image. So for anyone who thinks, well, I can't draw like that, you can also draw in a very simple way. It's really the power of your story, and then the images and all your choices can help that. Ultimately, you have to have a good story. It's like when you go to a movie and it's beautifully shot, but you're like, man, that was kind of boring, The next thing that I want to talk about is probably my favorite part of working with words and images is something called the third idea. And if you take a look at this image, the text at the top says, by the time we moved to the Gothic Revival House and John was born, Europe had disappeared from my parents' horizon. So if you just read that, you would have some idea in your mind. And if you just looked at the image, this woman going down the stairs and the kids, and it's kind of the chaos of a house with lots of children, you would have another idea. The juxtaposition of the words and images together tells you a bigger story about why the parents didn't go to Europe. And the expression on the mom's face kind of tells you how she feels about being at home. And by the way, this is Family Fun Home. And again, I think this is a great example of the third idea. I have 2 more examples of this, because I think it's such a powerful tool for graphic novels. This is by Linda Barry. It's called The Greatest Marlies. And at the top, it says, slow motion, we start to grow. We are amazed by our new life. It's amazing to us. We love our new life. There's expressions of amazement, and there's discovery, movements, mainly spinning. So if you just saw that, it's fairly innocuous. And if you place it with the image, which has Marlise looking very uncomfortable and saying, please, God, don't let her pick ours for the assembly, I beg you, you get a whole nother feeling. And that's, again, an example of the third idea. Something else I'd like to point out in this is the use of handwriting instead of something like a font that you might see in a magazine. And what that does for the personality of the character who's talking. This is a young adult person, and it just helps that choice underscores who the person is who's telling the story. This last one is by Rutu Modan. It's called Exit Stops. And it takes place in a morgue. And if you see the word balloons in the lower left, the guy is saying, any thoughts on lunch? And she's saying, how about Chinese? And again, if you just saw those word balloons without the image, it seems fairly innocuous. And if you saw the image without the word balloons, you'd say, I'm in a morgue. Those two images together tell a story of two people who do this so often, they don't even see what they're doing. And so that in this most kind of awful moment in a way, or this really brutal moment, they can be talking about Chinese food and she's looking at the inside of a person. And that's, I think, a really great example of what the third idea, of what this juxtaposition of words and images can do for storytelling. This is from, this is 2 pages from the book that we were mentioning earlier, How I Made It to 18, which is also for young adults, and it's about being in a mental hospital and feeling like you're the only one. And I wrote it because when I was in the mental hospital, I wish I'd had a book like that, so I knew I wasn't the only one. The page on the left that's all black, that just has the writing that says, I miss my life, that was actually maybe 10 pages of writing, in those binders that I was referring to earlier. And that writing was like, I was really depressed. I felt really dark. The world was heavy. The air felt heavy. I felt like I was being crushed. And of course, I could have maybe done a drawing about that. But when I kept stripping it away, and you can think of comics as like, there's a big funnel and there's your ideas and you're trying to get it into this tiny point, like what's the most salient, what's the most important thing? It was that I missed my life, and all those emotions, if I just used the color black, people would feel that vibe. And so that's why I did that black color. And I think it's, just wanted to show you an example of how you can keep simplifying and yet have a very complex idea come across. Now, before I go into the next section, Emily and KristaLyn, I just wonder if anyone has any comments or anything. I can certainly happy to answer them about the process or about the tools that you use when you're trying to work with words and images.
You are good to go. It's going really well so far. Can't wait to hear the rest.
Okay. Sorry, I wish I could see the chat window, but all I can do is see my own window. It took over. Okay, so I wanted to now share with you all kind of the process of actually writing and drawing a book. And my current project is called Documented. And it's about 4 unaccompanied minors from 4 different countries walking to the United States on their own, why they fled, their experience as they got to the United States, and then how they're doing now. I guess that would be kind of my elevator pitch that Gabrielle was talking about earlier. Maybe I have to be a little bit different, but something that short. So with Documented, it's a little different than some of the examples that I was showing you all before, because I wasn't just creating it from my mind. It's actually, these are true stories, and I interviewed the lawyers of these unaccompanied minors extensively. And so I had hours of audio that I had to put into transcripts. And then I had to read the transcripts. And then I had to think about, well, how do you organize all that information? Because it's a lot of information. And what I came up with, probably because I like to work with color and I'm a very visual person, was to color code different areas of the interviews based on what topics were being talked about. I had different topics. So for example, anything that was underlined in blue would be about why the person fled their home country. And anything that was in orange, I think I started with yellow and it was faded, so I started doing it in orange. Anything in orange was about the journey. What happened from when they left their home country to when they got to the United States. And then the green color was what was going on for them, or what is going on for them in the United States now. And so I went through all the different interviews, I highlighted all the different colors, and then I took those different ideas and put them all in their individual documents. So all the blue sections went into one document, all the orange into another, all the green into another, until I was able to sort of begin to organize these different sections of the stories. Each story is divided, as I said, into why someone fled their country, what happened on their way to the United States, and what's going on for them now. And while I'm doing that, I was also thinking about, well, what would these people look like? Because I want to preserve their anonymity. And at first I thought, well, maybe they'd be cats. And so I was always, I'm always drawing and trying to think about, well, what does someone look like? And cats didn't seem right. And so then I'm still doodling, and I do everything in these notebooks. I don't know if you all can see the notebook. They're just regular composition books, and I take them with me everywhere, and I put everything in them. So I started just kind of fooling around with like you see the names Neri and Fanta. They're different characters in the book. They have different names than their original names. And I was like, what could they look like? And so I start drawing them, and then I felt like, no, I needed to simplify. So here's another iteration, and I'm doing that, and I'm organizing and writing the scripts for this information. And then because I'm on deadline, I still have to get things moving. And one of the really important things when you write and draw together is called thumbnails, which probably some of you have heard about. And they're just a rough draft of what your graphic novel could look like. And in this image, each large square is a page. And then I'm trying to roughly draw what I think those pages will look like. And again, I'm working from a script like the one I showed you earlier that was typed, where it says like, here are the words and here are the images, here's what the image is going to be. Here's the words and here's what the image is. And so I begin to break it down and make the thumbnail so I can see, well, what will these two pages look like next to each other? And what's going to be the first panel that someone sees when they start the page? And what's the last panel? Because you want to make sure that whatever you have as the last panel is something that's going to make someone want to turn the page. Just like probably when you're writing more traditional book that's just words, you want like the end of the chapter or the last sentence on a page, you want people to be able to say, well, I want to read the next part and keep going. It's the same when you're doing a graphic novel. So I start mapping out. I've done my research, I have my chapters, and now I'm breaking it down into these thumbnails so I can understand what it looks like. And the more specific the thumbnails are, the easier it's going to be when I start to draw. So I'm still also at the same time thinking about what are these characters going to look like? And eventually I came up with these two characters for the first chapter that I was looking at. And you can see they're really stripped down at this point. It's just, sort of regular circle eyes, like the smiley face and a mouth. And it's just, and now I'm thinking about, well, what size is the head going to be? How far apart are the nose and the mouth going to be? I haven't really thought about what the arms will look like yet, but I'm just trying to get a sense. And I really liked what these look like. And so I worked with these, because what you're trying to do when you start a new story is you're thinking about, well, what is the graphic language of that story? Especially if you've chosen, like I did for this one, to strip away as much as possible so that as many people as possible can put themselves in this character's shoes and walk with them. I think it's also a way to cultivate empathy, and that feels really important when you're talking about immigration and the narrative around it. So these images, those were sort of early images I tinkered with, and then I draw in Photoshop, and so those images became this page. Not those specific images, but the girl, and you can see that she looks pretty much like the girl that I drew before. And if you notice the eyebrows in the lower part you can get so much emotion just from how you turn an eyebrow. If the eyebrow goes up, if it's straight, if it's angry, you can do a lot without having to do a lot of facial expression. So I can still stay true to my idea of being very simple. And I think also the reason that I wanted to be simple is because this story is very complex, and to balance out the complexity of emotion, I wanted everything around it to feel easy to read. Here's another, and now you can see what the boyfriend looks like. And you can see, like I said, well, I want the heads to be big. So I don't want them to really look like real people. I want them to be representational, but at the same time, they should be individuals. And so there's a lot of different things that I'm straddling. And I felt like, oh, the arms should be a certain way, and here's how I'm going to draw the hands. And every character, no matter who it is in this graphic novel, will have those type of hands, will have a slightly bigger head, we'll have these different divisions. And if you look in the lower left panel, that's a new character, that's a friend. And she looks definitely different, and yet she's got very similar vocabulary, visual vocabulary to the other ones. And the other thing I thought about, and took a lot of thinking, is when someone was sideways, I wanted their shoes to be pointing just, either to the left or to the right. And so I could just keep, once I had that visual vocabulary, it started to be much easier to draw. And here's another example of that. You see again how the shoes are pointing, and these kind of elongated arms, and just the simplicity of the faces. This last image is, and it's a little, I guess it's similar in a way to that image I showed you before, with the black page with the writing, although there's much more here. But the choice I made as the creator of this is I could have drawn a panel where she's in a village. It's in the mountains. The jungle is around her. It's dark. She's by herself, and she's going to see her friend. And I could write all of that, and I could draw little pictures, or I could have for impact, for that kind of the feeling that I wanted to convey of like this black night. It felt better to kind of put it into a whole page and make it very black, and then use the black and white. And part of the reason, I know I talked a lot about color, I don't tend to use color in my work. I just do black and white. And in a way, it's because it just makes it easier for me if I don't have to choose a lot of colors. Although when I do the Scribble Monsters, I do a lot of color, and I love color. It's just one thing that I just don't have to worry about. It's also true in my online work. That I just have always done black and white. So that is that's the presentation. And I'm not sure, I can talk a little bit more. I still can't see the chat window, but now I can see here. Okay.
All right, that was amazing. Thank you so much, Tracy. We actually have also shared a link to your books on Amazon in the chat. And what we can do so that you can check out the chat if people want to engage is I will go ahead and put that link, traced.com, also in the chat so that you can stop sharing your screen and be able to engage more with the comments if you'd like.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay.
There we go.
I think I've managed to figure that out now. Just wondering if anyone, I gave a lot of information. Oh, and thank you, Allison, for your comments on my drawings. I appreciate it. They take a really long time, and I'm actually really happy with it. It's very different from how I usually draw. So thank you very much. It's always nice to get that feedback. I'm just wondering, I can certainly talk a little bit more about anything having to do with combining words and images, if anyone has any questions about that.
So we do have a question for you, Tracy. We're compiling a list of recommendations for our viewers to be able to read. What would you recommend is like a really great high vibe story that our viewers should read or view?
Or both.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's probably what a book that I really love and have always returned to, and it's probably been a big influence on my life is called Where the Sidewalk Ends by Paul Silverstein, and it's a book of poems and drawings. And when you look at that, the poems and drawings work together often to create another idea. And it makes me really happy, that book. It feels really good. He's got another book, The Giving Tree, which just is very sad. But how, like, I can't read it to my children without crying, and they're always like, "Why are you crying?" The Giving Tree. But I think Where the Sidewalk Ends is wonderful. It just makes you feel good when you read it.
Awesome. And Queen V wanted to be sure that you knew that she said everything you said is interesting.
Oh, thank you.
And Aspen loves those books as well. Awesome.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's part of what I read of Shel Silverstein. I memorized those poems when I was growing up. And then I also read a lot of comics. So between those things, I ended up still writing and drawing comics.
Okay. I loved all the stuff you shared about. I mean, that was fascinating for me. I've never done comic creation in any way, but just the impact, like energetically and vibrationally, of having the images so well thought out and curated to create an actual feeling of the energy you're trying to convey is just so powerful and incredibly high vibration.
Yeah, I was thinking about that a lot when you were talking about high vibration and how colors really do a lot. Just even looking at the orange background, KristaLyn, behind you, and like what does that make me feel like, and how you can really do that in books. And this book that won the Magic Fish, I don't know if I remember the colors in there, these purples. It's
nice.
It just it just really conveys a mood, even just when you flip through it without knowing anything. It's amazing the power of color to influence a reader.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your time with us today. We are so blessed to have had you as part of this summit. We already have some viewers who have ordered your books and are excited to share them with their family. Thank you for the difference that you are making. You are absolutely perfect for this summit, and we're so glad to have had you.
I was really glad to be here. Everyone have a good day. Bye-bye.
Bye, Tracy.
All right, and next up, I just tried to remove Tracy and brought in Carrie, so I apologize for the
I'm here.
transition, but let me introduce someone who I personally adore, having worked with and just knowing as a person. Everybody meet Carrie White Parrish. Carrie brings with her years of experience as a developmental editor and book industry professional at Glass House Press. She has a passion for the written word and an abiding affection for the authors who produce them. Carrie works with a team of outstanding editors, designers, formatters, marketers, and publicists to bring Glass House books to life, and admits to a lifelong love affair with all of her authors. So, Carrie, you are kind of every author's dream person to be able to talk to, and we're so excited to be able to ask you some questions today. I know Glass House has some exciting releases coming out, so we're excited to hear more about that as well. Let's get started with a question that is likely on many of our viewers' minds, which is, how do you feel about the publishing industry and how it's currently doing and where it's evolving?
It's a tricky question. There's a lot of answers to that question. I love the publishing industry. It's my first love. It's someplace I've wanted to work since I was like 3 years old. I worked really, really hard to get here. And I mean, it's really hard to complain about getting to work with books and art all day. It's how much bad can you really say about that? My issues with the publishing industry right now, and I think probably a lot of people have the same issues, is we're kind of starting to blur the lines between bloggers and readers and authors, and it's becoming more and more an industry of mean girls, to be honest. Readers attacking authors, attacking bloggers, bloggers attacking authors, and that to me is the saddest part of the industry right now. Is we're just kind of the whole thing that's happened with the internet, where everybody's kind of lost their filter and lost their ability to be nice and lost their respect and their responsibility for what they say to other people. It's kind of magnified in the publishing industry.
So you get a lot of abuse going on, a lot of bullying, and a lot of authors who are turning away from it because they don't want to deal with it anymore. A lot of editors and publishers who are turning away from it because they don't want to deal with that atmosphere anymore. And that, to me, is the biggest thing in the publishing industry right now in terms of the chemistry going on between the people who are involved. And I don't know that there's a fix. I certainly am not smart enough to come up with whatever is, going to fix, but I think it's something the industry itself has to figure out how to address, because it's killing the happy place that it used to be for us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. In a high vibe storytelling summit, we totally get the idea of wanting to take something that's kind of low vibe and bring it back to a bit of exuberance.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's definitely something that we're excited to work on. So considering the different routes that the publishing industry has now, you see hybrid presses and self-publishing, Amazon's getting in the game now. You are a publisher as well. So would you like to explain to some new authors, like the best way for a new author to get their feet wet in the publishing industry and to take root in a sense?
I don't know that there is a best way. I think everybody has to find their own way in this industry, because there are, three pretty distinct routes. You can either go the traditional route, get an agent, get a publisher, have your book put out by somebody else. Or you can go the, newer, not as new anymore, but newer way where you're self-publishing, you have control of everything yourself. You have to do all the work and put up all the money and, take on all the responsibility. But at the end of the day, you reap better-ish rewards, depending on how the whole thing goes. And then the third option, which is not as well known, is the hybrid publisher, where you're splitting costs with somebody who knows what they're doing. And so you're putting some money in, but you also have a professional in your pocket, more or less, who's telling you what to do and how to do it. And the hybrid form is something that Glass House is toward more and more. So I can build more of a partnership with my authors rather than being the only person in charge, because being the only person in charge is terrifying and I don't like it anymore. So hybrid is my personal choice, but it's everybody's personal, it's such a personal journey. It's your story. They're your characters. It's your vision, your world. It's important for people to choose the way they think is going to work best for them, I think.
Could you tell some of our viewers a little bit more about what Glass House does, what you guys kind of publish, the background of how you founded it, all of that kind of stuff?
The way I founded Glass House is I got fired from 3 jobs in a single year and decided that I couldn't work for other people anymore. And I decided I was going to start a company where I was helping authors get ready to pitch their manuscripts to agents and publishers. So I was working with individual authors for a long time, and I worked with an author. I want to say we worked together for about 2 years on his manuscript, and by the time we got to the end, I thought we had a really great book, but it wasn't fitting into the box that agents were going to look for. It wasn't 250 pages double spaced. It wasn't an easy vanilla kind of topic. It was pretty risky. And I didn't think agents were going to accept it, even though I thought it was a great book. So I started a publishing company to publish it myself. And that was how Glass House started. We transitioned away because that was an adult kind of terrorist thriller sort of book. And we transitioned away from that to YA about 2 years after I published that, because I thought I had better stories, better authors, better covers for sure. And I thought at that time, I think it was 2010, that was the direction the industry was going to be going, was YA. So I transitioned to that, built up a pretty good stable of authors. I think we had 10 to 12 authors at one point in production, and of YA, high YA, low YA, a little bit of middle grade, and all stuff that might have been passed by in traditional houses, but stuff that spoke to me personally. and authors that I wanted to work with and ideas and characters that I wanted to work with. And we put out, I mean, a good few books before I decided to downsize a little bit and focus more on the hybrid publishing with more specific authors so that I could put more time into everybody rather than being spread too thin. And that's where we are now. We don't have that many authors in our stable anymore, but I'm able to put more time into every book and be more personally involved, which is important to me.
And I also think it's very important for like the high vibe concept is having that like kind of one-on-one community feel in your publishing experience so that you're coming to publishing without all of the fears and the trauma and that this is going to fail and that sort of energy. Instead, you're coming out with like, this is going to be awesome. I have a team.
Right.
Yeah, and you don't feel like a number. You actually get that attention.
Or somebody that I'm constantly saying, yes, I'll do it next week. Yes, I'll do it next week. And then never getting to.
Yeah.
Or someone who has 50 projects. So your project is just one of 50 and they don't have that connection with you. The one thing I really liked about working with you was there was constant engagement. Like there was a human being on both sides. So that's a really great direction that I hope the publishing industry adopts as well. Just, I hope that becomes a little bit more expansive in the whole energy.
Yeah. And that was part of one of my big goals for Glass House when I started it was to be personally involved in every single project and be a personal mentor to my authors and make sure that I was always involved, make sure that I was always available, which is both a blessing and a curse because always available is great in terms of building relationships, but it's also very draining in terms of never closing yourself off. And that at the end of the day was kind of what the difficulty I had with having so much authors was being so open to so many people. As an introvert, that was really hard for me. So at the end of the day, that's kind of, I think it's a great goal and I wouldn't change it, but it's hard for me to manage so many people that openly, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
You mentioned earlier on that you switched to more of a YA because you knew that's kind of the direction the industry was going. And I'd love to hear more of your thoughts around YA and its importance for those of you who might not know what that is. It's young adult literature and its importance in the industry now, because that was a while ago.
I think it's still a really genre or niche. I think it's definitely, to me, the most important aspect of publishing because not only does it give authors more freedom in terms of characters and storylines, it also, you're literally molding young minds. And I mean, I hate to say that phrase is so old school, but it's the truth. You're teaching, you're giving kids examples of what's possible and what they can do and who they can be if they want to. And I love that genre in particular, to me, grows first. It addresses social issues first. It's inclusive before other genres are inclusive. It allows kick-ass heroines who are doing the stuff that they weren't allowed to do in the past. It allows for gender bending. It allows for people doing stuff that they were never supposed to do in the real world. And for me, why YA been allowed the boundaries faster than anybody else? It certainly has. I think that's important for kids, not kids who are walking the straight traditional line so that they can see that there's other ways to do things, but kids who are living outside of the box a little bit so that they can see characters who represent them and authors who represent them and feel like they're not alone and they're not walking by themselves through the world. Literature has always been, I think, company for people who maybe don't have company in the real world. And that's how I felt when I was a kid and I didn't have a lot of friends and I didn't like to talk to people. My friends were the characters that I read about. So I think for kids who don't have friends or kids who feel like they're marginalized or, people who are being bullied, anything like that, giving them characters that reflect them or that speak to them is incredibly important in helping them grow into fully functional human beings. So, you know, I think it's a socially important genre, but also I think it's the most fun genre. So it's hits across the board as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's the most fun to read as well.
Mm-hmm.
Echo now. I love reading YA because it's so fun. It moves really fast. They address really big concepts, but in very simple ways often.
Yeah.
Because they're, again, speaking to a younger audience. So it's not much adult fantasy, which I love too, or adult works too. I love this as well, but I just think it's really powerful. So
All right, hold on.
Still focus.
My cat has decided he needs to take part in this.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
we welcome the
exactly like Allison is saying, company for kids who don't have company. I remember I gave a talk similar to the one I gave today to it was the Scottish Astrological Association about, I was talking to astrologers about why they should write, whereas today I'm talking to writers about why they should astrology. But they said, you know, what got you into writing? And I was like, I didn't have any friends, so I had the characters, and it just expands your possibilities, your belief in everything. You know, there are no limits when you go into the characters. And I really adore that about fiction in general.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of Glass House authors are of that same vibe, right? So I know that Glass House just had a really exciting book release. Did you want to tell us some more about that?
Sure. So we have an author who has been in the house a long time. I mean, he was probably one of our first, I want to say maybe the fourth author that I signed in the YA genre. So we've been working together for a really long time. We just released, this is quick so you don't need to. We just released his first book, his first full length, in early December, which is actually a collection of short stories that's a primer for the series that's coming out. The first book is coming out in April. So we released, it's called Debbie and Other Stories from the Helen of Mars universe. And I want to say there are maybe 10 short stories in the book, all based around this universe and all kind of happening outside of the main storyline, but involving the main characters. So it's really, really fun. It's a great primer for the universe, and we had a kick writing it. It was really, really fun. So we're excited for it to be out there. It's doing really well. Last time I checked, it was top 5 in its shops. So I mean, not bad. That's amazing. It's doing great. Yeah. We're excited. We've been working on this series for a long time. So it's exciting to see it finally out in the world.
That's awesome. Congratulations to and that's George Eby.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some, like, our readers I'm sure would love to check it out on Amazon.
Yeah, it's free on Amazon. So
yeah,
download away.
Awesome. So Debbie by George Eby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Debbie and Other Stories from the Helen of Mars universe. But if you search Debbie, it'll come up.
And that's Debbie with an I, right?
Right.
Do you have any other releases coming out this year that you're super excited about that you would want to share?
So Glass House has recently started a new imprint called Spitfire Press, which is not YA. It's going to be featuring more adult themed authors, and we have 2 romance authors and 2 fantasy urban, kind of hybrid authors, and all going to be coming out with books later this year. But I don't have any details for that yet. It's a new thing. We're still kind of getting all this stuff in place and getting it organized, and it's right now it's kind of super chaotic, but exciting, scary, exciting. And that's going to be happening later this year. So we'll have, obviously we'll have details released when we have them. Right now, though, we have no details that are public yet.
Got it.
When you're signing authors on, no matter whether if it's in Spitfire or if it's in your classic like YA Glass House, what do you kind of look for? Like, what is something? Is it just a draw to you? Is it a focus on, you know, how the story is going to connect with the reader? What are kind of some things that you find really valuable?
It's definitely a draw if it draws me because it's my house. I get the privilege of saying yes, I like it. I want to publish it. If it's a book I would want to read, if they're characters that speak to me, if they're characters that I feel we haven't seen before or we haven't seen done well for, I tend to think that the characters are the most important. Plot can always be fixed. Plot can always be changed or redirected. Squigs, we don't want help. But the characters to me are the core spine of any story. And without good characters, without characters that speak to you and make you want to follow them and make you want to cheer for them, you don't have anything. So my biggest requirement whenever I'm looking at subs is, are there characters that I think readers will follow? Are there characters that I think readers will cheer for and jump the shark for and believe in and want to be friends with? Because at the end of the day, for me personally as a reader, that's what a book is getting in with those characters and having the adventure with them. And I think it's more important that you have characters you want to walk with than a plot that grabs you or makes you stay up reading late at night or anything like that. And I'm not sure that I can say it's that way across the publishing industry. I don't think that's everybody's point of view. I don't think that's the way everybody judges a book, but that's the way I judge a book. And since it was my house, that's the house chose their authors.
Yeah,
I think
well,
that's so important though.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I hope more houses adopt the same rules, because that's very, it's kind of music to an author's ears, knowing that it's their story and their plots and their characters, the themes that they really want to convey that are being valued. And that's important.
Yeah, I can't, like I said, I can't say that I'm the norm as a publisher, and I can't say that I do things the same way other publishers do, because I never trained with another publisher. I never, interned at any big house. Seeing how they did, I kind of decided to jump in and did things my own way. But I think it's Squigs, no. I think it's a valuable way to approach storytelling. And I mean, we ended up with some really, really great books, terrific authors, terrific characters. And so I don't think it's the wrong way, obviously. I just don't know how many other people do it that way.
Wow. Well, that's really fantastic. What is like something you wish that more authors knew when submitting their work for publishing? Or like, what are some tips that you can give people when they're submitting their work for publishing? Sounds like your favorite question ever.
You would be surprised how often I'm asked this question. Don't think that your job is ever done. Ever done. If the manuscript's written, great, but now you have to do editing, and editing is hard work. And when editing's done, then you have to do marketing, and marketing is hard work, and you have to do publicity, and you have to get into advertising and, making sure there's exposure on your book. If you've got a publisher and they're taking care of the artwork and the formatting and the printing and all that, that's great. But if you decide to do it on your own, then you also have to learn art direction and formatting and, all this kind of stuff. So as an author, a lot of people come into the industry thinking, I'm going to write a book and then I'm going to hand it to somebody and they're going to make it book shape and take care of all the stuff. That's not even remotely true. As an author, your job legitimately never ends. And this is something that is true across the board. some of the hardest working people I know in the industry are people who are getting 6-figure deals from one of the bigs. And they still work 26 and a half hours a day, doing publicity and doing marketing and figuring out new ways to get exposure for their books. It's just part and parcel to the industry. It's just the way it goes. And I wish, well, not that I wish, but I think it's something that authors have to know before they come in, because it's an important thing to realize that, writing the story down is not ends for you.
Yeah. And it's a great mindset to adapt as well. Like knowing that you really aren't done with the story. You get to carry it to the people, because a lot of authors really do want a fandom. They really do want to connect with the people who also enjoy it. And I think that finding those people, that is the marketing and the publicity, but it's also a joy and a privilege and an honor to be able to do that. So knowing that becoming an author, you're taking on that author lifestyle and being able to own that space and that energy, that's a really great tip.
It really is a persona. And I used to joke with one of my first authors. He published under a pseudonym, and we would make jokes about how he had to put on that mask, like he would go from being everyday person to the author version of the person. And before we went into an appearance, I would say, right, you have to put on that person now, and I know a lot of authors who are introverts and aren't super comfortable talking to people, are very nervous about the whole thing. They have a kind of mask that they put on when they're going, now I'm the author version, now I can be the normal version. And that author version of yourself is something that it's really important that authors prepare, because that's the person that interacts at the signings, interacts online, does the publicity stuff. And that becomes the person that readers connect with, and the person they recognize, and the person that they expect. And it's important for authors to know that that's going to be part of the job. If you want to be successful, that's going to be part of the job.
Yeah. Awesome.
And it's also kind of a lucky privilege to get to do that sort of stuff too.
Yeah.
Like, even if it's challenging and you have to flex and put on a new mask you maybe never have put on before, like you're the first impression a lot of people are going to get of your book is going to be of you. And so it's fun in that kind of aspect to think about it in that way. And the energy that you present with and the energy you show up with is the energy they're going to view your book with starting out. So that's kind of fun and exciting in a way.
Yeah. It's definitely, it's an exhilarating experience. So.
Yeah, I know one of my favorite parts of being an author is going to cons and speaking on panels and doing talks and things like that, getting to really share what's in my brain and doing it through the, like, look at my story and my characters, aren't they great? And people saying, yeah, we connect with that. So it's that feedback that doesn't necessarily have to come through book reviews that you actually get in return via social media, via the publicity appearances. So there really is a neat side to that. I mean, I'm primarily like a selective extrovert. Let's put it that way. Like there are times when I want to be an extrovert and I choose those times to be when I put my books out there. But there are times when you want to be an introvert too. You get the best of both worlds. And it's almost necessary to be able to walk both worlds as an author to have all those perspectives. So it's a really cool thing. Yeah. So one question we have that we've had for all of our speakers today, and we're so glad that you joined us today, because the publishing industry is an enigma for so many people. And to get this practical, rational, totally honest perspective has been so helpful. I'm sure beneficial for everybody who's watching now or will watch the replay or benefit from it in the future. What is a high vibe book or a book that just really grips you that you would recommend everybody read?
I'm so bad at this question.
Emily said we should do a book rack list, and I'm like, wait. Yeah.
Because part of the problem is I never finish books. I start 15 and then I never finish them because then I start 15 more. So I'm going to go with the incredibly easy way out and say the book I'm reading right now because it's the one I have in my head. I'm reading right now Addie LaRue, by
Me
Victoria.
too. Yeah.
So good.
I love it so far.
Breaking my heart.
Yeah.
Do you want to cry but feel good about the tears? Here we go.
You know, it's
Speaking
funny
of-
because I know Victoria very well. And I got halfway through and the character got what appears to be her happy ending. And I'm like, Victoria? Because I know she's not going to let it be. You know, that's not who she is. But the book, and I've always thought this about V, her writing style is so incredibly easy to fall into. And her descriptions are so beautiful, and her characters are so well built and so deep. And the book has just been, and I know she's been waiting to write this book for a long time. She's known about this character for a long time, but she's been waiting to write the book until she thought she was ready. And I'm so incredibly proud of her for the job that she did on this. It's such a gorgeous book, and it's so well done, and the characters are so three-dimensional and so important. And I think that it's probably going to be on my top 10 books of all time. Not just because it's by Victoria, but also because it's so well done and the characters are so effective. So yeah, I would say that's my biggest recommendation right now. I mean, like the rest of the world who's all reading this book. Mm-hmm. So not super helpful, but
yeah, I was really excited. I'm glad it made it on the list because like I have book recommendations too, but I didn't want to be the one to recommend Addie LaRue because I was hoping someone else would. So thank you for being the someone else.
An amazing book. I'm so excited for. It's such a terrific read. I mean, it's ripping my heart out, but I expected it to. So
you're going in prepared.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Carrie, thank you so much. It has been such a pleasure to get to talk to you, and I know that our viewers have gotten a lot out of this because this was fantastic.
Good. I'm always glad to help. I'm always making appearances is tough for me, but I know KristaLyn, and this is an important one to make. So I'm happy to help.
You're such a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Have a great rest of your day, and have a great day to your cat as well.
Thanks. I'll see you guys later.
Right.
All right. So actually, you guys, next up, we have a very special guest who many of you may already know. You might be familiar with her. She is a best-selling author and professional psychic as well, with over 15 years of independent and traditional publishing experience. Emily Dexter is an expert in the power of using energy and channeling to create deep impact through words. Emily specializes in helping people discover their purpose in life through unblocking their intuitive gifts and channeling abilities and applying those to their writing. It is her aim to connect both readers and writers to the healing power of fiction. Everybody give it up for our favorite resident psychic author, amazing person, Emily.
Thank you, Krista. I appreciate you so much. I'm so excited to do a talk now because I'm just so inspired by all the different talks we've had today. But first, I can already tune into the energy of this space a little bit, and I know that everyone's feeling like a little stale. So I want us to start off by doing some deep breaths and just kind of like moving our necks and like our bodies with just a smidge. Whether you've been watching just for a couple minutes or if you've been watching this whole time, I think it's really important that we kind of do a little bit of an energy reset before we dive in. So just take a couple like really nice deep breaths. And start feeling, stretch out your energy, feel your field. Even if you need to do a little energy clearing for yourself. I started the day out with an energy clearing. So if you're feeling a little drained, or even if you're just like, wow, there's been so much information, that's amazing. But, clear your energy, take some deep breaths. And we're going to dive in today because I am talking about the connection between channeling and psychic abilities and writing fiction books, because there is a very, very deep connection in that space. And I don't actually have a presentation today. You guys just get to see my face while I talk, which is kind of how I usually do talks, is I'm less of like a presenter in that space and more of just like a conversationalist. So if you've seen any of my stuff, this is very similar to that. But I really wanted to talk about everyone's unique power, both to channel and to write. And I know this was alluded to a little bit by a couple of the other speakers, but it's really, really important that everyone acknowledges the power that they have to create. And channeling is truly an act of creation. You are tuning in and creating a connection between, oh, you guys are so sweet. You are tuning in and creating a connection between your spirit guides, your muses, your characters, your setting, your world, which are all things that actually do exist somewhere within this crazy layered cake of the universe that we all live within. And you're creating a connection that you're now pulling into a tangible reality and writing into something physical, a physical form of magic and energy that can pass from a person to another and that can outlive you and change reality forever. Because that is truly the power of stories and storytelling. That is truly the power of books, is that when you create and write a book, everyone who ever will read that book for the rest of time will have their reality changed in some way. And every time you read a book, your reality is changed in some way as well. So when we started the Forgotten Storytellers to really start focusing on the high vibration storytelling, that is part of the reason we did that, is to, hey, let's now take a consciousness around the energy that we're creating from, so that whenever your readers will someday read this book, they actually have a consciousness energy around it as well, and will get consciously activated throughout the writing process, or sorry, throughout the reading process, because you were activated through the writing process. And that is a really deep and potent connection between channeling of energy and writing a book, because you are creating that physical magic. And the more intention you put behind that, the more intention and experience the reader will get. And that's kind of where we come from with this. A little bit more about me, which I know you guys may know me from certain various places. Obviously, I've done a lot of advertising around this. So if you guys have known me from other places, hi. If you have never seen me before, also hi. But a little bit about me. Like KristaLyn gave me that incredible introduction, so thank you so much for that. But I'm both a professional psychic, a best-selling author, and then a psychic activator and writing coach. So they all kind of go hand in hand. And that's part of the reason that I find high vibe things so fun, is because high vibe in and of itself is almost a contradiction, something that you wouldn't necessarily think about when it comes to things like books. And just the same way you wouldn't necessarily think about having psychic abilities as a very important aspect of writing a book, those are actually really important to put together. And the more emphasis we put on that, the better. And the same way anyone can write, everyone can channel. And so today, what I'm going to really dive into with you guys here is I want to talk about all the different things that you can channel. We're going to do a little mini activation for you guys to really activate some of your channeling abilities and therefore get you some clarity around your writing abilities as well. And then I'm going to give you some really fun exercises so that you guys can tangibly start practicing channeling while writing and applying that to anything that you're creating. Before we do that, though, the one tip that I want to give you guys, if you want to expand your writing abilities or if you want to expand your channeling abilities, truly the best tip that I have for you is to read books. And I know usually when I give that tip, people are like, you're not telling me to meditate, or you're not telling me to like practice or like draft a bunch of things or anything like that. Nope. You want to become a better writer, or you want to become a better channel, a better psychic, read books. Because it is so helpful for you to start to understand the way that you process energetic information. Because that's what you're doing when you're reading, is you're processing energetic information. It's the same thing you're doing when you're channeling or trying to use psychic abilities or tuning into energy fields or anything along those lines. They're very, very similar skills. So the more that you read, even if you can't necessarily visualize, and some people can't, you can start to understand, oh, I really perceive energetic emotions or energetic information through my emotional reaction or in my physical body, or I really hear things. Like as I'm reading the story and understanding the characters' lives, I'm starting to actually hear information about them, or understand that on a deeper level. And that's always going to be the same way that you're going to understand energetic information when it comes to channeling and psychic abilities as well. So that is always my number one tip. The more books you read, the more you're going to get to know your abilities to write. Those are going to expand. And of course, the more you're going to be able to channel and work with your channeling. So when I say channeling, what I mean is tuning into different energies within the universe, whether that is channeling in your characters, whether that's channeling in your settings, whether that's channeling your spirit guides or ancestors or past lives. There's so many different things that kind of fall under that channeling blanket. It's kind of the classic blanket that we think of psychic abilities, but there's so many more additional ways to think about channeling in its actual day-to-day application. we're all little microdoses of the universe. So thinking about it like that, we all have the ability to expand on our universal experience and what we're experiencing and the way that we're perceiving the universe around us. And there's always more than we know going on out there. So channeling allows you to tune into those things, which is just really exciting. I'm just seeing some of the comments come up. Thank you. My husband just posted in there. So hello, love. I love that you want to write books that inspire people through fiction, because fiction is always so important. Virtual hug back, or COVID hug, I think is what we call it now. But yes, fiction is primarily the genre that is important in this. Now, I've written both in the nonfiction world, I've written in the allegorical fiction world, and then I've also written in the fiction world. And fiction has such a deep power because our brain and our energy learns through stories. And that's how channeling works too. You're getting pictures and snippets of stories in order to get deeper information, whether it's part of your story or someone else's story, anything along those lines. So if everyone can channel and everyone can write, how come it feels so blocked for a lot of people? And so there's a couple things that kind of go into that. And I always want to cover that because this affects both things like writer's block and then of course also blocks on your psychic abilities. So I give this analogy anytime I talk on this, and it's like one of my favorite analogies ever because it's so easy to picture. So I'm going to give it to you guys again. If you've heard it before, you can hear it again. But basically what my analogy is for this is when we are born or when we come onto this plane, we have this beautiful flowing magical river inside of us. It's all of our abilities to connect with energy. It's all of our creativity, our passion. We think about it kind of like that. It's just this beautiful flowing river. However, as we go through our lives, we spend a considerable amount of effort doing as much as possible to dam up our river without even knowing that's what we're doing. So anytime we have a traumatic experience, we just chuck it into the river. Anytime we have like limiting beliefs that we choose to absorb, those go into the river. Anytime we have, like fears or really dense emotional experiences, anything in that kind of capacity, all of those things we throw into this river that form this dam of stuff. Now, you might still have some little trickles going through, but it still can feel kind of blocked because that's really what's in there. Those are some of those energetic blocks that are stopping you from tuning in and really accessing your psychic abilities. And the same thing goes for writer's block. Writer's block is an energetic block as well. And that's something we deal with a lot during our program in the Forgotten Storytellers is, hey, you can actually remove writer's block energetically if you think about it in that way. If you're feeling resistance to a certain part of the writing or publishing process, which obviously a lot of our speakers have talked on today, you can actually energetically overcome those things using a combination, again, of this channeling energy work with your writing work, which is really, really powerful. So if you're sitting here, you're like, that's great. You say everyone can channel. I guarantee everyone can channel. Everyone can tune into these psychic abilities, but you may just have some stuff in your river that you need to start removing and releasing. So the little activation that I wanted to do for you guys today, before I dive into some of the exercises that you guys can do to really start channeling and opening up yourself to this channeling while writing kind of thing, is designed to actually remove some of those energy blocks. So this is my resonance point activation, a really mini version of it. But the cool thing with this one is oftentimes when we're feeling really blocked or we're feeling really stuck, or if we're trying really hard to write and be creative and it's just not necessarily coming out, or if we're trying to channel and it's just not necessarily coming out the way we want it to, it's really awesome to check in with our physical being, because that is taking all of these spinning, swirling thoughts inside of our head and being like, hold on, pressing the pause button. What is my body actually feeling? What am I actually experiencing in my physical being? And that can give you more clues to help you overcome all these blocks or stop feeling stuck and that sort of thing. So with my resonance point activation, it is activating the point. It's at the apex of your ribs. So it's between your heart center and your solar plexus, if for like on a magical speak, or your chest and your stomach, right there at the apex of your ribs. And the reason I call it your resonance point is that's where our bodies most often have the physical reaction when we have a good idea or when we know something is definitely for us. That's where we feel that in our physical body. But the cool thing with this, and this was downloaded to me a couple of years ago from Spirit, etc., is you can actually manifest with that and actually help to clear your blocks out using your resonance point. It's a very, very powerful point in our body. And once we activate it, which I'm just basically going to call in some earth energy, call in some celestial energy, get the energy going in that space, you'll be able to start feeling that out. If you ever feel blocked, check in with your resonance point. Can you, send some energy out of that space to help you move forward? Is there something you'd want to something you want to manifest. My gosh, I forgot the word for a second. If there's something you want to manifest, you can send basically a blueprint of what you want to manifest to that point and project it out to the world and call it into you. So as I said, this is kind of a little mini activation. There's a lot more that goes into this, but this will definitely start helping you feel it out. And that way, when you practice these channeling things, instead of just writing blindly and you're like, okay, I hope this is actually tuning into stuff, you can start to actually have a physical reaction when you know you're tuning in, which is really exciting and fun. So to do this, everyone just sit comfortably. That's always the biggest thing. There's no specific position you need to sit in, but I do always recommend you sit comfortably. And I'm just going to be narrating what I do with the energy. Now, if you do not want this activation, just say no, because I don't work on energy without permission. So just if you want the activation, say yes, either out loud, in your head, in the comments, anywhere you would like to, and you will receive it no matter when you're watching this. So if you guys are watching a replay of this, you will still receive it. The energy space, again, I mentioned at the beginning, energy space is weird. So everyone just close your eyes, take a couple of deep breaths. You're going to see me on here with my eyes closed too. So who knows what my facial expression is going to be like, but here we go. So take a couple deep breaths, and we're going to just first start by bringing our attention to our heart center. There we go. And then bringing our attention to, again, that resonance point, that place at the apex of your ribs. And right now, just imagine an empty room, an empty space right in that location. And what I'm going to do is take a bit of our energy, our heart center energy that we just started focusing on, and I'm pulling that energy down through our bodies and through our feet. Some of you, I can already tell, have blocks around grounding. So this is what we're doing, is we're grounding some of that energy in. So I'm going to break through some of those blocks and send that energy all the way down through the earth to the crystalline core to pull up some earth energy in that path we just made. So I'm going to pull this very powerful earth energy up through the bottom of your feet and up your legs and up your back and landing in that resonance point. And visualize, which means see, sense, hear, feel, or know the energy spinning in that space. What color does it look like? What does it feel like? Feel it there. And now I'm going to take just a little bit of that earth energy along with some more of our heart center energy and pull that up your neck and head and out the top of your crown chakra and send it up above. A couple of you have blocks in this area too, so this is going to help clear those out as well. I'm sending that earth and heart energy up to creator energy. The energy of theta, the energy of all that is. And just like we did with the earth energy, we're bringing some of that incredibly high vibration, connective love energy down from that space, down through the top of your head, through your crown chakra, down the back of your neck, and through your heart, and then meeting it in that resonance point and having it mix with that earth energy. Take one really big deep breath into that space. As you do, feel that energy expand out from you, creating a beautiful path forward. Take a few more breaths into that space. Whenever you're ready, you can rejoin here with your eyes open. So again, that little activation is just to really help you connect energetic feelings and sensations with your physical body, to give you kind of a root and an anchor and a grounding point in which to create from. Because oftentimes in the writing process or in the life process, we would really love to have validation about what we're doing as we're doing it. It would make us all very, very happy. And so with that, having that kind of validation point, that resonance point, when you know that you are channeling, you know you're tuning in because you have that physical feeling, that physical reaction, it can be really, really helpful in helping you overcome some limiting beliefs and blocks, specifically around your creativity or your writing, anything in that kind of space. So that's why I wanted to make sure that was activated for you guys. And you can always lean into that the more that you need to. Again, that was a little mini activation. I do a way more in-depth one in the Forgotten Storytellers, a couple other things, but that'll really, really help out. So now that that is taken care of, and I hope that, guys, that felt really good to you all. Thank you. Thank you. If you didn't feel any physical sensations right off the bat, that's okay. It was still activated and unblocked for you. You will feel them when you need to. That is totally all right. But I did want to talk about some ways that you can actually begin channeling in and writing your experience of channeling that is you can either use to build your book, or you can just use these writing techniques to get a hold of and channel different entities within the world. In the space of writing your book, though, this is extra super duper important. Because when you're channeling in these, your muses, which are basically your spirit guides, or you're channeling your characters, which even though you feel like they're just in your head, there is definitely a being in the universe that relates to them or are very, very similar to them in ways. So you can actually channel in your characters and get information and answers for them. You can channel in your setting, your higher self, all of those sorts of things. So, oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh, you guys are the best. I'm so glad you feel calm and happy. I was like, we need some energy reset going on in here too. So I'm glad that's good. Awesome. I'm glad you always get the tingles. You're so sweet. So a couple different channeling exercises that you can do to really improve your writing and your channeling skills. And it's really important to note, there's, like I said, a ton of different things you can channel. So the first exercise I always say is, hey, the first step in really getting comfortable channeling is to channel your own energy. And a really great way to do that is to narrate the experience, even that you just had with that little energy activation. Narrate how it felt. Write it down as if you were writing it in a book, because of that, you're actually channeling your energy. And the more you can actually leverage that and channel different energies, the easier it's going to be to write those energies into your book. Because the more you practice with writing down what energy feels like and what the sensations feel like, the more your human brain, which oftentimes works against us in the energetic sense, is going to identify those things in real time and help you to write them again when you're just trying to create circumstances within your work that you're building, things along those lines. So always start by narrating energy experiences as often as you can. That is actually a channeling exercise. It may not seem like it. It totally is. You are channeling your energy by describing your experience. So that is my first exercise right off the bat. Now, anytime, if you want to channel your characters, I always recommend doing this. So you want to get out a blank piece of paper because you're going to ask them questions. And when you ask your characters questions, you want to actually write down the question and then you're going to respond. Now, at first, your brain's going to be like, okay, well, we're responding, but it's going to be me speaking. So the idea is to kind of allow yourself the actual space to respond. I usually set a 5-minute timer for each response because it helps you make it through some of the gunk that your brain is just telling you is just you. And by the time you read back through the response, you'll be able to have some energetic hits on, whoa, wait a second, this is actually a response that I've channeled in from somewhere else. This didn't just come from my, knowing and thoughts I already had. You're going to get an expanded perspective on that character. So here's some of the questions I recommend you write down. I also recommend every time you want to channel in a character in your writing, assign an image to what that character would look like in your head, or what they would sound like. Something like that gives them an identifying feature, and just ask them to step forward either out loud or in your head. Just close your eyes for a second after you've written down your questions. Ask them to come forward and again, assign that image if another one doesn't come up. If one comes up, that's amazing. Yay. But if one doesn't, that's totally okay. So some of the questions I highly recommend that you ask your character. Just the base level. Who are you? What are you afraid of? What are your goals? In this story, whatever you're writing, what would be the biggest lesson you would want to learn, or do you imagine you would learn? What are some blocks you have? Those sort of things. And that's huge for getting to know your character. Now, that's just a base level, as I just said. That's like obviously not a ton of questions. You can get more specific with this, but these are some nice open doorway sort of questions to begin tuning in and channeling your character. The other thing that I always recommend to do is not just channeling your characters, but channeling your guides or your higher self as well. Because when you channel in your spirit guides and your higher self, you can get a lot of clarity around things like writer's block, or where this is going, or things you should be manifesting, all of those sorts of things around your book, because those are all still things and components that go into your actual book as well. So same sort of thing, write down your questions ahead of time, ask for them to come forward, and then just write out the answer for that like 5-minute timer. And then when you're done with all your questions, go back and read it. You can always expand on it. So some questions for your spirit guides, muses, higher self. How can I connect deeper with you? You can ask them to identify themselves as well. That is totally fine. What are specific things you can help me with in regards to this book, or just in regards to life things? What are some blocks that, what is actually blocking me from writing? I do this one even with myself, and I actively can channel my guides, but sometimes there's too much chaos going on in my head. So I will write down what is blocking me right now, and I will do this channeled writing exercise as well, because you get a lot of clarity. One unique thing that writing does on an energetic spectrum is writing actually allows you to take the energy that is stewing around in your head and make it something external and physical. So once you've written something down, it helps you allow more energetic information to come through, because you've now released the things that have stopped up your gateways. You've now taken an idea. It's a physical thing outside of you, because it's now on a piece of paper. So more ideas can come through, more clarity can come through, more guidance can come through. So those are some really fun and quick, easy little channeled writing exercises that I highly recommend you do. You can always get really clear on your blocks too. If you are really struggling with a writer's block or an energy block or a finance block or any sort of thing that's in your life, you can always ask questions in this channeled writing setting around what that block is and what would be a good thing to do to release that block. Like I said before, we're microdoses of the universe. So you do have the ability to access these answers and tune into this information. And so the more you practice with this, just like any other skill, the easier it's going to be. And many people who have written have had that experience when you read back over your writing and you're like, wait a second, did I write that? That was pretty good. Or like, where did that come from? I don't even remember writing it. That in and of itself is channeled writing. And remember that you have the power to change reality forever, because we have actually created a system for you to do that in writing. That is what writing is it's our energetic way of communicating and passing on ideas. And so with that, always keep that in mind, because it's going to help you reframe the writing process, make it so much more fun for yourself, which is one of the most high vibration things that you can possibly do. And it will create books that truly activate and change reality forever. So that is a real quick little gist about how the connection between channeling and writing really works, and how you can access and expand on both of those things. Always remember that the idea that seems the most fun for you to write, the idea that's calling and speaking to you, is the idea that you should dive into. And of course, like as we said before, we're going to have a pitch fest here in just a little bit for you guys to pitch us some of your messy ideas if you want to write your book with us at the Forgotten Storytellers. So I'm super excited for that. I know I only have about 5 minutes left, but I figured I would scroll over the side here and see if there's any questions on anything I just did, because I know it can kind of be, it's the energy psychic fantasy realm. So we'll see if there's anything here. Let's see. You guys are so welcome. I'm so glad that was good. I think sometimes I mistakenly think it's anxiety. What do you mistakenly think is anxiety? Like the energy feeling you get is in like your resonance point. You can always ask your guides for additional validation. Be like, okay, is this something I'm resonating about? Like, is there something for me that's coming up where I'm feeling this feeling here? It'll feel kind of expansive and warm, but kind of still comfortable. Where if it's anxiety, it's probably going to be more of a full body reaction other than just that one centralized point. So that's one little quick check you can do. It makes me so touched that my channeling of a character is helpful to someone, something. Absolutely. Woken up in the middle of the night and had a character narrate through me. It was cool but weird. Yeah, absolutely. And the cool thing is emotions are completely universal. So no matter what character you're doing, emotions are going to be something that resonates with everyone who reads it. So the way you craft your character's emotion and their emotional experience, that is going to help heal everyone who reads the book in the same process that the character heals through or works through. No matter what character it is, the more three-dimensional you can make them by narrating an emotional experience that everyone can relate to, whether that's your villain, a side character, or your main character, that's going to truly, truly help. I'm reading Damsel No More. Curious how long did it take me to write? So Damsel No More is my best-selling book. I actually have it right here. It might be reversed for you guys. I have no idea, but it's this one. Oh no, look, it comes up the right way. How fun is that? This is my allegorical nonfiction. So basically it's D&D applied to healing from PTSD is the best way I can describe it. It takes your healing journey from anxiety and makes you conquer your anxiety through working through it like a storyline. If you were to play D&D, it's the same kind of concept. So this book actually only took me 2 weeks. Yeah, I wrote this book in 2 weeks in really quick burst sessions. So if anyone's wondering if you can write a book, you absolutely can. I have 3 kids and run about 3 different businesses, and I wrote that in 2 weeks. So you can totally do it. I guarantee it's possible. So thank you. That's a great question. And you guys can find that on Amazon and stuff too if you're interested in it. How can we feel where we have blocks? Sometimes I have trouble moving my energy down my legs. Could they have a block there? You could have a physical block there. Try that writing exercise that I gave you where you tune into your guides and ask more about the blocks and see what comes up for you. And then that'll usually give you a pathway on how to navigate that as well. And of course, if you join us in the Forgotten Storytellers, we do a ton on writer's block and blocks in general. Cool. Awesome, you guys. Thank you so much. It's really been an honor to get to talk to you guys today and host this summit. I'm genuinely excited to feel all of your energy because it's all so powerful. Yeah, and I can't wait to welcome on our next speaker here in just a moment. So our next speaker is an amazing person. His name is Zane Daniel. And let me pull up his bio here because it's so much stuff. I need to talk about it. So creator, writer, and producer of the comic Righteous. Zane was struck with an incredible idea after lamenting the state of the world and wasted no time in assembling an experienced team of artists to create his vision. A 21-year veteran of the video game industry, Zane's first foray into the comic creation is not a foreign concept, thanks to all the years of working with extremely diverse and talented artists. Additionally, Zane is a spiritual activator and healer and brings this energy work and themes into all of his projects. And I just want to say this comic is one of the most high vibration things I have read in a really long time. It's so activating. By the end of it, you feel genuinely like you've had an activation. And I know because I've worked with Zane before, that is what he does on purpose. So everybody, welcome Zane. Hello.
Hello. Thank you so much. What a wonderful introduction.
Yeah, it's so nice to have you here and good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Awesome. Well, I will let you take it away. Are you doing a presentation at all? Do I need to?
Well, I will at one point throw some slides up, but it'll be a few minutes in. I've already tested it out. I saw it show up on the bottom there. So all you'll have to do is hit the button and make it appear. So we'll be good.
Thank you. Zane basically taught us how to use this program. Do you need me to do anything? No, you got it.
Yeah. If I had access, I could just take over from here.
Awesome. Well, take it away, Zane. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, this is great. What a wonderful conference. What a great idea. I like how kind of niched it is because it is exactly what we need to do. We need to continue to diversify and continue to like narrow in on what our passions are and what our specific missions are. And so I'm so excited to tell you about mine. All right, so I am a full-time light worker. And I was a video game producer, as she said, for almost 22 years. And that really gave me the insight that I needed in order to move into this comic book creation, because, of course, those two worlds are very similar to each other. And I was also kind of raised by scientists. My grandfather was a chemist who worked on triggers for the H-bomb after World War II. And so the family that I grew up in was very focused on science and common sense. It was their terminology. So we didn't discuss religion. We didn't discuss spirituality. And I lived my entire life that way up until about what is it now, 7 years ago, when I did ayahuasca for the very first time. And when I did that, I suddenly changed my entire view of the world. I went from believing that I had it all figured out, or that science did, to, oh my gosh, this is an amazing new world where I don't know anything. And I get to be a child again and explore the possibility that we have spiritual gifts and all of these sorts of things. And the spiritual gift that I received when I did ayahuasca was that now I was able to speak to the voice of universal knowledge. It appeared while I was in my ayahuasca experience. And then afterwards, I was able to continue to speak to it. So that's pretty huge. And it really changed everything. So over the last 7 years, I've transitioned from being in the corporate world to doing this full time. And it was a fantastic transition with discoveries every week and really an explosion of possibility. And I continue to just follow my passion to get me there. So the comic book kind of comes around because I had, when watching the election, the 2016 election, and I noticed that there was one particular candidate, Bernie Sanders, who only seemed to care about everyone else. He just wanted to help people. And it just really struck me as interesting and like, what an interesting concept that is. So it ended up kind of making me go down this path of imagining what would happen if everybody just woke up one day and they decided, everybody, I'm not talking about just like lots of people. I'm talking about absolutely every single person in the world. If one morning they woke up and they were changed, and the only thing that they wanted to do was help others. They no longer wanted to make money for themselves. They no longer wanted to step on people on their way to success. But their definition of success would be completely redefined by only wanting to help others. And I was just so marveled by this idea that I decided to start creating little short stories of what that day would be like. So immediately I thought of the newscasters going into work that morning to begin their news broadcast, and the producer standing there going, we need to change everything, and we're going to admit that we are trying to manipulate the people, and we're going to admit that, this is all a bunch of crap, and all the newscasters are sitting around the meeting table going, yeah, because of course they've gone through that exact same transformation, so they're inspired and extremely inspired to do this, right? So that was like a one-page short story, very quick. And I actually turned it into a comic page. I talked to a friend of mine. I said, I kind of want to make a comic strip, but it was a little bit too much information for a comic strip. So it turned into a comic page, which was neat. And then I went, okay, I'm just going to keep making these. So I ended up making these 13 pages of comic book pages that are very short stories. Now, I wrote them, but I couldn't draw or didn't want to try to learn or whatever. So I reached out and I ended up hiring a comic book artist online, and he helped me create these 13 pages. And this went very well at first. There were lots of people that were like super into it and loved the idea. But then fairly quickly, I discovered that people didn't like it because it was too happy, right? There was no conflict, because when everybody wakes up with the same idea that they're just going to save the world and they have the same way of saving the world, then there's almost no conflict whatsoever. It's just, this area has changed. I had like the CEO of Walmart go into Walmart and go, we're just going to feed the whole world. We're going to take our profits and we're going to make sure that everyone is fed for life. And everyone's like, yeah, end of story. Okay, it's cool, right? It's beautiful. It's amazing to picture that. But in order to really engage people, there has to be some sort of conflicting experience. There has to be something that you have to overcome so that you can feel the reward experience of having done it. So I thought, okay, how could I actually turn this idea into something that would be a conflict and a full story, not just these little short stories? So this is how it works. Well, actually, you know what? I'm going to jump in and now I'm going to do my slides. So let's see here. We're going to do share screen. And so hopefully, there we go. Okay. So this is Righteous, and we have ourselves the main character right in the center here. Daniel Price, and he is a greedy corporate analyst. So what he's trying to do is, and he's married, but no kids or anything. So he and his wife are just trying to make money for themselves. They're trying to live the American dream. They're trying to make it so they can retire early, have fancy cars and boats and all that stuff. That's what they're focused on, and they're super excited about it. And he's in the top of his industry. He is an extremely, extremely good analyst. So anyway, they land the job of their dreams, and they're super excited about it. And that night, our main character is visited by the being of light that you see in the background. And this being of light just touches him on the forehead and changes him so that now he can only help others. So here's how I did it. Now it's not everybody in the world, right? It's just one guy. And so he goes off and tries to go back to work, but he can't, right? He's like, no, I got to help people. And he can't make those ends meet anymore. And so now he's experiencing this problem where his whole world that he's built up around him is going to fall apart. He's going to lose his job. He's going to probably lose his wife if she doesn't change too. He's going to lose his house and everything. Everything's going to change. But what he discovers during this experience is that every time he helps someone, just any type of help, like maybe he gives somebody on the street some pocket change, or he helps someone get a job or whatever. Every time he helps someone, they get it too. And so it becomes essentially like a positive disease. It goes from one person to the next, and it doesn't leave, it always stays. So this truly is expansion of absolute love and care and enlightenment for all. So what I did, I mean, this cover here was drawn by an incredible artist, and each of the covers were really drawn by amazing artists. And so what I did is I was hiring different artists to actually handle the covers, and I love to have that diversity to it. So you can see the amazing diversity. Like this woman does this painterly style, and so the art is really important to me because that's what helps bring people in too, right? So it's not just about the story, but it's also, especially in a comic book or a graphic novel approach, then getting that power, that beauty across is really going to make a huge difference. So here's another cover by another artist. So you get the idea of the diversity that I was trying to accomplish. This is a cover of chapter 15. So, we're up to chapter 18. The story will be told probably at chapter 25. And we've been working on this for 4.5 years. It started in 2016. And the main artists that have worked on it, so like my main comic panel artist actually lives in Spain, and he does all the illustrations, and then that was handed off to a woman in Peru who does the coloring, and then that's handed off to a guy in South Carolina who does the lettering. And then there's other aspects to this too, because we were really pumping it out. So we had quite the assembly line. COVID kind of screwed this up a little bit. And so we've reduced our team just because some people weren't able to work on it anymore. But anyway, so this is kind of the look and the style of the book. And I mean, it's just been an absolute amazing experience. So what I want to talk about really quick is that when I made a bunch of the decisions about this book, I did not make them necessarily based on a whole bunch of research or a bunch of pondering or a bunch of study. In many cases, I just went with it. So for instance, the very first thing that I had to decide was where this story was going to take place. And I just thought about it for like 1.5 seconds. And then I suddenly went, Kansas City. And I lived in Chicago. I'd never been to Kansas City. I mean, maybe I drove through it one time. So I didn't have any tie to Kansas City. I had almost no knowledge of it, except that it's like a barbecue town or something, right? So I just picked Kansas City and I just went with it. And I just started working on it. And then as I wrote the story, as we transitioned to turning those scripts into drawings, I had to do research. So I was going through and looking at skyline shots of Kansas City because I wanted him to draw that in the scenes. And I discovered this. There's a building in downtown Kansas City called the One Light Building. And I was blown away that there was such a building. It's beautiful. It's super cool looking. And it is the one light that we all are, right? It's like, oh my gosh, I really picked a good city, I guess. Well, yeah, I picked a good city. It was a synchronistic experience. I was probably told by my spirit guides, hey, Kansas City, that's the place. And I just went with it. I didn't doubt it. I didn't question it. I didn't do a whole bunch of research. I just went. It felt really good. It felt really solid. So let's do it. Another major synchronicity. Oh, and so then we drew it in, as you can see in the background here of this deal. This was the deal that was the deal of the lifetime. They were all excited about it. All right, we're going to make lots of money and live our American dream. Little did they know that they were about to be visited by the being of light. And another kind of interesting experience is when the characters have this moment where their eyes, where they become enlightened. And so now all they want to do is help others and not necessarily do anything more that is selfish. This we decided to represent using a glow in the eyes. And what's really cool about this is that I had already created the logo, and the logo had this glowing thing going on around for the O. And there's a little tiny man in here inside this graphic to just depict the enlightenment that's happening. Well, I had no idea that I had created what the eye glow was going to look like. So it was another one of those things where I just had this vision to make one of the letters have this glow around it. Don't know why, no idea, just went with it. I thought it would be a cool design. But it turns out that then we ended up using that exact thing to create the eye glow. So sometimes it comes because you're really planned out and you're really organized and all that. But sometimes it really comes because this is what you want to do. This is what feels right. This is what passion is showing you. And anytime you are driven by passion, that is synchronicity. That is your spirit guides or whoever giving you the direction that you need to make an incredible thing. I think that's my last picture. Okay. All right. So that gives you kind of an idea. And so now I'm doing this thing where I am a full-time light worker and I do these activations for people. And the activations are actually fairly extravagant. They're fairly long. They make a huge difference on people's lives. The main modality, I work with the Hathors, which is an extra dimensional collective similar to the Pleiadians or to the Arcturians. And they were incarnated here on Earth during Egypt's Golden Age, and I was incarnated among them. And they taught me at that time how to do my main modality, which is called the Soul Essence Activation. The Soul Essence Activation works on each of your chakras, and it makes a change in your life, in your energy field, and it does so by bringing the best versions of your past incarnations forward into your current one as it relates to your life's purpose. So this is a very powerful kind of activation, and what I decided to do was imbue the comic book with that activation. So I've had many amazing experiences where people reach out to me, especially because this book was not written for a spiritual audience. It's written for a mainstream audience. I don't talk about the Pleiadians. I don't talk about channeling. I don't talk about any of that. It's all very based in what people think is reality. So with that, it's more accessible. And that was really important to me. So that means that I was receiving people, just general, everyday people off the street, right, that read this thing and they reach out to me and they go, what did you do to me? You know, I'm changed, I'm different just from reading this. I don't understand. And so I would have to explain it to them. And of course, that became their catalyst moment. So now they're going, spirituality is a thing? Well, let me look into that. And then it can lead people down the path, which is kind of amazing to be able to do that with a piece of fiction. So that is hugely motivating for me. And so now I want to step back for a second and say, what is my mission? What is my purpose here? It is to help awaken society. It is to help people transition from a 3D perspective or a 3D society or a 3D consciousness into a fifth dimensional one. And I do this through a number of methods. And each of the things that I do are all geared toward helping people get there. So the comic book is my kind of mainstream push. If I can get people who have no idea about any of this stuff and might even be closed off to it, to read this book, discover what it feels like to look at life in this way, to look at life, oh, I should just help people. That sounds pretty awesome, as opposed to just being selfish and bringing money in and hoarding it and, you know, not having time to help people. Then I've had people go and make differences and say, like, I had one lady who said, yeah, my company was kind of doing some underhanded tactics, and I read your book. And so then I went to the CEO of my company and I said, hey, we're kind of doing some things that are not so great. Are you sure we should do this? And she said, I couldn't believe I was channeling a comic book when I went to my CEO to tell them that. But the CEO, you know, surprisingly said, yeah, okay, that sounds good. We'll make those changes. So just from reading the book, it's possible, because you realize that, wow, our society is pretty screwed up. But then on top of it, to receive the activation. And so to receive the activation, or to imbue something with your magic, with your energy healing, with whatever it is that your gifts are, all you have to do is perform it as you would normally do, but with the intention that you are imbuing it into the work. So that is all that I did. And it's really interesting too, because when I give these activations, I receive full body feedback. So I receive chills, or I used to call it heat rain, these different kinds of feelings. Whenever I do an activation, I get a sense for how many people are actually going to experience it. Because if it's a recording, which I do all the time, and people are going to watch the recording, I might receive a really large feedback item on something that is eventually going to be watched by lots of people. Whereas I'll receive a smaller one if it's just a couple of people. So when I did the comic book, wow, you know, it was an incredible experience. So I know that many, many more people are going to read it and are going to experience this in the future, which is kind of amazing if you think about it. So I heard a little bit about what Emily was talking about, which I thought was really cool in the last talk while I was waiting. And one of the things that I think she was saying is that you need to know your characters. And if you allow yourself to know your characters, then they will speak through you. And so anytime my characters are having a conversation, all I really have to do is go, who would speak first in this situation? And I would know that because, oh, this character is the loudmouth, or this character is the leader, or this character is whatever. And then what would they say? Oh, they would say this. And then the next thing I know, without even trying, I'm writing what everyone is saying to that person, because I can see them all in my head. I can hear them all. I can hear all their voices, and I know the types of things that they say. So it just flows so easily, because I'm not writing it from, I want to get here. You know, here we are now in the story. I want to get over here. I don't write it like that. I write it like, how would this really be? What would they really say? And I allow that to guide the entire story. And so I think that it comes across kind of more realistic, rather than trying to follow the formula of storytelling. It's a little bit more of the formula of life. And I think that people identify with that a little bit better, because they go, well, that's what I would have said. And that's what I really want. Anytime I watch a movie or read a piece of fiction, and I think, oh my God, you know, no one would ever say that, or that's a really terrible idea in this particular situation, I'm actually turned off by it. I want the characters to represent me to some degree. I want to be able to say, gosh, you know, that's a great decision. And then if it fails, I go, uh-oh, I would have made the wrong decision there. So I love that. The other thing that I really want and try and work very hard to get across is something that I think is missing from a lot of fiction, from movies, from TV shows, from books, from comic books. The characters very rarely have this experience. And so my characters, I try to give them this experience as often as I possibly can. And that is the experience of an epiphany. Very rarely do you see this. The characters kind of just stay the way they are throughout most stories. Yeah, they advance, but they don't advance suddenly. They don't just go, oh my gosh, I've been looking at this all wrong. Wait a minute, let's reevaluate it. We should do this and we should do that. And oh my God, how could I have not seen that? see, even the way that I'm displaying this to you, right? There's this feeling that you get when somebody else has an epiphany. You kind of join them in that experience. And it's, at least to me, it's highly enjoyable. I love it when I watch something or I see someone else have an epiphany. I don't know what it is, but there is some sort of reward. Maybe it's a dopamine release or a serotonin release that happens even when someone else gets an epiphany. So we can encourage other people to have epiphanies by showing them epiphanies, and they can have that same experience where they can join the character and feel like, oh my gosh, yeah, why have we been doing it this way? Why has this character been struggling with this so much? So don't be afraid to introduce that into your work. I think it's a beautiful thing that I think as we move from this three-dimensional, fear-based, violence-based approach to fiction, and we move into this high vibrational approach, then you're going to see more and more of those sorts of things as you go. We're going to see more of the awakening moments, the epiphany moments, the realization moments, and I hope watch our characters transform instantly. And when you have an instant transformation, you can take the story in any direction at that moment. All right. Let's see, what else do I want to talk about? Well, I think what I would like to do now is give you guys a sampling of an activation. So all you'd have to do to participate in this is to just simply close your eyes and take a nice big deep breath and relax as you exhale. Feel yourself sinking into the chair that you're sitting in. I don't have time to do a full soul essence activation, but what we can do here is something that I call a burden release activation. What I want you to do right now is scan your body for any discomfort that you might have. See if there's a spot where you are feeling tightness, a heaviness, a soreness, a sharp pain, anything that that stands out to you that you're like, wait a minute, what is this thing? This is something that maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe you're clenching all the time. You're clenching your sides, or you're clenching your jaw or your neck. And so really focus in on this thing. It can be pain related or it can be burden related. And by burden related, I mean, maybe you can think back to the situation that caused this in the first place. Can you go all the way back to maybe your childhood? One example was a friend of mine had a pressure on his chest for as long as he could remember. And when we did this activation, he suddenly realized that at some point in his childhood, his brother or his friend or someone had kind of essentially tortured him by just sitting on his chest, and he couldn't get up. He couldn't do anything. He was completely incapacitated, and he was still carrying this kind of trauma with him, and he stored it in the spot that the kid was sitting on. So maybe you have something as obvious as that. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's not so obvious. Maybe it's some sort of childhood trauma and you don't necessarily know how it's associated. But if you do, if you can remember this thing, and this is really important, right? I'm about to say right here, as long as you do not have PTSD, then I want you to take yourself back to that moment that might have caused this pain in the first place. And if you can't remember this, then what I want you to do is try to make that experience, that discomfort, as strong as you possibly can. Remember it at its worst, or ask your body to go ahead and make it as bad as you can make it. What we're really trying to do here is root out the core of this issue. So remembering the situation and making it feel as bad as you possibly can, or just making it feel as bad as you possibly can, is great now. So, okay, you've done that. Now what I want you to do is I want you to think about how you would describe this discomfort to someone else. Think about how would you explain it? Oh, it's a pain, it's a weight, it's a tightness, it's a sharpness, whatever. Just think about how you would describe it. I'm really getting you to wrap your awareness around this issue. And now what I want you to do is imagine that I've injected you with a colored dye. You choose the color. And this die is attracted to this discomfort area. So now if you could see through your body, maybe an MRI or an X-ray, you'd be able to see the shape of this discomfort area. Maybe it's a blob, maybe it's a sphere, maybe it's the shape of your musculature, maybe it's little spikes, maybe it's a cloud. Whatever it is, now you're intensifying the feeling, you're seeing the experience, and you're really feeling it the best that you possibly can. The way my activations work is I'm going to say breath in. When I do, you're going to take a nice big deep breath, you're going to hold it at the top, and you're going to wait for me to say awaken, at which point you can exhale. So keep focusing on the feeling and keep seeing it. Breath in. Awaken. All right, lots of good feedback. Okay, so keeping your eyes closed. Now, what I want you to do, for some of you, it will have gone away immediately. And for some of you, it's going to fade out over the next couple of minutes. Usually doesn't take longer than 15 minutes total. And so if you're starting to notice it going away, leaving, then what I want you to do is try to bring it back. Test it out. See if it worked. See if you can make that feeling intense again. Most likely you can't. Let's see. What do we have right here? Okay, good. All right. And so let's just do one more. And this is a general raise your vibration activation. So this will take your energetic vibration energy field and increase it by some amount. It'll be different for everyone. And hopefully it'll give you a brighter rest of your day, a brighter weekend. Breath in. Oh, yeah, that's another good one. Okay. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. So you'll have to check and see how you feel with this. Now, this is very high vibrational, and it's a lot. It's a decent amount of energy. You could go through a little bit of a recovery period. That happens frequently when you receive extremely high vibrational energy. Check yourself over the next 24 or 48 hours and notice if you feel extra tired, extra wide awake. Maybe you'll feel emotional for no reason whatsoever. This is normal, and this is your body reconciling the new energy field and energy vibration. So the other thing then is, well, most certainly this weekend for me, tomorrow is the Higher Self Expo. And this is an online metaphysical conference, just like this one. And both of your hosts were in the last one. And so I would highly recommend checking that out. It's higherselfexpo.com. And then the website for the comic book is righteouscomic.com. So definitely check that out. Sierra says, really tingly. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That's going to be that feeling. For everybody, it's different though. Some people feel like extra heat or just like a lot of times I get this, that they feel wide awake at the same time as they feel more relaxed, which is usually not the case, right? All right. Well, my mission. Oh, okay, here we go. Hi, KristaLyn.
Just wanted to come on and join you. What is your mission? Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, well, I already kind of said that, right? My mission is to raise the vibration of the planet. And so each of the things that I'm doing is all about that. So the comic book, like I said, is the introduction. And then these activations and giving talks and getting in front of as many people as possible is the next level. But there's actually another one in between there. And that is I'm helping people who have negative entity attachments. And this happens because they've opened up their channel and they're excited about this new spiritual world, but they're so burdened by maybe their past traumas or their past issues or their current relationship or whatever, that now, even though their channel is open, they're only essentially inviting in lower vibrational beings because they're at a lower vibration. And some of these folks have been dealing with this maybe their entire lives or 10, 20 years, and they've spent $20 to $40 to $50,000 trying to get their negative entities removed. And so I'm taking them in and introducing them to a program to really take care of the issue. And we've just seen absolutely amazing results. So really, each of the things, it's the comic book to bring in the newbies, the ascension training essentially for the people with negative entity attachments, and then these high vibrational activations for those that have already gotten pretty far along and just want to go the rest of the way.
I love it. That sounds amazing. Thank you so much for the activations and also for sharing all of this. You guys definitely go check out his summit tomorrow. It's so fun. We were on the last one and we had a great time. Who's speaking at it? Do you have some people?
Oh yeah, there's lots of awesome folks, like, well, me of course, but then there's Lori Ladd. She's gotten pretty popular recently over the last couple of years. We have Dan Winter, who is he's a quantum physicist. And I interviewed him the other day, and I was just in awe of what he was saying. Like, I didn't understand any of it, but it was amazing. It was amazing, right? He could just whip this stuff out. And he has like discovered the quantum signature of your higher self. So he goes into all these details about how that works and everything. So if you're interested in that sort of thing at all, you definitely have to check him out. And then Geraldine Orozco, she's actually my co-host, and she's an incredible light worker as well. So we've got a really nice group of folks, both like experienced people that have been doing this for a while and some newbies who are extremely powerful and beautiful.
That's amazing. Yeah, we're getting a lot of compliments on your attire today, Zane.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. I love doing this. This is a very important part of my experience. Like, hey, I have an opportunity to add a little fashion to what I'm doing. Yes, I'm going to take that.
So before we let you go, we have one important question for you that we've been asking all of our speakers today. Since this is the High Vibe Storytelling Summit, what is a book that you've read that you recommend to all of our attendees as a high vibe story that they should read?
Oh my gosh. Well, you know, there's the classics. Somebody has already said, I'm sure, the Celestine Prophecy and no, nobody said the Celestine Prophecy. Wow, I'm surprised. And then the Alchemist. Someone said the Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
No one says the Alchemist, but I love it so much.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, definitely. Both of those then. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The Alchemist. I can't even believe that wasn't even on my list. That's
like the hero's journey.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I had an ayahuasca experience, and I asked whoever it was probably the spirit of ayahuasca, or sometimes the Hathors come during that or whatever. And I just said, hey, you know, is the comic book any good? I just wanted to like see what they would say. And they're like, oh yeah, it's the modern version of the Alchemist, man. Like, don't worry about it.
That's a beautiful response.
I was like, oh, cool. Thanks.
Well, thank you for reminding us of The Alchemist and the Celestine Prophecy. We've gotten such a great list of books. And to everybody watching, yes, we are going to send you this list, and you will get it as an added perk for having been here and just for being amazing. And Zane, I got to thank you. From sitting all day, my lower back was in pain. And you were like, what's in pain right now? And I'm like, well, let's go there. Gone. Yeah. So thank you.
You're so welcome.
Validation for you and appreciation for you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Thank you for having me. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And yeah, you don't need it, but best of luck with your Higher Self Expo tomorrow. It's always amazing to witness that experience.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the audience.
Yes.
All right. Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.
Have a beautiful day. You know, he's got that energy that you just want to keep around. So, you guys, we have made it to the part of the summit that we have all been waiting for. I know Emily and I have been anticipating this very moment since October, since we first conceived of this whole idea and set the time with astrological divine timing and all of the wonderful energy that we could call upon. It is now time for the Pitch Fest. So really quickly allow us to outline how this is going to work.
Yeah.
To help you understand the way pitch fests typically work, the way we heard from the editors earlier, from Jacqueline and from Angela, when they were talking about pitch fests on Twitter, we are going to request that you take to Twitter and go ahead and use what I am putting in the comments right now. You can tweet us at Healing Fiction using the hashtag Forgotten Storyteller Pitch. And so now we're going to explain a little bit about what a good pitch looks like, or even for our case, a messy pitch.
Right. So typically when there's any sort of pitch contest that you hear about, for any sort of book or anything like that, people are asking usually like, hey, you've written it already. Give us the snippet, the elevator pitch, like Gabrielle said, right? That's not what we're talking about at all, because what we do in the Forgotten Storytellers is we help you to write your book, the first draft of your book, in alignment with your divine timing and astrological birth chart, and through channeling your guides, higher self, and characters and setting, all of that jazz. So what we would like you to do is you need to have an idea to start you out, right? So that's what we're asking you to pitch us. Just tweet us a pitch of your idea. You can also email us your pitch. It's forgottenstorytellers@gmail.com. If your pitch won't fit in a tweet, which we understand, that's totally fine. Email us at forgottenstorytellers@gmail.com. And that is the other way that you can pitch us during this pitch fest. And after the fact, if it takes tonight to get it together for you, that is totally okay. But we want just your messy idea. It can be a rambling paragraph. It can be just, hey, these are some of the characters I'm thinking. This is what some of the stuff I think happens. And this is kind of the world I'd like to be set in, or something along those lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So thinking about like what characters are you going to have involved in the story? What's unique about them? What are they going through? What kind of world are you building? And include definitely the theme, which is what you're trying to heal in your reader, so that we can get that energetic vibe of what it is you're accomplishing through this book that you are going to be bringing into this world.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Or even on top of that too, of why you want to write it in the first place, whether that is like with healing someone else, or you're like, hey, I feel like this is very high vibe because this is something I went through and this is how I would like to present it to the world, or something that feels really pertinent. Or maybe you just got an idea in a dream and you know that it was given to you from your guides. You don't know exactly how it's going to be high vibe yet, but you really would like it to be. That's perfect too. And that's kind of what we're looking for with the clients that we're signing on for the Forgotten Storytellers, because the first cohort of this program is actually starting on March 2nd, which is incredibly exciting. And we cannot wait to have you guys involved and hear all of your amazing stories and bring more high vibration authors into this world. As anything throughout this summit, we know you probably have realized that there's probably not enough of this high vibration stuff out there in entertainment, whether that is books or film or even social media or anything along those lines. And that's what we're trying to do, is to change the market into that higher vibration space.
Yes. And we have the power. You have the power to be able to do this. And it starts with this story idea that's been niggling at you, that you just need a little bit of help bringing into concept, a little bit of guidance on how divine this idea really is and how you can get it from concept into creation.
Yeah, exactly. And we're never going to tear apart your idea, because I can already sense some of those limiting beliefs coming up. Like, because again, channeling all the time, I can immediately feel there's like some like, oh, but if I put it out there, people will see it. Oh, we're going to think it's fantastic. We want to support you. That's the whole goal. And if it's not perfect for us, it's still perfect for you because it's yours and it came to you. And that's why it came to you, is because you're the person who's meant to write it. It didn't come to you so you can send it to someone else to make them write it. Nope, it's for you to bring to the world, and that's why it's yours. And so we're always going to hold that in the most honored, sacred space. And also part of the reason we want to read them so bad is because everyone has these crazy, amazing ideas. We've gotten some pitches already because we did open up pitches on the first of this year, and they've been so exciting and wonderful. And I cannot wait to read what everybody writes. Like, do you agree? Like, they've been so... you agree? You're on that side of me. Do you agree?
I'm over here. It's right? Backwards on the screen for us. But yes, I absolutely agree. And to the point, right? I don't believe in rejection anymore. And maybe it's just because I've been going through, as we saw with Gabrielle, the years of this isn't for me. This isn't for me. That's not rejection. That's out of alignment, and it is aligned for somewhere. So when we look at a story idea, what we're actually trying to figure out is, are we the Gandalf to your Frodo, or are we a Dumbledore and you're still Frodo, so you need a Gandalf and we're not Gandalf, right? So you see how that works, right? We want to be the mentors, but we want to be the right ones. And if we can feel energetically, many of you know Emily's amazing talents with energy. I also have a lot of training and experience and skills with energy. And so we actually take the time with each pitch, we read it ourselves together to make sure that if I get a hit, she gets the same hit and we can talk about it. And so we accept pitches that we know for sure we can help with. We actually want to have 100% success rate. And that means that we need to make sure that we can serve you 100%. If we don't think we are the highest and best for your experience, that is why we are going to say not aligned. And that's only because we're not the right thing to get you where you need to go, but we could be. So it's definitely worth trying to pitch because we are here and so are you. And that means something.
Yeah. And to tell you a little bit more about the Forgotten Storyteller program too, it's basically our writing program, but also a writing retreat program, of course, pending COVID at the moment. But really what it is we're helping you tune into what you were meant to do, your actual purpose, using your birth chart and all sorts of different things, because KristaLyn is the best astrologer I've ever met. So she helps in that zone so much. It's really incredible. And then we teach you how to channel, remove your energy blocks, all of those sort of things, so you can actually get down and do it and actually write your full first draft of your book, the book that maybe has been kicking around in your head for the last 10, 15 years. You can actually get that done in just 4 months, which is 100% possible. You even heard in my talk earlier, I was like, yeah, I wrote that book in 2 weeks. You can absolutely do it. And we're here to support you with a really powerful community, with check-ins with us, all sorts of accountability, and of course, all sorts of energy work and magic to really support you along the way. Plus, at the end of it, you get a custom publishing plan. So all of the different types of publishing we talked about today with all the different speakers, that is something else that we do at the end of the Forgotten Storytellers, is set you up for success to take this into the world. It's not just so you can write it and throw it away or write it and put it in the back of your computer's hard drive. No, it's supposed to change reality. It's supposed to resonate with those who need to resonate with it. And that's what we're hoping to do for as many people as possible for as long as we can, is to truly change and shift everyone's vibration up in that way. So pitch us.
Yeah.
We even have some of our clients I can see commenting. People who have already signed up to work for us are like in the comments, and I love it so much. I cannot wait to work with you guys on creating your amazing books.
Yeah, Shaw, I've heard about how your interview with Emily went, and I cannot wait to work with your story. We both went over each pitch with each of us. We muscle test, we use all of the metaphysical tools at our disposal, and we make sure it's aligned. And guys, we get so excited by how brilliant you all are. And we can't wait to just like keep feeding that that thing that we get to see. It's so amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So pitch us. So you can tweet us right now, and we can even check and see if we're getting some tweets in, which I think we are, or send us those emails. Okay. If you want it to be a little bit longer, that is totally fine. Send it to us in an email form. We will tune into it for you. We will get back to you on it. And we're so excited. And so it's very casual kind of in that sort of space. And we're so excited to hear all of the magic you guys want to bring into the world. It's so exciting. I'm seeing if we got anything coming up. Got a couple pitches in our email inbox, so that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, I've seen those coming in all day. You guys are amazing. So
Right.
Any quick questions about the Forgotten Storyteller program that we haven't covered, but you're curious about, go ahead and put those in the comments. And also, if we want to, I can do some astrology dice rolls for us while we allow you guys to ruminate on that a little bit, so we give you time for that inspiration to strike. Hi, Charisse, it's great to see you. So yeah, what would we like to see? Do we have any questions? Do we want to see what the astrology dice have to say?
I think if anyone has questions on either the Forgotten Storytellers or even just anything high vibe related that we could answer for you, that would be amazing. So go ahead, put those questions in the comments, and we will tune in on those. And I think in the meantime, while those questions kind of come in, let's do a roll and just see what we should all focus on going forward over the next little bit of time.
Okay, so let's do this. What should we focus on in 2021 for our highest and best good? Does that sound good?
Love it. Love it.
This is just like D&D for anybody who's out there who also plays D&D like we do, especially Emily with her Damsel No More. We know she's a D&D veteran. Here we go. These are each D12s. And the roll is, woo! Okay, this is awesome. So I do this on TikTok too. You'll see me playing around there. So we got Jupiter, which is the grand benefic, the most expansive, and also in charge of like business ventures and new projects and storytelling. We mentioned that in our first talk. Jupiter is the ruler of storytelling in a deep way. So I love this. Then we got Gemini, which is the writer. It's ruled by Mercury. So Jupiter in Gemini means write something expansive. And we also have the 7th house. I did not like plan for this. Seriously, guys, this is just high vibe. 7th house is partnerships. So this can also be like marriage relationships, life partnerships, but it also goes with contracts and partnerships. And I mentioned in my first talk how I use the 7th house when I'm looking for agents and contracts and publishers and things like that. So Jupiter in Gemini in the 7th house. Let your ideas be amazing and expansive. Take your story to the farthest expanse that it can go, and then bring it from concept, Jupiter, and let it be creation. I mentioned Gemini as being more concept. Gemini does rule the 3rd house. So Jupiter is actually the far side of the Gemini. They call it, it's a straight line on the chart. We'll put it that way. It's the axis. But allow your ideas to become a story. Capture them, let them be real, believe in them, and then find someone, whoever is meant to, find someone to support you and believe in you as much as you do. And make sure 7th house also rules boundaries. Know what you deserve, know your worth. And that is so important to finding the ideal companion, partner for whatever it is you're going through. So
what a great role.
Right? I could not have planned that better myself. I think I would have come up with something much more convoluted. So
we have a couple questions that just popped up. So Lindsay, yes, it's totally fine if you sent us an email last night. We're not gonna be like, no, you sent it last night, not today. Like, no, absolutely send us your pitches. Absolutely. If you tweet the pitch, according to Aston's questions, yes, it would be horrible to tweet the pitch and then email longer details. No, that's fine. Tweet the pitch and then email us afterwards if you want to add more to it. Totally good. We will combine and figure that out, which is awesome. And then let's see. What if I've always wanted to write a children's book to help heal, comfort, and guide, but I don't have any ideas yet? That is a fun thought. I bet you have more ideas than you think, though.
I would recommend meditating on it overnight. Like meditate on it tonight, then sleep on it. See what inspiration comes overnight. And if you have ideas, pitch them. Definitely, because we're going to be here. We're not going away. There will be even another group after this one. So maybe your group is the one that begins in the summer and you'll have your ideas by then. But we are still here and we are still here for you. So if you have ideas, see if they come to you overnight and go ahead and pitch us. And if not, it's not a rush. It's not a race. If you get an idea, you will find the resources. You will find the team that is supposed to help you out. And if that is us, we will be there for you.
Yeah. So Sandy, my dear, to answer your question, totally good for children's books too.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Since that was kind of a combo, 2 different people's questions. Let's see. Format of the program. So it's a very, very personalized program. So we keep our cohorts very small because we want to actually be able to read your writing. We wanted to be able to tune into your birth chart, know your guides, know exactly what you're creating, what you're working through on a very, very personal level. So the format, we actually have our own app. So you'll be on we have an app where we can constantly work with you via like comments and sort of things, like kind of the way you would think of almost like a Facebook group, but in like kind of an app form that has a lot more versatility. And then there's coaching calls and then live lessons. So it's not like a video course. It's very much a personalized experience.
Yeah. And you even get one-on-ones with us to begin with to really establish your experience. So while there are coaching calls and everyone is invited to them, you do get a personal experience at the beginning to make sure we establish your unique way of channeling, your unique astrology storytelling style, all of that. So it's everything that we've wanted from all of the programs and the groups that we've experienced rolled into one.
Right. KristaLyn and I both have gone through so many different like writing programs and healing like I can't even tell you how many. It's been so much. And so we were like, cool, what would we want to bring forward that would actually help people, and what would we wishing from all these programs that we didn't get, and we kind of came together to make this, of course, divinely.
So Shaw, your birth time is very helpful, but there are still things that I can decipher from just the placement of the planets. Your birth time is going to help me with what areas of your life you specialize with your planets. So when we look at it, let me actually just explain this. So when we have it was Jupiter, right? When I have Jupiter, that's a planet. I know where that is on any chart, no problem. If it's in Gemini, totally great. I can tell you what this means. The great thing about the house system, which is what I get from your birth time, is I can tell you, is it in the 7th house of partnerships, or is it over in the 9th house of higher learning and travel? That changes the way it affects your personal life experience, but it doesn't change the way you express that planet and its themes. So there's still things I can do. It's not an end all be all, but if you do have the birth time, it's so exciting.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, awesome. You guys, thank you so much. There is not a deadline for the pitches. We are just kind of continually accepting them. There is probably a deadline for this cohort, though. Yeah. So right now we have about half of the spots filled. So we have about 5-6 spots left, something like that. And so we want to make sure that everyone they're running out. So if you want to be in this cohort start in March, then there is going to eventually be a deadline. I can't tell you exactly when that is energetically, but soon. So pitch if you have your idea, but keep pitching even if you're not in this one.
Yeah. If we receive pitches and the cohort fills up, what we will do is we will take the pitches that we like and we will let you know that we like them, but the cohort is full. And so that way you will know that you can either pursue other avenues or wait for the next cohort, and we will reach out to you so that you can pitch us again. If your idea has changed, we want to make sure that you can represent your idea to the fullest because you'll have grown in that time. And so the idea may have evolved as well. So we will always open up pitches again. You'll receive emails of us letting you know that pitches are opening up again, and you'll be able to come back. And if we were aligned with you once, chances are we'll be aligned with you again. And again, if it's not aligned, there's something different and better for you out there. But I hope it's aligned because I love you all and I want to work with you guys.
I love the ideas. They're so wonderful. Oh, absolutely. Suzanne Packard, I'm focusing on the same thing for children's books. I've been using books to heal my inner child and be the heroes I wanted to be. Yes, that is high vibe. That is it.
Books have such an important role. Like, tell me you didn't read Dr. Seuss and all those things that imparted morals. Children books are more upfront high vibe because they're like, the moral of the story is, that's what we're doing with the more YA high vibe or whatever else as well. And children's books definitely count as high vibe story. And they're getting in before the trauma occurs, which is a great thing. It's foundational high vibe.
One thing I do want to say about high vibe too, it is not all love and light and shiny. Like that's not high vibe.
Horror can be high vibe.
Totally. And the way Zane kind of talked about it, is like there was no conflict or anything like that. Like I've written some really, really dark fantasy stories that are very dark fantasy, still very high vibe. Because that's the vibe. It's about learning things about yourself, about learning things about others, about the world, about going through a process of releasing and healing. And that doesn't have to just be in this shiny, everything's magical kind of space. It can be different and outside of that, just to give you guys some additional framework on that.
Yeah, it just depends on where the reader is at the moment. And like you said, not everything's going to resolve in, and they lived happily ever after. And they were changed and they knew how to do better. And sometimes that's what you need, knowing that someone sees you in your experience rather than saying, oh, it's going to be great. But like, you don't always want to be perky. Like, I'm a rather perky person. People associate me with the color yellow, and I love that. But sometimes I want to be blue, and that's all right. We go through the range of colors and the range of experiences and the range of feelings. We need all of them.
I'm a dark and twisty individual. I'm just kidding.
You're like angry baby blue.
Like anyone who's seen anything about anything I do, I'm like, hi! So there's no way. I mean, I still have a Scorpio moon, so a little bit of dark and twisty, but not a lot.
We both have Scorpio moons, yeah.
Right. Awesome. Counting down till March, writing every day. Yes, love it.
Yes.
I'm excited. Yes. So excited.
Yes, and for those of you that get in before March and you're like, okay, I got in, now what? We actually have a pre-program packet. I really need to make that name easier, but we have a pre-program packet that gives you things to do before March to really prep you and get you in that mindset, get you started. It includes a free copy of my book, Writing the High Vibe Hero's Journey, which tells you about the different plot points of the story and how they relate in high vibe. So you can even take it from that more left brain angle. If you're a little bit like me and your Mercury's in Taurus, so you want to do things practically, I get it.
Yeah, she literally wrote the book on doing this, guys.
I did in 11 hours.
In 11 hours, yeah. She wrote her book in 11 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys all do that. Sierra, that's amazing. You can definitely hear your higher self coming through, and know that that is your way of leveraging. Like, you're most likely, that's how you're going to get a lot of your messages. If you have heard it before, you'll hear it again. It'll come through in that kind of sense. Well, this has been a fantastic summit.
Yeah, look at us. 5.5 hours of the highest of vibes. I feel like we're all going to sleep so well tonight.
Totally. We definitely are.
And
I'm really,
subject.
yeah.
On the subject, when Zane said some people need to process things, one of the most beautiful things that you find is after a day of intense healing, which today was, because this whole thing was a high vibe story, you guys. And so what we did was we offered activations, we offered high vibe stories and all of those things. And tonight when you sleep, your brain's going to go into theta and it's going to process everything it went through today. So tomorrow you may wake up finding that you feel different. And that is amazing. And if that is the case and you want to talk about it, we are on TikTok. I will put our handles in on the comments. I think most of you follow us, but Emily is at Liker of Words.
Yep.
And she is incredible.
And
then I am at in case there was ever a question, I'm the real KristaLyn. Actually, the numerology of that handle is 11, so that's why I picked it.
Oh my gosh, I love that. I have no idea what the numerology of my handle is.
Good job. Yeah.
Yes, please do. Please do. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm so glad you guys had a good time.
Yeah. And I'm just so happy that we could give you guys some confidence knowing that everything that you do can be high vibe, and the things that you want to do, you're totally able to. So follow your passions and your love, whatever that way that takes you, it's what's right for you, and follow that guidance. Awesome.
Right. It has been such a healing week. That's fantastic, Shaw. You've had a good week, and we have been really excited to get to know you this week as well. So with that, I guess it's a really great opportunity for us to round this out with, do you want to do like a quick cleansing grounding meditation, Emily? So that we can,
I'll just,
Reiki, they always talk about grounding, like don't drive after Reiki until you've grounded. Let's try something like that.
So I can absolutely do just a quick, I'm going to just cleanse our energy again, and then just have you guys do a quick little grounding with me, which is really simple. You're going to laugh probably. So everyone just close your eyes again, take a couple deep breaths as I clear our energy. Perfect. And then take your dominant hand and place it on the top of your head. This creates a circuit within your energy and helps you physically ground your energy down, both into your body and then into the earth below us. And take 3 deep breaths. And with each breath, just imagine your feet sinking a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper and a little bit deeper into the earth. So here we go. 1 breath. And another. And last one. And just keep your eyes closed for a second, because I'm just sending as much high vibes directly from creator energy and love energy to surround each one of you. You guys can choose to accept it. Just simply say yes, open up your heart, open up that resonance point, and feel that energy come in. And that is the energy of divine inspiration and creativity to carry you through this weekend and the rest of this year. And there we go.
All right, guys, thank you so much. There will be a replay. We will email you the link to it. It will also be available right here on our YouTube channel. So you guys are all set with that. And there is so much more to come, both from people who work with us, but also from people that we engage with on all forms of social media, including here on YouTube and wherever we can connect with you the most. So that is our summit today. We are grateful that you joined us, and we hope you have a very beautiful rest of your day. We'll see you guys. Bye.